Chapter 367 Mockery. Chapter 367 Mockery. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked up at the incoming figure. Their expressions changed slightly. Yu came with a dragon without any prior notification. Standing arrogantly in the air, he was being very impolite. He wasn't the only one here, either. There were also various dragons and strong cultivators. The people of the Moon Clan instantly felt pressure. The Qin dynasty wanted to ally with the entire Eastern Barren territory against the cottage. They wanted to become the king. If not for the Sword Saint's arrival months ago at the banquet, the alliance would have been formed already. Now, the Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shan Temple were apparently fully allied with the Qin dynasty. In this situation, the Moon Clan naturally wished to remain neutral, but it seemed difficult now. Since the Crown Prince is here, please take a seat. Goddess Wang Yue's voice was gentle and her eyes were calm. No one could guess what she was thinking, but actually she was sighing inwardly too. The three top forces of the center were already at the peak. Now, two were allied and the Qin dynasty had excavated their ancestral tomb. There would be no suspense if they attacked the Moon Clan. The Lu Kingdom had set the example. No need. I came today to say something, Yu said nonchalantly. He made a direct rejection and remained in the air, looking down at Goddess Wang Yue. Many Moon Clan disciples were upset at this. Their pretty eyes turned cold, but no one dared to do anything. The Qin dynasty wouldn't dare to do this to the cottage. When Qin Go had brought his men to the cottage, Gu Donglu had killed them all outside Book Mountain. That had been so powerful. Sometimes people envied how free and chivalrous the cottage could be. Even their enemies probably both feared and respected them. Crown Prince, please speak, Goddess Wang Yue said calmly. Chu Yaoyao. Qin Yu's cold gaze fell to Chu Yaoyao, who was still on the battle platform. Yi Futian killed my son Qin Li on Sky Mountain. You are his fiancé. Why did you just stand there? Chu Yaoyao's face paled instantly. What must come would always come. Many people had seen Qin Li die before her. She couldn't refute Qin Yu's accusations. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked to her. All the pressure in the world fell onto her at this moment. Why aren't you speaking? Invisible might came from Qin Yu's body. I cannot explain, Chu Yaoyao said, looking up. Qin Yu's expression turned frigid. Did she think that was enough? The Moon Clan did not wish to see the death of the royal grandson, Goddess Wang Yue said. I can understand your feelings too. However, Yi Futian is responsible. You should go to him, rather than take your anger out on a woman. I naturally won't take my anger out on an unrelated person, Qin Yu said. However, she is my son's fiancée, but she didn't do anything. She didn't kill Yi Futian even after he lost the ability to fight. I have to suspect her. My son is dead, but the marriage still stands. Chu Yaoyao is still the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty. Goddess, you won't mind if I take her to the Qin dynasty, right? Everyone in the Moon Clan was aghast. Since Qin Li was dead, the marriage naturally should be cancelled. But Qin Yu still wanted to take Chu Yaoyao away. He clearly didn't want to forgive her. They didn't know how she would be treated if she really went to the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu would do whatever he wished. Crown Prince, don't you think your words are a bit bizarre? Goddess Wang Yue said. He is dead, but the marriage still stands. So are you saying that if my son is dead, there's no need to search for the reason? There's no need to investigate what his fiancée did either? The dragon under Qin Yu huffed. He stood on the dragon's head, and his voice grew colder. Invisible might radiated from him. It seemed that if the Moon Clan dissatisfied him today, he would attack directly. The Moon Clan all looked uncomfortable. Chu Yaoyao looked around. She knew that they couldn't save her. Since Qin Yu had brought his men here, the result was already decided. Who in the Eastern Barren territory could counter the Qin dynasty other than the cottage? I'll go, Chu Yaoyao suddenly said. Her pretty eyes were determined. When she spoke, she looked relieved. She had chosen this path. Since it was the wrong path, she would pay for it. She naturally had her own motives when she'd accepted Qin Li's pursuit. Now, she had to bear the consequences. Hearing Chu Yaoyao's words, many people went to look at her. She smiled faintly as if she didn't really care. Looking up at Qin Yu, she said, I am willing to go to the Qin dynasty with you. Qin Li's death has nothing to do with me, and I couldn't kill Yi Futian. But all of this is meaningless. I'll go with you. With that, she rose into the air. She looked down at Hua Jiu with some envy. A dragon moved forward to take her. However, Qin Yu didn't show any sign of leaving. Goddess Wang Yue gazed at him. Anything else we can help you with? There is indeed. It is my main reason for coming, Qin Yu said. Goddess, I've heard of you and look up to you. I didn't come here today just for myself. I also bring the wishes of my father and the leaders of the Donghua clan and Futian clan to invite you to join us in ruling the Eastern Barren Territory. Since he came, he must take care of Chu Yaoyao's matter. However, he wouldn't do all this just for her. The one he wanted to kill was Yi Futian. He wanted to destroy the cottage. I do not have that ambition. Crown Prince, please tell Emperor Qin and the other clan leaders that I must disappoint them. Goddess Wang Yue's voice was gentle. The cottage is unjust and murders the innocent. Many royal lives of the Qin dynasty were lost in their hands. The Eastern Barren Territory will attack them together. Goddess, you are one of the leaders of a top force. How can you sit without doing anything? Qin Yu continued, Goddess, do not worry. To show our sincerity, we wish to have a marriage alliance. My son is dead, but there are still many excellent juniors. Coincidentally, the Moon clan chose a new virgin today. She can marry into the Qin dynasty. What do you think? The disciples of the Moon clan stared. This was Qin Yu's true motive today. He wanted to force the Moon clan to choose. As for the marriage, it was even more of a joke. They were sure that Qin Yu knew who the new virgin was. The only reason he wanted to take Hua Jiu away was to provoke Yi Futian. Relatives shouldn't be involved in these things. Hua Jiu was only a girlfriend and was also a disciple of a top force. Qin Yu's words were extremely impolite, even a bit insulting. He was clearly pressuring the Moon clan, wanting to take over them. Further, it wasn't just the Qin dynasty pressuring the Moon clan now. It was the alliance of 4 top forces. If they agreed, they would live. If they refused, they would die. The Moon clan was facing what the Lu kingdom had faced. Last time, the Qin dynasty found an excuse to attack. This time, they were even more direct. The Qin dynasty was stronger now too. They wanted to destroy 2 top forces in a row. They were so cruel. Hua Jiu gazed at Goddess Wang Yue. Obviously, she wouldn't go with Qin Yu. Goddess Wang Yue fell silent. Then she looked to Qin Yu and said, The Moon clan doesn't wish to be involved in the rivalry between the Qin dynasty and cottage. Hua Jiu is our virgin. I will ask of her opinion on the marriage. If you have nothing else to say, please return. She rejected him. All Moon clan disciples present held their breaths. An invisible force enveloped them. They knew what Goddess Wang Yue's rejection meant. It was highly possible they couldn't bear the consequences. Goddess, do you not care about justice? Qin Yu asked coldly. He scanned the others and said, I believe that not everyone in the Moon clan is as confused as Goddess Wang Yue. Does anyone wish to accomplish something great with the Qin dynasty? Many hearts trembled. Before the Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu kingdom, they'd separated many lords and officials of the Lu kingdom. Apparently, those traitors were in charge of the current Lu kingdom. Now, Qin Yu clearly wanted to attack the Moon clan. He asked who wished to follow them to divide them. Junior sister, the crown prince's words aren't completely illogical, someone suddenly said. It was Yan Feihong, leader of the Qianyue Pavilion, master of Chu Yaoyao. Her status was very high. She was Goddess Wang Yue's senior sister. Goddess Wang Yue gazed at Yan Feihong, her eyes turning cold. Yan Feihong's eyes flitted away. She didn't dare meet Goddess Wang Yue's eyes. Though she was older, her junior sister was more excellent and had a very decisive personality. However, faced with the Qin dynasty's pressure, the Moon Clan had no other choices. She had to think for herself. Senior Yen knows how valuable justice is. People like you should be the leader of the Moon Clan, Qin Yu said. Anyone else? Shut up, Goddess Wang Yue said coldly to Qin Yu. As soon as she spoke, the air turned chillier. Qin Yu's smile froze. He stared down at Goddess Wang Yue. He grasped the dragon spear, and a dragon's image wrapped around the tip. Goddess Wang Yue stood up. Her robes fluttered without any wind. She wasn't young, but she only looked around 30 years old. Her aura was cold and cool. She had once been the beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory, but she was still single now. Qin Yu, how did you feel to be whipped like a dog by the cottage's second disciple at the foot of Sky Mountain? Goddess Wang Yue mocked. The one who killed your son is Yi Futian of the cottage. You don't dare go to him, so you come to flaunt your power here. Don't you think it is embarrassing for someone so cowardly to become the king of the Eastern Barren Territory? Since they would fight, there was no need to be polite. As the goddess Wang Yue, she was as pure as jade, but this didn't mean that she was soft. Chapter 368, Sister-in-Law. Chapter 368, Sister-in-Law in the silence. Only Goddess Wang Yue's voice could be heard. Qin Yu froze, but then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People of the Moon Clan were also stunned. They didn't expect that their gentle and beautiful fairy would scold Qin Yu in such a tone, but her emotional outburst was understandable. The Qin dynasty was really rude and unreasonable. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory all knew the dispute between the Qin dynasty and the cottage. But the Qin dynasty had been balking at confronting with the cottage. They knocked down the Lu Kingdom only to show their strength. Now they planned to get the Moon Clan involved in this dispute. The air grew oppressive. Qin Yu and Goddess Wang Yue gazed at each other coldly. Some people came from the Moon Tower and descended beside the ferry. Though the head of the Moon Clan, Goddess Wang Yue's seniority in the clan was not very high. Among those comers, many were her seniors. It is surprising to know that Goddess Wang Yue is so resolute. Qin Yu suddenly laughed scornfully. What a shame! You have so many disciples here. Let me ask again. Whoever follows the Qin dynasty can be exempted. Qin Yu glanced at the crowd. Many wavered. Yan Feihong stepped forward and spoke up. I would like to follow the Qin dynasty. Would anyone like to join me? Hearing her words, many people rose up, including a few talented disciples. Master Yan. Chu Yaoyao looked at Yan Feihong in disappointment. Yan Feihong, does the Moon Clan not treat you well? An old lady questioned her coldly. Senior, this is the only way out. Going against the trend is no good for the Moon Clan. Can you persuade them? I don't want to see them die. Yan Feihong responded. Good. At least I know what kind of people you are now. When the clan is in danger, you cower and even betray the clan. There's no need for such kind of people to stay anymore. Goddess Wang Yue didn't care about the betrayal. She looked at her people and sighed. As the head of the Moon Clan, I always choose to stay away from the chaotic of the Eastern Barren Territory. But there are always some people who just want to provoke me. You know this is inevitable. Why do you still choose this way? In the air, Qin Yu held his threatening long spear in hand. The long spear spun, and Dragon's roar was heard. Qin Yu, you think you are the smartest in the Eastern Barren Territory? No, others just won't do it in your ways. You want us to get involved in this war. Okay, I'll satisfy you, Goddess Wang Yue said apathetically. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, Fuyun Sword Clan and the Royal Xian Temple had allied. The cottage was their only concern. The Moon Clan was so rebellious. In that case, he would exterminate this rebellious clan. The long spear emitted blazing golden light in the air. Numerous mighty dragons surrounded Qin Yu. Suddenly, some soaring sharp sword will appeared beside him. Obviously, the Qin dynasty was not the only comer. It seems that both the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple chose to be loyal dogs. How pathetic it is! Goddess Wang Yue scorned. She distinguished the 3 lords of the Fuyun Sword Clan as well as the 3 heads of the Royal Xian Temple. With them, Qin Yu was definitely a far more powerful force than what the Lu Kingdom had confronted with before. It was obvious that the Qin dynasty had learned a lesson from the fight with the Lu Kingdom. At that time, if Emperor Lu was not absent, Qin Yu's group might not have defeated the Lu Kingdom so easily. All the disciples of the Moon Clan could feel the predicament they were in. At this time, Goddess Wang Yue rose into the sky. An enormous Kunping appeared behind her, overshadowing the sky. When the Kunping appeared, an extremely icy breath rolled over. All the steam in the air liquefied into a substantial rain. A rainstorm suddenly came to the Moon Clan. The Kunping was Goddess Wang Yue's life spirit. With her life spirit had grown very mighty and condensed into substantial giant Kunping. Since Kunpangs evolved from fish, they had both strong spells of wind and water. Goddess Wang Yue was at the top of the noble plane, almost becoming a sage. Controlling the forces of nature, like rain and wind, was very easy to her. A crescent moon loomed behind the ferry at this time, reflecting the vast space like an ancient mirror. This was her second life spirit. It's the moon mirror. Qin Yu looked at that dharma that included the Moon Clan's heirloom. The moon mirror was the origin of the Moon Clan's name. The moon mirror was a sage-level ritual implement. Every top force's creation had a story. The thriving of the Lu Kingdom was because of the Saint Turtle, whereas the Moon Clan became a top force because of this ritual implement. Be careful. Let me fight with her, Qin Yu said seriously. Goddess Wang Yue with the moon mirror was a great threat to him. Though not having been in a battle for a long while, Goddess Wang Yue was known to be best at a 1 versus many fight. Right now, Goddess Wang Yue looked more beautiful and extraordinary like a snow goddess. Her beautiful cold eyes peered at the sky, and then beams of moonlight swept through behind her. Raindrops in the air were all frozen into ice. In an instant, extremely cold air covered this place. The world turned snow-white. The dragons around Qin Yu growled. Their enormous bodies gradually froze. The strong cultivators on dragons also felt their mentality froze. Soon, their bodies were turned into ice sculptures. This was Ice Sorrow, a spell mixing cold ice spell with spiritual energy. Qin Yu's body emitted the sharp aura of the gold attribute. He rode his dragon and rushed downward. He slashed the spear down. Those dragons around him were covered with snow, but still moved on. Qin Yu rushed toward the fairy-like gold lightning. Among the people here, only he was at the same level as Goddess Wang Yue. The masters from the Fuyun Sword Clan and the Royal Xian Temple were all weaker. Without the help of a sage-level ritual implement, others couldn't be Goddess Wang Yue's match at all. Qin Yu had to deal with this himself. Though they had the advantage in number, Goddess Wang Yue could still very possibly win with the ritual implement. Qin Yu was good at martial arts, while Goddess Wang Yue only cultivated sorcery. To get closer to her would definitely be best for Qin Yu. The Kunpeng rushed toward the dragon. Goddess Wang Yue gazed at Qin Yu. The moon behind her melted with the ritual implement and sent blazing lights toward Qin Yu. Trembling, Qin Yu held his mentality, and a suit of resplendent armor appeared on his body. The freezing attributes couldn't stop him anymore. He rushed down toward the ferry. At this time, a pair of ice wings appeared behind Goddess Wang Yue, like the Kunping's wings. She gathered the attribute of wind, and then a violent tornado moved toward Chinyu. She quickly rose up higher at an amazing speed. Chinyu ripped apart the tornado. He glanced at the fairy up in the sky and sneered. Goddess Wang Yue was good at the wind attribute. Of course, he couldn't catch up with her. But if the fairy chose to escape, she couldn't protect others. They would be killed. Bang! An extremely keen intent burst out. A glaring golden light fell down and covered the whole Moon Clan. At this moment, all people of the Moon Clan were terrified. Goddess Wang Yue was the only one that could confront Chinyu. At this time, on another battleground, a strong cultivator of the Royal Xian Temple went down to Huajiu. Huajiu's face changed a little. With wind sorcery, she escaped, but the enemy in the noble plain. How could she escape? She was caught soon. Suddenly, a glaring light came from afar. It was as fast as lightning. Even the air was quaking. Whoosh! The noble who caught Huajiu was split into two. That glaring light stopped and stayed above Huajiu's head. A shrill sound was heard from the light, and a horrible image loomed. It was Broadsword Will. Seeing there was still someone rushing toward Huajiu, that Broadsword Will turned into lightning again and split the comber. Blood splashed in the air. Those coming noble cultivators were killed one by one. Then the Broadsword Will rushed toward Chinyu. He waved his long spear and pierced toward the lightning. The lightning was diminished, but Chinyu's face paled. In the Eastern Barren Territory, only one person could send such violent broadsword will. He turned around and peered at the distance. A figure in black stepped out. He moved slowly, but it only took him several steps to the battlefield. The person looked at Huajiu, but Huajiu hadn't figured out what had just happened. The man in black had just saved her, but she didn't know who he was. How was he so powerful? His appearance stopped the battle abruptly, but naturally. "My sister-in-law, are you okay?" The man in black smiled at Huajiu. Huajiu blinked. Sister-in-law? She quickly figured out the comber status. Since she was his sister-in-law, he must be a disciple of the cottage. Among the disciples of the cottage, only one person was good at the broadsword. Thinking of this, Huajiu smiled. She didn't expect that Futian's senior brother would come. "My greetings, Senior Sword Saint." Huajiu bowed slightly. The Sword Saint was a legend of the Eastern Barren Territory. "Senior Sword Saint." The Sword Saint shook his head with a smile. "I'm Futian's senior brother. You can call me that too." "Oh." Huajiu nodded slightly and called, "Senior brother." "Good." The Sword Saint nodded slightly and looked at Goddess Wang Yue. Goddess Wang Yue floated in the air. She looked at the Sword Saint and said, "It seems that you were right. Though our teacher is busy, he is always concerned with us," the Sword Saint said. After the bell on Sky Mountain tolled, and all forces went back, the teacher found him and asked him to visit the Moon Clan. Actually, he had been living below the Moon Clan's mountain for a few days. Goddess Wang Yue had met him before. The Moon Clan didn't want to get involved. He respected her choice, so he just lived there. Chapter 369, Move Clan. Chapter 369. Move Clan Chinyu and the other strong cultivators looked at the Sword Saint with uncomfortable expressions. They'd brought people from 4 top forces, overestimating the Moon Clan's power. But they didn't expect that the Sword Saint would be here too. They had strength in numbers, but the top force determined everything. If either the Sword Saint or Goddess Wang Yue went after Chinyu, no one could stop the other. The Sword Saint had killed countless nobles with a bit of broadsword will. "Goddess Wang Yue," Chinyu said coldly, "you didn't want to enter the battle because you've already become allied with the cottage." Goddess Wang Yue gazed at him coldly. The Sword Saint had chatted with her before. She didn't wish to enter the storm and wanted to stay neutral. However, the Sword Saint didn't like this. He thought that the Qin dynasty would come. And just as he'd predicted, the Sword Saint really did come. She couldn't even take a step back. If she didn't agree, her clan would be destroyed. In that case, she could only join the battle. Their safety is on you. Goddess Wangyue looked down. Her life spirit flashed, shining onto Chinyu. He was instantly isolated. A cold intent seeped into his bones. The spell Ice Sorrow was cast again. This time it was targeted at Chinyu alone instead of the group. Chinyu felt his spiritual energy about to be frozen. Both his senses and movements slowed down. Iciness attacked him, about to cover his body. Dazzling golden light shone. His body seemed to turn to gold like he was a god of war. Endless light shot through everything, roaring in the world of ice and snow, tearing the iciness. Goddess Wangyue reached out, closing her eyes. The entire world seemed to slow. Boom! A shocking windstorm was born. A boundless hurricane enveloped her and Chinyu. If one looked down from the air, they would see a vortex of wind. Goddess Wangyue melded into the windstorm and circled around Chinyu incredibly fast. Chinyu held his dragon spear in preparation. He was a powerful martial arts cultivator and had extreme power. However, Goddess Wangyue was a pure sorcerer. She couldn't fight him directly. That horrible windstorm spun crazily. Chinyu felt that he was spinning with the air too. He couldn't see the outside world clearly. The Moon Clan looked up to the windstorm. It could destroy everything and rip this clan apart. But now, it rose up into the air, leaving the Moon Clan. It was clear that Goddess Wangyue was worried this wild battle would hurt her disciples. For someone at the pinnacle like Chinyu, no one could stop him if he wanted to kill. She could only move the battleground. As for the Moon Clan, she handed it to the Sword Saint. She clearly trusted him more than she trusted herself. She believed the Sword Saint could protect the Moon Clan more. Thus, she brought Chinyu away. The Sword Saint looked up to the sky. Broadsword will fill the sky, coming out of his body and going in many directions. Gradually, the entire air was sliced by them. Die, he uttered coldly. As soon as he spoke, those beams of broadsword were transformed into bolts of lightning. They shot across the sky. Dragons roared, the broadsword will cut, and the dragons were split apart, crying out. Powerful nobles used their spells to fight back, but the broadsword will seemed undefeatable. There were various squelches. People in the sky were continuously sliced. They couldn't fight back at all. Sorcery and sword light cut towards the Sword Saint and the Moon Clan at the same time. Stand there and don't move, the Sword Saint said to the Moon Clan disciples who wanted to fight. He shot into the air, grasping a bit of broadsword wool, cutting through the air. The broadsword intent used his body as the core and spread out. Instantly, a dazzling broadsword enchantment shone in his surroundings. Endless sorcery and sword light shone down, trying to destroy the enchantment. Just then, beams of sword light descended like lightning. It drowned everything, almost breaking the air as it went straight to the Sword Saint. These were from the leaders of the Futian sword clan. The Sword Saint looked, but didn't move. Beams of sword will cut down, blasting on his body. However, terrifying broadsword light flowed across his body, almost transforming into solid armor. Sharp sword aura descended but couldn't cut through the armor. There was a huge difference between someone almost in the sage plane and at the pinnacle of the noble plane. Retreat, the leaders of the Futian sword clan said. They knew that even if they had more people, the Sword Saint was enough by himself, even if he had to protect the Moon Clan too. People retreated hurriedly, soaring into the sky. I'd warned you at the Qin dynasty last time. Since you didn't listen, why don't you stay now? The Sword Saint said. The broadsword enchantment around him shrieked and transformed into boundless light. It broke through the air, chasing after the escaping figures. Hurry! Someone yelled. They were fast, but the broadsword was faster. It streaked across the sky, destroying all defensive spells. Many people became helpless. They watched the broadsword will descend and cut through their bodies. Faced with this sage broadsword light, they couldn't fight back at all. Only the leaders of the Futian sword clan could block the attack. But then, the sword saint's body seemed to transform into light. He was even faster than the broadsword will. Reaching out his right hand, dazzling light consolidated into a blade. "No!" someone yelled in fear when he saw the sword saint. However, the man didn't charge at him. He just walked past and had the person. He wasn't the only one. When the sword saint walked past those escaping, blood would bloom in the sky. The strong cultivator with Chu Yao Yao twisted his features. Just as he wanted to kill Chu Yao Yao, the sword light descended. His dragon was killed, and then it fell upon him. Chu Yao Yao fell down with the destroyed dragon's corpse. Looking at the sword saint who passed her, she felt reverence. With his sword, the nobles were like ants. He was so powerful. She thought she would die today. She didn't expect that she would be saved by Yi Futian's senior brother. Of course, she knew that the sword saint wasn't here for her. He was here for Yi Futian's lover. Hua Ji was at the Moon Clan. Dazzling sword light bloomed in the air, accompanied by fearful begs for forgiveness. Chu Yao Yao fell through the sky. She felt indescribable emotions as she looked up at that scene. Below her, the Moon Clan also saw that dazzling light. The sky seemed to be sliced apart. They felt yearning. Was this a truly top battle? A single man could destroy an entire army. "Yan Fei Hong," a cold voice said. Then figures flashed, flying towards Yan Fei Hong. The sword saint didn't kill her. This was the private matter of the Moon Clan, so the clan would solve it. Yan Fei Hong's face paled instantly. She looked to the furious crowd around her. "I was thinking for the Moon Clan too. Was I wrong?" she asked. The clan leader knew that the sword saint was here. "Why didn't she tell us?" "I knew," an old woman said. "I saw the clan leader with the sword saint. He guessed that the Qin dynasty might attack the Moon Clan and asked for our opinion. The clan leader didn't wish to be involved. The sword saint was fair and respected our choice. However, he didn't leave, preparing to fight the Qin dynasty. If they didn't come, none of this would happen. If more people knew about this and the Qin dynasty heard about it, we would be forced to enter. Stop wasting time with her. Wait for the clan leader to return and punish her," others said. Yan Fei Hong's face was pale. In the air, the sword saint killed everyone and rose up again, going to another battlefield. He saw Goddess Wang Yue in the sky, but Qin Yu wasn't there. "He escaped," Goddess Wang Yue said. "He must have known that it would be dangerous once you were free, so he gave up." "Yes." The sword saint nodded. "Qin, you had saintly ritual implements too. It would be hard for Goddess Wang Yue to keep him here. Thank you." After all, the cottage and Moon Clan didn't have much of a relationship. "You're welcome. The Qin dynasty is working with everyone to attack the cottage. Helping you is helping the cottage," the sword saint said as they returned to the Moon Clan. "However, the Moon Clan won't be safe anymore," he continued. Goddess Wang Yue knew this too. She gazed at the green mountains and smiled bitterly. "Since the Qin dynasty is forcing the Moon Clan to choose, there's nothing else I can say. Is there room on Book Mountain?" "Welcome." The sword saint nodded with a smile. Looking down at the people, Goddess Wang Yue said, "You have all seen what happened. There is no need for me to speak further. I will move the clan to Book Mountain. If anyone wishes to leave and stay away from this storm, I will not force you. Those who wish to go, please gather your belongings and get ready to leave." The Moon Clan was in an uproar, but they understood that their leader was helpless. They had no other choices. If not for the sword saint, the Moon Clan would have either gone to the Qin dynasty or been destroyed. Chapter 370. Wife. Chapter 370. Wife, Book Mountain, the cottage. On the ancient summit, surrounded by clouds, there was a patch of emerald green grass, on which a handsome figure was sitting quietly. Beside him there was a pile of books. The person was reading a book in silence at the moment. On a huge boulder not far behind him, an elder was lying down quietly. He was holding a wine pot in his hand, from which he would take a sip every now and then. He looked extremely leisurely. The two were obviously Yi Futian and his master, Mr. Du. After finishing the book, Yi Futian closed his eyes. Immediately, spiritual qi around him resonated. Wind whizzed in the sky, and the entire atmosphere turned tense. Accompanied by ear-piercing noises, many sharp wind blades appeared in space which seemed to be interwoven in a messy manner. They swept forward, and even space itself seemed to be entangled. More amazingly, the wind blades which were charging forward slowly converged together, eventually forming a straight line. Boom! A loud noise erupted. A low mountain in the distance was cleaved into two pieces at the middle. The crack was as thin as a line and was hardly noticeable. The wind elemental spell was as sharp as a sword. Yi Futian opened his eyes, after which he started reading another book. "Master! Little brother, mealtime!" someone shouted from the distance. Yi Futian put down the book and turned his head. He saw Beitang Xinger walking towards him with a lunchbox. The old man on the huge boulder stood up. Smiling, he said, "Six, what good food is there today?" "Master, take a look yourself." Beitang Xinger jumped onto the boulder and opened the lunchbox. Then she took out the rice and dishes. At once, the aroma of food spread out. Yi Futian also stood up and approached Beitang Xinger, feeling somewhat hungry. The old man glanced at Yi Futian and said lazily, "Who asked you to stop?" "Master, I have been practicing for quite long and feel really hungry now," Yi Futian said, feeling wronged. "Furthermore, I am almost done learning all the spells." "Oh, Xinger, later go to the book cave and pick some more spells for your brother to cultivate," the old man said, grinning. "Some more?" Yi Futian said with a long face, "Master, these spells are all quite ordinary and not very useful. Moreover, they're not very hard to learn." "Kid, what do you know? Reading a book is cultivation. It can allow you to find your true self. Just like the saying, the meaning of a book will become clear if you read it 100 times. You only know so few spells so far, and yet you claim that these are useless. Since you have decided to become a sorcerer, you must be adept at least 3,000 spells. Otherwise, don't call yourself a cottage disciple," Mr. Du said emotionlessly, but his hands had already started moving. As he ate and drank, he continued, "It's a rare chance that I am back and I am using all my time on your cultivation. You don't know how much your brothers and sisters envy you. Master, I am willing to give this opportunity to them." Yi Futian was almost going to cry. 3,000 spells? I might as well die. Is this old guy going to ask me to cultivate all the spells in the book cave? I will die. Revenge, this is certainly revenge. No way. You are the youngest. I have taught all your brothers and sister before, so I cannot be biased. I am a man with principles," the old man said in a serious tone. "It's fine. I don't mind," Yi Futian said. "All right then. 6. In the future, you will copy books with him. After your fourth brother started copying books, he has learned many spells." "I think that it's really helpful," the old man said casually. "Master, I'm wrong. I will continue to cultivate spells," Yi Futian cried. Beitang Xinger giggled, looking very charming. She looked at Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, come and eat. The dishes are getting cold." "Thank you, Sister Xinger." Yi Futian was touched. The two sisters were really good to him. "Little brother, you should stop complaining." Second sister and third brother are all hoping that the master can spend more time teaching them. Beitang Xinger served the dishes to Yi Futian. Smiling gently, she continued, "Only after you learn many spells can you merge them and be an expert. You are talented in all elements, so you should naturally make full use of it. When you understand all spells, you can do whatever you want. You can cast spells simply with a thought. Listen to her." You are already not young. I really wonder how you used to cultivate in the past. Xinger is younger than you, but she knows more than you. You are really hopeless. Luckily, you have met me, Mr. Du said as he ate. Yi Futian felt speechless. Just now, Mr. Du called him kid, and now he said that Yi Futian was not young. I am only repeating what you have taught me, Beitang Xing said. Yi Futian sighed. He felt unlucky that he had such a master. From the distance, Yi Shaoshi also walked over. Noticing that Yi Futian and the master were eating together, he looked at Yi Futian in envy. It seemed indeed that fat people had no rights. Fat boy, what is it? The old man asked. Cough, cough. Yi Futian coughed and glanced at Yi Shaoshi. This nickname was fantastic. Yi Shaoshi widened his eyes at Yi Futian. He was brought to the cottage when he was young, and since then the master had been calling him Fat Boy. What could he do? Was it his mistake to be fat? Master, Goddess Wangyue had brought the disciples of Moon Clan here. She wants to see you, Yi Shaoshi said. Didn't your big brother come back as well? The old man asked. Nope. I think he should have returned to Sword Saint Mountain to prepare, Yi Shaoshi replied. At the moment, the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely unstable, so even Sword Saint Mountain was unsafe. Therefore, he naturally had to gather everyone together. Book Mountain was undoubtedly the safest place. Both the cottage and the college were situated here. The only place that Qin dynasty did not yet dare to attack was Book Mountain. Otherwise, they would have made their attack long ago. They were clearly not very confident. Beside them, Yi Futian's eyes glittered. Goddess Wangyue had led all the Moon Clan disciples here, so something bad must have happened in Moon Clan. The master indeed had some foresight. Qin dynasty still touched Moon Clan after all. However, since Big Brother had been ambushing there, Qin dynasty must have paid a huge price this time. Moon Clan was here, so obviously Ji was as well. I'm full. Master, I'll go and take a look. Yi Futian dashed out. Have your cultivation ended? The old man roared. Master, what are you saying? Yi Futian replied, but he was already very far away. Humph, easy. Didn't you say that you don't know cultivation? Then come and chase me. Look at how much he values his girlfriend over his master. Why did 3 take in such a disciple for me? The old man remarked, speechless. I totally agree. I think he should get some punishment. Yi Shaoshi added oil to the fire. All right. Fat boy, you can cultivate with him, the old man said casually. Yi Shaoshi immediately kept quiet. Ask your second sister to go. I'll go and chat with my senior, the old man said, after which he turned around and left. Yi Shaoshi nodded and went back. At the entrance of Book Mountain, the huge square was filled with beauties of various kinds. There were so many charming ladies that even the entrance to Book Mountain was blocked. This was definitely a feast to the eyes of the college disciples. Countless people from the college had come here after receiving the news and were enjoying the sight. So many beauties. I heard that in the future, the members of Moon Clan are going to cultivate on Book Mountain. I think so. I wonder if the chief is going to agree. Obviously, he is going to agree. My mountain has a lot of empty space and can accommodate many of them. Same for my mountain. The entrance of Book Mountain became extremely lively. The members of the college were almost going to drool. The scene before them was too beautiful and dazzling. In the college, there were far more male disciples than female disciples, so they had never seen such a large group of pure beauties. They felt that they were already in heaven. It's my first time seeing Goddess Wangyue. She indeed deserves the name of goddess, so pure and ethereal. That's the virgin of Moon Clan, Chu Yao Yao. She is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. And there, so many beauties. Who is that? Everyone turned to look in a particular direction. Not far behind Goddess Wangyue, there was a lady who was about 19 years old. She was even prettier than Chu Yao Yao. Her face was stunning and flawless, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was as exquisite as an elf. Yeah, who is that? Why have I never heard about her before? She is even more beautiful than Chu Yaoyao, so why is she not one of the top 3 beauties? Many people started discussing. The college disciples Tang Yi was also among the crowd. Knowing obviously who that lady was, he said, "She is Hua Jiu." Hua Jiu seldom showed up in the Eastern Barren Territory, so not many knew her. Therefore, although her look was gorgeous, she was not as famous. Hua Jiu, many people muttered. Then they suddenly thought of a person. Hua Jiu, Yi Futian's girlfriend. It seemed that they would not stand a chance at all. Suddenly, a person arrived at the place from the distance. Yi Futian landed on the ground and similarly felt somewhat dazzled. "Greetings, goddess." Yi Futian bowed at goddess Wang Yue, who was in front of the rest. "I have heard your name many times." "Indeed, you look extraordinary," goddess Wang Yue said, smiling. She was being honest. Every cottage disciple was incredibly talented. Yi Futian was not yet 20, and yet his name had spread to every corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even Qin Li died to him. His future was certainly going to be bright and grand. "Goddess, you flatter me." Yi Futian scratched his head as if he was feeling embarrassed. Then he said softly, "I'm here to see my wife." "Wife." Goddess Wang Yue blinked. Then she smiled and turned around to look at Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu's face blushed at once as she noticed that many people around her were staring at her. She widened her eyes at Yi Futian. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Yi Futian walked into the crowd and approached Hua Jiu. Smiling, he said, "Jiu, I miss you so much." "Hey, do you think that we are non-existent?" Yunro, whom Yi Futian knew, said smiling, "Sister, in the future we will be a single family." Yi Futian grinned and looked at her, causing many Moon Clan members to laugh. Then he reached out his hand towards Hua Jiu's hand. Hua Jiu dodged slightly, but then she allowed him to grab her hand. Another wave of uproarious talk and laughter erupted. What an animal! Seeing the scene, countless college disciples could feel their hearts bleeding. Suddenly, another group of people arrived at the place. It was Zhuge Hui and the rest. Zhuge Hui glanced at Yi Futian and smiled. This guy really could not keep a low profile. Chapter 371 Roar of the College Chief. Chapter 371 Roar of the College Chief. Noticing the scene before her, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly. 1 year ago, she was still the genius of Moon Clan and really stood out among her peers. After knowing Qin Li, she had the chance to become the future masteress of Qin dynasty. However, as fate would have it, she fell in love with Yi Futian. Now, Hua Jiu had replaced her as the Virgin of Moon Clan, and in addition, the entire Moon Clan came to the college. Hua Jiu naturally took away all the attention that had once belonged to her. Thinking about this, Chu Yaoyao felt somewhat lost. Of course, nobody would care about her feelings at the moment. When Yi Futian appeared beside Hua Jiu, she, one of the top 3 beauties, was almost non-existent. In the sky, Zhuge Hui smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Then she landed on the ground and said to goddess Wang Yue, "Welcome to the college." "Excuse us for troubling you," goddess Wang Yue said. "Master has gone to see the college chief." "Goddess, what are your plans?" Zhuge Hui asked. Mr. Du had gone to the college chief's place to discuss how they should handle the people from the Moon Clan. After all, Moon Clan was a large force, and its disciples were no fewer in number than the college. "I'll wait for Mr. Du's opinions," goddess Wang Yue said. Actually, Moon Clan was asking the college for help this time, so she would not request for anything else. However, the style of the college was completely different from the Qin dynasty. One could easily see this from Sword Saint's attitude. Goddess Wang Yue had seen for herself how Zhuge Hui dealt with Qin Yu at the foot of Sky Mountain. This second disciple of the cottage was indeed an arrogant lady. However, at the moment she looked very mild, unlike Chinyu, who was always supercilious. "All right, I will stay here and accompany you," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. Suddenly Yi Futian shouted, "Sister." Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at him when Yi Futian said shyly, "Sister, can you help me to tell the master something?" Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Zhuge Hui immediately knew what he was thinking of. Grinning, she said, "Go and talk to the master yourself." Yi Futian had an ominous feeling. Will that old guy agree? He thought. Zhuge Hui widened her eyes at Yi Futian and said, "Did you make the master angry? Don't worry. The master will still agree to such a small request." "Thank you, sister." Yi Futian gave a bright smile. With these words from Zhuge Hui, he would not worry anymore. If that old guy did not agree, he would go and disturb second sister. The people from Moon Clan looked at Huaju in jealousy. It seemed like Jiyu was going to cultivate in the cottage. It was indeed good to have a relationship with Yi Futian. Anyhow, Huaju was the virgin of Moon Clan at the moment, so it would be a good thing for her to cultivate under Mr. Du. The first mountain in the college was also the highest summit on Book Mountain. On this particular summit, many ancient palaces stood within the clouds, producing an ethereal view. There were many wonderful caves there, all of which were blessed spots for cultivation. As the first mountain in the college, the facilities here were of the highest standards. Spiritual qi was abundant, and there were many matrices on the summit, unlike the cottage, which was very simple. Before a pavilion on the first mountain, there were two people. One of them was an elder in gray robes who had an outstanding temperament. He had long hair and a beard and looked divine. Beside him, there was a handsome young man. He was a disciple of the first mountain by Li Shu. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Senior." Then an old man wearing simple clothes walked in directly and shouted at the elder in gray robes, "Senior, it has been many years. You still look energetic." The elder in gray robes glanced at the person who had just entered. With a cold face, he replied emotionlessly, "Do you still remember my existence? What a rare sight." The elder in gray robes was the college chief, and the person who had just arrived was obviously Mr. Du, Senior. "What do you mean?" "When I am outside, I often think about you," Mr. Du said. "Is it?" The college chief still looked cold as he continued, "If so, why are you only visiting me now when you have returned a while ago? Is it because of Moon Clan?" "I came here to visit you. Moon Clan is only a trivial, secondary matter," Mr. Du said. "Huh." The college chief sneered. "Master, uncle, I'll leave first." Suddenly, Li Shu bowed at Mr. Du, after which he left the place. The resentment between his master and Mr. Du had existed for a long time. He did not know the exact reasons, but it was definitely something he should not get involved into. Furthermore, Mr. Du had always been very mysterious and would very rarely appear in the first mountain. Even he had only seen Mr. Du for a few times. "Senior, in these few years the first mountain is becoming grander and more gorgeous, but I think you have too few disciples. It'll be better to have more people here," Mr. Du said softly. "I have enough disciples here. In fact, how many people are there in the cottage?" "I think you will have no problems taking in an entire clan," the college chief sneered. Mr. Du had gathered the members of Moon Clan and wanted to give him everyone. "Senior, you know that I am lazy and not in the college most of the time. There are so many beautiful young girls here, and I don't want to delay their cultivation. You are the ruler of Book Mountain, so naturally you will arrange everyone from Moon Clan. I believe that with your words, all the mountain elders will cooperate as well," Mr. Du said. "Moreover, we have a common enemy today. Senior, you cannot disappoint them." "All right, then we will distribute them equally onto the 9 mountains." The college chief stared at Mr. Du since the cottage did not want to take in disciples. He would give some people to them by force. "No way. You have no idea what kind of people my disciples are. Their mouths are sweet, and they are good-looking and talented. They are just too outstanding, so something bad will happen. Don't count the cottage in, Mr. Dew said, waving his hand. The college chief stared coldly at Mr. Dew and said angrily, "Are the disciples in my first mountain not outstanding?" "Senior, don't get angry. It's bad for you," Mr. Dew advised. "Senior, then it's all settled. Moon Clan is also a top force, and many great girls can cultivate with college disciples together in the future. They can have friendly fights with each other and improve as a whole. It will certainly motivate college disciples to work harder. You should organize a friendly competition once in a while. It will definitely be more effective than in the past." Wait, who agreed that it's all settled? The beard of the college chief danced in the air. He could not tolerate this anymore. "Senior, if you insist on this, I'll get angry," Mr. Dew said, grinning. Seeing his expression, the college chief was even more furious. He said coldly, "So what?" "I am really angry." Mr. Dew's smile grew brighter. You. The college chief pointed his finger at Mr. Dew and said coldly, "Scram." "Then it's all settled." Mr. Dew smiled in satisfaction, after which he turned around and left. "This is too much." The college chief's beard danced with the wind. It was ridiculous. "Oh, yeah." Mr. Dew suddenly stopped. Turning around, he added, "My eldest disciple will also bring the people from Sword St. Mountain here. Senior, you should also help to organize them at that time. The people from these three forces can have exchanges and improve together. For the college, I have also spent much time and effort." After he finished, he turned around and left casually. "Why don't you die outside that year?" the college chief roared, unable to control his anger. The people from Moon Clan, Sword St. Mountain, and the college would be gathered together. There would be so many more issues for him to settle. That bastard, he can continue to drink and sleep in the cottage. Also, why do I have to manage the people of his eldest disciple? And his few disciples have never put the college in their hearts. "Bai Lishu!" the college chief shouted. Bai Lishu appeared beside him in a flash and said, "Master." He did not know why his master was so furious. It seemed that Mr. Dew had enraged him again. "Go tell the few mountain elders to go down together and welcome the people from Moon Clan. Then distribute them into the few mountains," the college chief said angrily. "Master, how do we distribute them?" Bai Lishu asked. "Settle it yourself." The college chief swung his sleeves and left. Bai Lishu gave a bitter smile as he shook his head. He was so innocent. Book Mountain became busy again. The college disciples were all very excited. The members of Moon Clan were actually really distributed to the various mountains. In any case, the number of people who went to Mountain Elder Zhu Qing's mountain was the largest. After all, Zhu Qing was a lady and there were many female disciples under her, while all the disciples from Moon Clan were female. Chu Yaoyao chose that mountain as well. The other disciples also chose the most suitable mountain for them one after another. Although they felt somewhat awkward, they also anticipated cultivating with college disciples as they could have exchanges with each other and improve together. Book Mountain became lively. On the other hand, Goddess Wang Yue went to the cottage along with Zhuge Hui. Yi Futian and Hua Ji were obviously with them as well. In the cottage, after Goddess Wang Yue saw Mr. Dew, she saluted and said, "Greetings, Mr. Dew." She saluted him like she was a junior. Even though rumors in the Eastern Barren Territory claimed that Mr. Dew could not cultivate, the first three disciples of the cottage were all at the same level as her. This legendary Mr. Dew should clearly be respected. In addition, she was quite young, so it was all right for her to salute to a senior. You don't have to be so polite. You can treat Book Mountain like your home and do not have to be so restricted. Just behave like you are in Moon Clan, Mr. Dew said, smiling. "All right." Goddess Wang Yue nodded gently. "Mr. Dew, after the disturbance in the Eastern Barren Territory, don't worry. The college is not Qin Dynasty, and I also do not want to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. You don't need to think so much. Just take it like you're being a guest on Book Mountain for a while. Furthermore, you have also met with my eldest disciple. He will bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. My second and third disciples are also doing fine with their cultivation. When you have the chance, you can chat with them. You can come to the cottage at any time without restriction, Mr. Du said. Thank you. Mr. Du, Goddess Wang Yue stopped worrying. It seemed that Mr. Du indeed had no intentions of ruling the Eastern Barren Territory. Jiu, come and meet the master, Yi Futian suddenly said. Hua Jiu nodded gently and said to Mr. Du, I am Hua Jiu. Greetings, master. Mr. Du smiled and stared at Yi Futian, who smiled back nervously and scratched his head. Master, can Jiu stay in the cottage and cultivate? Yi Futian asked. You have already asked her to call me master. How can I reject? Mr. Du widened his eyes at Yi Futian. Then he looked at Hua Jiu and said, Girl, in the future, you can cultivate with me just like him. Meanwhile, you can help me to keep an eye on him. No problem. Hua Jiu nodded, smiling, after which she stared at Yi Futian with a proud look. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Whose master was this, after all? Chapter 372, Training. Chapter 372, Training after Moon Clan. Sword Saint Mountain also shifted entirely to Book Mountain. The whole Eastern Barren Territory was astonished by this. As the two large forces moved to Book Mountain, a super being was born on Book Mountain. One formed from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. More importantly, the Moon Clan was forced by Qin Dynasty to move. Just like what happened on Book Mountain, Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shan Temple had also officially shifted to Qin Dynasty. Clearly, these two forces knew that it would be a disaster for them should the cottage send Sword Saint to attack their clans, just like what Qin Yu had done to the Lu Kingdom. How could they not guard against this? At the same time, the Qin Dynasty had sent many people to watch over the places outside Book Mountain and in the ancient Barren Territory to prevent the college from attacking them or Donghua clan suddenly. The Eastern Barren Territory had entered an era where the two superforces stood opposite each other. This would be a key stage in the development of the Eastern Barren Territory. Once one of the two forces won, it would very likely become the king of the Eastern Barren Territory. The remaining three top forces, namely Qianqiu Temple, Witch Clan, and Ji family, did not dare to get involved easily. They just observed the situation carefully. Because of the Moon Clan's current situation, the Qin Dynasty would naturally not deal with them anymore. Otherwise, they would probably achieve a directly opposite effect. That time Qin Yu decided to attack Moon Clan because the four major forces had already allied and they all thought that Moon Clan would be easily defeated. In addition, Qin Yu wanted to deal with Chu Yaoyao as well as Yi Futian by dealing with Hua Jiu. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to go to the Moon Clan and eliminate them if they were disobedient. He did not expect Sword Saint to be waiting in ambush there. In that battle, a few summit lords from Futian Sword Clan and a few lords from Royal Shan Temple were killed, officially starting the prelude to the final battle. Thus, all the forces chose to shift one after another. However, after the battle in the Moon Clan, both parties turned quiet instead. There had been no fights between them since then. It was said that the Qin Dynasty was allowing the most powerful people from various forces to enter their tomb to cultivate and break through. Clearly, they wanted to end the era in a single battle. Book Mountain was also very lively. The three major forces had combined together, and interesting events were happening every day. Many young people in the college became much more motivated to cultivate. Furthermore, many people from Moon Clan were also being pursued, especially the prettier ones. The last day of the 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar approached quietly without any disturbances. In this year, too many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren Territory. The peaceful year-end drew a period to the entire year. Of course, it meant in no way that everything was ending. In the cottage, Yi Futian had not actually been spending his days in peace. He was mistreated and forced to cultivate spells every day. Luckily, Jiu had been cultivating with him at the moment. Whenever he was tired from the cultivation, he would look at her and feel much better. Who asked Jiu to be so beautiful? Master, can't I even rest on the last day of the year? Yi Futian complained to Mr. Du, who was sitting on a cliff, drinking and enjoyed the sight of the cloud sea. This is too much. You're so weak, and yet you are thinking about resting every day, the old man replied in contempt without even turning his head around. How are the spells? Master, these spells are so easy to learn. Do you not believe in my talents? Yi Futian replied in a depressing tone. Talents? You have talents, the old man said in disdain. Then he stood up slowly and walked to Yi Futian. You think that you're very outstanding? I wonder where you got that confidence. But these spells are really easy. Yi Futian argued. Tell me that you are not really planning to ask me to learn all the spells in the book cave. The old man took out a thin book from his shirt and threw it in front of Yi Futian. Since you feel those are easy, try this spell. No problem, Yi Futian nodded. Then he picked the book up and started reading. Slowly his expression changed. He stopped smiling and his look turned serious as he frowned every now and then. Hua Jiu, who was beside him, watched the scene curiously. What exactly did the master give him? After Hua Jiu arrived at the cottage, she had been cultivating under Mr. Du together with Yi Futian. Both of them were full attribute sorcerers and were also at the same level, so it was easy for Mr. Du to teach them together. Suddenly, Yi Futian raised his head. Is it really an actual spell? He asked the old man who had returned to the cliff and sat down. If you cannot do it, don't suspect it. Didn't you think that you are very good? Just like this? The old man remarked with contempt. Yi Futian widened his eyes at the old man. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Yi Futian was totally speechless. Since he started cultivating with Mr. Du, he had been humiliated every single day. Was this really his master? Although his father-in-law would also humiliate him sometimes, Mr. Du was way worse. Thinking of this, Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to read the book. Then he closed his eyes and tried to cast the spell. Wood elemental vines swept towards the sky with a splashing sound. Vaguely, there was a golden radiance attached on it, and the power of the wind was also following along. No. Yi Futian shook his head and continued to try. He failed again and again, but continued to try. Beside him, Hua Jiu took the book and read through it. Her eyes were immediately filled with surprise. Although she had heard about merging different spells and casting together, or even merging spells with martial arts, she had never seen such a spell before. Was it really possible to cast the same spell with spiritual qi of different elements simultaneously? Each type of spiritual qi existed independently of the other types. In a sorcerer's battle, he would often cast 2 spells simultaneously to increase their powers. For example, when he was casting an aggressive spell, he would attach a wind elemental spell on it to increase its speed and power, or perhaps attach the power of lightning. All these could be done rather easily. However, the spell that Mr. Du had given Yi Futian was different. The spell should be formed by condensing spiritual qi of 3 different elements together. Perhaps they would be able to do this when their levels got higher. But could this really be done by an arcana plane cultivator? Yi Futian had become totally serious, as if he was trying to beat himself. Mr. Du, on the other hand, lied down on the ground and drank his wine casually. He would occasionally glance at Yi Futian and smile to himself. After a long while, Yi Futian stopped trying. Looking at the cliff, he questioned suspiciously, Did you just give me a spell which can only be learned by a person with a level higher than the arcana plane? If you can't do it, just admit it. With only such talents, I really don't know where your arrogance came from. I wonder why I even have such a bad disciple, the old man sighed. Yi Futian gritted his teeth. This old bastard. The old man squinted his eyes. Grinning, he asked Yi Futian, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Yi Futian was cursing Mr. Du in his heart, but his face was filled with a bright smile. "That's it," the old man asked. "I know that I am not talented enough. Master, please teach me. I will tolerate this for this time. Since you know that fact, you can still be saved." The old man stood up slowly. Approaching Yi Futian, he said, "Although you are a sorcerer, you are but a beginner. You don't even know what is a real spell. Using spiritual energy to communicate with spiritual chi and combining them in a simple way would only produce the easiest spells and most useless sorcerers. Spiritual chi in the world is like different strokes. You need to combine them into characters and then turn them into a language. There are countless ways to combine them, and different combinations will produce different spells. An outstanding sorcerer is skilled at controlling every single character and can form them into various spells with ease. Therefore, you need to know thousands of spells. Only when you are familiar with them, you can be more creative or even create a new spell." The old man said slowly. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu both listened very attentively. Spiritual energy is the bridge between sorcerers and the characters. An arcana plane cultivator has already merged his will with the world and can sense his surroundings much better or resonate with spiritual chi around him. You need to be able to see all the spiritual chi characters in your mind at the instant when you release your spiritual energy. They are like the extenders to your arms and legs. Your spiritual energy will then be everywhere. With just a thought, all the characters will move. "Do you understand?" the old man asked. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were both deep in thought. They need time to digest the information and put it into practice. "Haven't you comprehended noble will already? Can't you even understand such a simple reason?" the old man added in disdain. Yi Futian was stunned. He thought about the powers contained in fire elemental noble will, where he could feel an invisible power of flame. Maybe this was similar to what the master had just said. On Turtle Mountain, he had felt an even more mysterious power. It was like the rules of the world. How about a sage? Yi Futian suddenly asked in curiosity. "Sage?" The old man looked at Yi Futian and said, "A sage can kill you with a single thought." Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. "You don't believe it? Your big brother is here. I'll ask him to let you experience the broadsword will of a half-sage." Mr. Du looked at the distance. The sword saint walked over and smiling, he said, "Master, today is the last day of the year. Are you still teaching, little brother? This guy is untalented and yet supercilious. To prevent him from causing me to lose face outside, I can only endure the tiring process of teaching him," Mr. Du sighed. "You heard me just now. Let him feel it." "All right." Sword Saint nodded and looked at Yi Futian. "Little brother, be careful." "Yup." "Big brother, please," Yi Futian nodded. Sword Saint released his will. Immediately, Yi Futian felt an endless coldness seeping into his body. He froze at the spot, not daring to move as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. At the moment, he was engulfed by broadsword will. He felt that even his body was going to be crushed under the will. If Sword Saint wanted to kill him, he did not even have to move. The feeling only continued for an instant before disappearing. In this short while, Yi Futian's back was totally wet with sweat, as if he had just returned from hell. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Mr. Du said, "Work hard and don't be lazy." Then he and Sword Saint left the place together, while Yi Futian was still standing motionlessly at the spot. In the distance, Sword Saint laughed and said, "Master, little brother is already very outstanding. Why do you have to give him an emotional blow like this? He is too arrogant and needs to learn too many things." A meaningful smile appeared on Mr. Du's face. Chapter 373. Another year. Chapter 373. Another year, Yi Futian was somewhat depressed. Since he started cultivating, he had never received such a severe emotional blow. He continued cultivating the spell given to him by his master and tried to understand what his master had said. Although he was improving slowly, he was still not close to succeeding. After a long while, he stopped and asked, "What spell did this old guy give me exactly?" "It's indeed difficult to learn. Master must be trying to upset you on purpose. Don't be discouraged." Hua Jiu gave a sweet smile. "My fox is the best." Seeing the bright smile on Hua Jiu's face, Yi Futian opened his arms and added, "Come and encourage me then." "No, I'm going to cultivate as well." Hua Jiu glanced at him, pouting prettily in embarrassment. Then she turned around and similarly tried to understand Mr. Du's words previously. What a disobedient girlfriend. Yi Futian muttered, after which he closed his eyes. Instead of continuing to cultivate spells, he started to sense his surroundings with his mind. His spiritual energy communicated with spiritual qi around him as his senses swam in the endless spiritual qi. Over these days he had learned many spells and had indeed benefited much. While these spells were mostly mediocre and probably useless in future battles, learning them still helped in his cultivation. It became completely silent. A gentle wind blew over the bushy grass patches, causing them to feel comfortably cool. Yi Futian and Hua Ji were both sitting there quietly and closing their eyes. At the moment, Yi Futian felt as if he no longer had a physical body. His spiritual energy seemed to have filled every corner of the sky and earth. In his senses, he had turned into an ancient tree. All the wood elemental spiritual qi around him was part of the ancient tree. Suddenly, many branches and vines appeared out of thin air in the space around Yi Futian, producing a splashing sound. With his body as the center, countless branches and vines swept outwards, wildly, blotting out the entire sky. In an instant, they flooded everything around him, as if they were everywhere. His body, on the other hand, was like a divine tree, the source of everything. Puff! Yi Futian opened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him. It was still the same spell lock of 1,000 vines, but when he followed his master's instructions and cast it carefully, it was indeed much more powerful than previously. Hua Jiu also awoke in surprise. Looking at the scene in front of her, she smiled brightly. Although Yi Futian had not learned Mr. Du's spell, he had already improved a lot. This meant that at the very least his method was correct. Yi Futian grinned and continued to cultivate. He cast various spells at a lower speed, but their powers increased significantly. While cultivating, he also discussed their experiences with Hua Jiu. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to dusk. The radiance from the setting sun poured onto Yi Futian's face, making his angular face look even more handsome. Hua Jiu sat beside Yi Futian with her knees bent. She supported her cheeks with her hands and stared at Yi Futian, smiling. At the moment when Yi Futian opened his eyes, he immediately saw Hua Jiu's exquisite face. Smiling, he asked, "What are you looking at?" "You." Hua Jiu smiled sweetly. "Why is this guy looking better and better?" Yi Futian blinked and grinned. "If you continue doing this, I'll think about inappropriate stuff." "About what?" Hua Jiu smiled and looked at him. "About doing it right now." "You don't dare to." Hua Jiu blushed and looked even more stunning under the sunset. "Just see if I dare." Yi Futian suddenly leaped forward and pushed Hua Jiu onto the ground. Hua Jiu screamed as she fell down. Noticing that Yi Futian was staring blankly at her, she did not dare to look into his eyes. She turned her head away and her cheeks were blushing in embarrassment, which made her even more attractive. "Fox, you're really pretty," Yi Futian said. Hua Jiu turned her head back slowly and widened her eyes at Yi Futian. "Get up, quick." "All right," Yi Futian replied, smiling. However, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed gently on Hua Jiu's forehead. "Let's go and see father together." Yi Futian stood up and also pulled Hua Jiu up. Then he grabbed her hand and they left the place together. Hua Jiu just allowed him to hold her hands as they ran on the emerald green grass path. Light from the falling sun showered down on the two, producing an everlasting picture. Moon Clan and Sword Saint Mountain had both shifted to Book Mountain, so naturally Yi Futian had also brought Hua Fenglu and the rest to Book Mountain. They were currently staying in a house on the mountainside of the cottage. When Yi Futian and Huaju reached the place, they immediately smelt waves of aroma. Master, Masteress, what good food are you making again? Walking in, Yi Futian realized that dinner had already been prepared. Masteress and Aunt Tang were busy, while Yu Sheng, I Qingxian, and Tang Wan were also helping. As for those nobles and Luolan Shui, Yi Futian had already asked them to return to ancient Luolan. They should clearly spend the annual year-end with their families. The disciples on Book Mountain whose homes were in the divine capital had also gone back. Seeing the deluxe feast, Yi Futian grinned and said, Master, I really envy you for being able to marry Masteress and Aunt Tang. Hua Fenglu glanced at him and said, Jiu, he's referring to something. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Hua Jiu staring at him, smiling. No, absolutely not. Yi Futian smiled trembly. I don't think so, I Qingxian commented as she carried a dish over. Yu Sheng, look at your girlfriend. What is she saying? Yi Futian asked. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Futian in disdain. You're so scared of your girlfriend, and you asked me to take care of mine? What's that look? Yi Futian noticed Yu Sheng's look. It seemed that Yu Sheng had already changed drastically. Futian, on Book Mountain you don't have to call me master, Hua Fenglu said. Yi Futian naturally knew what he meant. At the moment, Yi Futian's master was Mr. Du, so he should make certain things clear. Master, don't worry about that. That old guy will not mind about these, Yi Futian said. Furthermore, it's okay to have two masters. Futian, Mr. Du is an amazing person. Don't talk nonsense, Nanda Wanine said, walking over. Yi Futian turned speechless. Even the masteress was speaking for that old guy. All right, I'll listen to you, Yi Futian nodded. Nandu Wanine smiled and said, let's eat. After we finish, you should go back to the cottage early to accompany your master and seniors. I have been with my master and seniors every day. Today I shall stay here, Yi Futian said. It's enough for Jiu to accompany us. Who cares about you? Just finish eating and leave, Hua Fenglu said, totally unconcerned. Yi Futian immediately looked as if he had been wronged. His position in the family was indeed unbeatable. What's your level now? Tang Wan asked Yi Futian curiously. Arcana Plane, Yi Futian replied. Jiu and Yu Sheng as well. Tang Wan's lips twitched as she was somewhat speechless. Their cultivation speed was really fast. If they were in Donghai, they would already be famous. Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan were also in the Arcana Plane. It has been over 4 years. Hua Fenglu sighed as he recalled the past. In the year 9999, he came to know Yi Futian in Qingzhou Academy and took him as his disciple. Now this disciple of his was almost as strong as he was. In the past, Yi Futian was even compared to the disciple of Art Saint, but now so many things had changed as if it was all merely a dream. Yep, I have also known Jiu for over 4 years now, Yi Futian nodded. On the exact same day 4 years ago, they held their hands beside Qingzhou Lake and confirmed their relationship. Tomorrow it will be the year 10004. You'll both be 20. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. Time passed really fast. Yep, and I can get married, Yi Futian said, grinning. Everyone widened their eyes at him. This guy was really not serious at all. Wait till you are as strong as your big or third brother. It's too early now, Tang Lan said. Aunt Tang, this is too much. Yi Futian stared at Tang Lan pitifully. Big brother and third brother were both grade 1 nobles and halfway into the Sage Plain. They were standing at the top of the Eastern Barren Territory. How long would he need? Let's eat, Tanglan ignored Yi Futian, while Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin laughed. Then, the family happily enjoyed the annual feast. They had not had such a warm time together for a very long time. However, Yi Futian felt really speechless when he was actually chased out after the meal. Luckily, Hua Fenglu did not cruelly take away Jiu from him and allowed her to leave with him together. After returning to the cottage, Yi Futian ate again with Mr. Du and his seniors. Then he went to chat with Yi Wuqin and Lu Qinyu. Without anyone realizing it, it was already late into the night. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Beside the cliff in the back mountain of the cottage, Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were sitting on the grass. A melodious music spread out, adding some vitality to the silent space. The music was beautiful, yet sad, as if it was telling a very ancient story. At the top of an ancient tree in the cottage, a figure was standing quietly. Her white shirt swayed in the wind, and she was like a fairy under the moon. Another person landed quietly on an ancient tree beside. He was similarly wearing a white shirt, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. In the darkness, he stared at the lady in front of him. The lady, however, did not seem to have noticed him as she continued to gaze at the distance. The young man also did not speak and accompanied her in the silence. "Little brother, it is amazing. Such a peace should only be present in heaven," the lady said, smiling. It was the second sister, Zhuge Hui. "You miss home?" Gu Donglu asked. "Why would I miss that place? Since I have left there, I'm not going back," Zhuge Hui replied. "One day, I'll bring you back," Gu Donglu said. "Can you?" Zhuge Hui turned around and looked at him. Gu Donglu did not say anything else. He flashed and left the place. Zhuge Hui looked at the vanishing figure. Raising her head, she stared at the crescent in the sky. At the highest place in the cottage, there was also a person lying quietly on a rocking, drinking. It was a slovenly old man in ragged clothes. As he drank, he listened to the music and seemed to be enjoying himself. "I'm really glad to be able to hear Yukio again in my life," the old man muttered to himself, smiling. His look seemed to have penetrated across time as he recalled the past. Over 300 years ago, the Peace Yukio appeared along with the emperors of that generation. How about now? Chapter 374. A Carriage Pulled by the Responding Dragon. Chapter 374. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon, year 10,004 of the divine prefecture calendar, in the back mountains of the cottage. An ocean of clouds graced the skies along with a beautiful sunrise. Such a picturesque view. On a field of grass, music played from a guqin. The rays of the New Year's first sun fell on Yi Futian's face. Both he and his music were full of youthful spirit. Beside him, Hua Jiu sat quietly. As the music continued to flow, she sat audience while appreciating the beautiful sunrise. Everything seemed perfect. If only life was always like this. Looking around her surroundings, the spiritual qi took shape and fell continuously. It looked like tiny sparks of gold in the air. Every bit of spiritual qi was so clearly visible to them as it filled the area they were in. This was brought about by the sounds of the guqin. When Yi Futian used his spiritual energy to create harmony between his music and heaven and earth, all the spiritual qi in the air stood still. The first rays of sunlight shined on Yi Futian's handsome figure. A peculiar aura radiated from him. It was almost as if he was in control of everything in existence. All the spiritual energy materialized in his mind. Spiritual qi of all elements came together with the artistic conception created by the sounds of the guqin and assimilated into his will. Just then, the fingers of Yi Futian's right hand strummed across the chords of the guqin. As the music sounded, the spiritual qi around transformed into golden vines. They continued to grow endlessly, and as the gathered spiritual qi grew more powerful, the golden vines shot into the sky like flashes of lightning at an unbelievable speed. At this, a look of surprise spread across Hua Jiu's face. He had succeeded. Yi Futian had actually successfully cultivated the spell given to him by the teacher in a day. The music stopped, and Yi Futian opened his eyes. Although the sun was on him, it was not blinding. The look in his eyes was pure and held the hint of a smile. 3 elements incorporated into one spell. This brand new spell had the tenacity of the wood element, the sharpness and defensiveness of the metal element, and the speed of the wind element. It was terrifyingly powerful, far more powerful than the lock of 1,000 vines. The name of this spell, the Fatal Entanglement. Not bad. Hua Ji smiled. Of course. That's because I'm your man, Yi Futian said pridefully. Hua Ji let out a soft humph. Do you think the old man has more of these types of spell that he's keeping to himself? Mumbled Yi Futian. If they were all spells of this level, he would definitely be able to defeat common attacks from any cultivator at the same level. He would also no longer need to rely on the 9 heavenly attacks during battle. His strong martial arts and sorcery abilities greatly complemented each other, taking his combat ability to a whole new level. This way, even if he made his way into the Arcana plane, he wouldn't have to worry about fighting cultivators from other planes. After all, as the levels of cultivation increased, the difference between each plane also increased. People went to new means and took more powerful measures, thus causing the effects of some of his skills to decrease. Yi Futian must do more if he wanted to have the same combat ability between different planes as he did before. How greedy, teased Huajiu. This isn't greedy. How's this for greed? I want every day to be like today, so you're the first person I see in the morning. Yi Futian chuckled. Obviously, Huajiu knew what he was insinuating. She smiled softly. What are you thinking? Would you have been able to release the fatal entanglement without the help of your music? Focus on cultivating. Don't you want to gloat in front of Mr. Du later? You've got a point. Indeed, my fox is the only one who gets me, Yi Futian nodded. Then he closed his eyes again. Previously, he had entered a mysterious realm through his music and assimilated into the spiritual chi of the world by the means of spiritual energy. That was how he released the spell. Without the help of the Yukio song, it was difficult to do so. Yi Futian continued on his way to enlightenment through cultivation. Many hours later, the teacher strolled in while stretching. He smiled at the sight of Yi Futian and Huajiu cultivating together. This rascal sure is diligent. Looks like I'll have to put him down a little more. Would Yi Futian spit blood in anger if he knew what the teacher was thinking at the moment? Need to be put down for being diligent. Teacher. Huajiu turned around to greet him. Morning, Jiu. Mr. Du smiled at her. Yi Futian stood as well. His eyes were shining as he said his greetings. Teacher, the spell you gave me yesterday was no challenge at all. I already mastered it. Oh, really? Show me. The elder male placed his hands behind his back and smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded in response and closed his eyes. A peculiar force of will radiated from his body, while his spiritual energy harmonized with the spiritual chi around. A moment later, the air was filled with golden vines that blocked the sun. They grew extremely rapidly and created a cage around the entire area in mere seconds. Witnessing the spell released in front of his eyes, the elder gave Yi Futian a look. He was looking down on him. It took you a whole day to learn that, and it takes you that long to release the spell? Who's going to wait for you in a battle? If you meet a powerful opponent, you would be dead before you finished releasing the spell. Yi Futian blinked. According to his script, wasn't the teacher was supposed to be shocked and subdued by his great gift? However, he did have a point. How come I have such an incompetent disciple? The elder sighed. Here are some more spells. Keep them and focus on cultivation. Don't even think about going anywhere else before you learn everything. I can't stand to be embarrassed by you if you leave the mountains with your abilities at this level. With that said, the elder threw some books at Yi Futian and turned to leave. He walked with leisure, hands behind his back. He wanted to cuss, but held himself back when he looked at the books in his arms. Hua Jiu let out a laugh. Yi Futian had finally met his match. Mr. Du was a strange man indeed. Not even her father could render Yi Futian speechless like that. And just like that, Yi Futian was put on house arrest. From the very first day of the new year, he was forbidden from leaving the back mountains to focus solely on cultivation. So pitiful. Yi Futian began to miss the days before the teacher returned to the cottage. The days passed, and the Eastern Barren Territory remained quiet without any rain or storm. Those of the Qin Dynasty alliance still had their heads buried in cultivation. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew that they were preparing for the final war. Things had already escalated to this point. The Battle of the Eastern Barren Territory was inevitable. Furthermore, the Qin were in a much bigger hurry for this war to begin. Mr. Du had already returned to the cottage, and all of the Eastern Barren Territory already knew how capable he was in bringing up his disciples. There was no way they were going to give him more time to do so. After the bells rang on Sky Mountain the year before, the snow never stopped. The Eastern Barren Territory's #1 mountain was now a snow mountain, covered with a soft, fluffy layer of precipitation. After all this time, the bells never rang again. The commotion at the foot of the mountain had also subsided. However, there was still quite a handful of people who stayed behind. For example, there was the Qianqiu Temple of the Eastern Barren Territories, Western region. Now that those from Sword Saint Mountain had moved to Book Mountain, the Qianqiu Temple was now at the top throughout the Western region. However, the temple still felt a wave of urgency. If a big war broke out in the Eastern Barren Territory, the times of top clans fighting for power would be over. As soon as victory was determined, all power in the Eastern Barren Territory would fall in the hands of one group. The people must pray for change to become stronger. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the Arhot looked up at the majestic mountain. He remembered the situation when he climbed the mountain last year. That was his first time stepping onto Sky Mountain, and he had reached the very top. After that time, he had tried many times, but not once did he reach such heights again. The evil energy from Sky Mountain is growing stronger, one of Qianqiu Temple's monks said from beside the Arhot. He held a strand of Buddhist beads in his hand while his sight was set on the great mountain in front of him. It's been this way since the bells rang. Furthermore, the force of repressed energy has also gotten stronger. The two energies seem to have kept at a balance from the very beginning, fighting from dominance. Another person said from the side, "Could it be that the bells were really the summoning of the great emperor and that someone had already made their way onto the mountain?" Someone mumbled, "It's very possible. The short period after the first bell would have been the perfect opportunity." Hearing the elder's words reminded the Arhot of the first time he stepped onto Sky Mountain. At that time, someone attacked him and used the spiritual qi on the mountain to force him off the mountain. If someone had really made their way to the top of Sky Mountain, could it be the same person who attacked him? Also, the bells rang again once he was off the mountain. It was when Yi Futian came down. The nobles of the Qin dynasty had wanted to hurt him when the bells rang again. Could it really just be a coincidence? The Arhot's eyes were cold. He had a feeling. If someone really did make their way onto Sky Mountain, it was very possible that it was Yi Futian. Just then, the roar of a dragon came from the skies above. The cultivators of the Qianqiu Temple were surprised. The roar did not come from Sky Mountain. It was headed for the mountain. Turning their attention, everyone looked up into the sky. Snow began to fall, blowing in the wind. In the high skies, a dragon appeared. This dragon actually had wings. It was the responding dragon, also known as the Lord of the Skies. The dragon came down toward them. Those of the Qianqiu Temple were shaken as they took in the scene unfolding above them, not just because they saw the responding dragon, but also because there were some figures standing on its back. The most shocking thing was that the dragon was pulling a carriage. Someone had arrived in a dragon-pulled carriage. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon. Even those of the Qianqiu temple were shocked, so it was no question for the others. Many at the foot of the mountain looked up and trembled in fear. Who was this person? In all of the Eastern Barren Territory, they had only heard of the powerful dragon army of the Qin dynasty, and not even they could compare to the lineup in the skies right now. The dragon carriage stopped above Sky Mountain. On its back, the group of people took one look at the crowd on the ground below with cold eyes, showing no emotions. Then, a few youths stepped out of the carriage. There was an indescribable aura around them. They didn't look down, but instead focused all their attention on Sky Mountain. Was this the place where Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing left their mark? Chapter 375. A Person Who Can Change the World. Chapter 375. A person who can change the world after Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing united the Divine Prefecture. Many people began to follow their trail. A lot of people knew that Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing spent some time in the Eastern Barren Territory during their upbringing, which was why so many wanted to step into the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the two emperors put out a ban stating that non-native sages were not allowed to enter the Eastern Barren Territory. They had united the Divine Prefecture and were peerless existences. Who would dare to challenge the ban? Even to this day, there were many who didn't quite understand the reason for the emperor's ban. Despite this, there's still many people who followed their footsteps in those days. Naturally, they all knew about Sky Mountain, but no one was ever able to reach the top, especially nobles. Last year, however, the people heard that bells rang out from Sky Mountain. Powerful cultivators from all over the Eastern Barren Territory gathered to climb the mountain, as there was a chance they might find relics left by the two emperors on the mountain. On the responding dragon, the two people leading the group were clad in silver. Looking at Sky Mountain, one of them spoke. I heard that many people made attempts here. No one succeeded? That's correct. No one was successful, and after time, everyone simply gave up. The number of people coming to the Eastern Barren Territory also greatly decreased. I speculate that the Emperor's wills have assimilated into Sky Mountain, and only sages have a chance of withstanding the power, making it possible for them to make it onto the mountain. However, because of the ban, sages can't enter the territory and no one dares to sneak in. No one knows for sure whether or not the will of Dong Huang the Great can oversee everything happening on the Sky Mountain, explained a noble standing beside the youth. He was more knowledgeable in events from all those years ago. Did the two emperors actually leave anything behind on Sky Mountain? The youth was getting curious. Almost everyone in the world was curious about everything regarding the two emperors. They were true legends. Who knows? But since the bells rang, there might actually be something. You guys came quick. The voice came from afar. A flame-like red light was suddenly emitted from the skies, melting all the falling snow. A group of shining figures descended from above. The light was blinding, just like the sun. It was a large sun bird, the three-legged golden raven. Its body was engulfed in flames, and its eyes filled with a wild look. On the raven's back was what seemed like a sun carriage. On the two sides of the carriage stood many powerful cultivators, protecting the person seated in between. Just like the previous group, it was definitely a majestic sight. All this commotion. Everyone standing at the foot of Sky Mountain were in shock. That was two powerful groups in a row. With such eye-catching entrances, they didn't seem like any powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. They were much more dazzling. With a pounding in their chests, many speculated, could they be outsiders? How many years has it been since the last time an outsider set foot in the Eastern Barren Territory? Let me give it a try, said the youth in the silver. Without sparing a glance at the person who had previously spoken, he headed straight for Sky Mountain. Many youths beside him also stepped up to join him. They were all cultivators in the Arcana Plain. Nobody above the Noble Plane was allowed on Sky Mountain. They were all very clear on this rule. Youths from the carriage, pulled by the three-legged golden raven, also made their way toward Sky Mountain. The responding dragon and the three-legged golden raven stopped in the skies, attracting a lot of attention. The happenings of the next few days had the audience at the foot of the mountain feeling unsettled. In the next few days, people continued to arrive at Sky Mountain. Some people came in a flying battleship. This ship was quite intimidating. It flew in the skies and was carried by the winds. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful ritual implement used for flight. However, the people of the Eastern Barren Territory had never seen or even heard of anything like it. Same as the other groups. This ship carried many powerful cultivators. Among them were a few beauties. They had long, slim legs, beautiful, pale skin, and exquisite features. They also made their way onto Sky Mountain. There were also cultivators that arrived, mounting large demon beasts. Their demonic auras filled the skies and frightened those at the foot of the mountain. More and more cultivators gathered. Even those from the Qianqiu Temple were feeling unsettled. The huge war of the Eastern Barren Territory could break out at any moment. Nobody would have expected for outside powers to arrive at Sky Mountain because of the bells at a time like this. From what they knew, the Eastern Barren Territory hadn't had these many outside visitors in many years now. After all, people aim to reach high places. An extremely small percentage of those who left were ever willing to return. Had it not been from the relics of Sky Mountain left by the two emperors, the resource-lacking Eastern Barren Territory really didn't hold much appeal to the outside world. As the news of Sky Mountain spread, the western region was stirred up. Then it continued to spread all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, at the cottage, Yi Futian was the first to get the news, with the exception of those who set camp at the foot of Sky Mountain. As soon as those cultivators set foot on Sky Mountain, he knew. The Black Wind Eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. Teacher, outsiders of the Eastern Barren Territory have arrived at Sky Mountain. In the back mountains, Yi Futian spoke to Mr. Du, who was drinking while seated on a cliff. "I know," the elder answered as he stared into the distance. He never expected that the bells of Sky Mountain would not only stir up the Eastern Barren Territory, but also pique the interest of the outside world. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? He was very clear. Ever since the two emperors established the ban, there had been little to no contact between the Eastern Barren Territory and the outside world. Now, the territory had once again attracted the attention of the outside world. This was a big change. "Come sit," said Mr. Du. Futian nodded and sat down beside him. Mr. Du didn't seem like he was in the best mood. "Do you know why there were only 7 disciples in the cottage before you?" Mr. Du asked suddenly. Yi Futian shook his head. Although this old man was unlikable at times, there was no doubting his teaching abilities. It was evident based on his own thoughts after these days of cultivation, and also through the abilities of first senior brother and second senior sister. "Because I'm lazy. Humans are the most complicated. Not even the disciples that you have taught yourself will agree with everything you teach them. Especially as time goes on, it is so easy to throw away things you used to feel so strongly about. I'm just one person. There's only so much I can do. How can I influence many? All I can hope for is that the disciples I teach can influence even more people in the future." As he spoke, he took another drink of wine. This is the first time Yi Futian had seen him like this, and so he spoke. "I heard from first senior brother that you had your own dreams. That must be your reason for starting the cottage. What are your dreams? What dreams could a person like me possibly have?" Mr. Du shook his head and continued. "Do you know why Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing gave orders for martial arts schools to be set up all around the world?" "To help martial arts thrive," Yi Futian answered. This was what it said in the history books. 300 some years ago, the divine prefecture was in complete chaos. There were countless strong powers, and each of them controlled a different location. Or they started family clans. Some tried to develop their own religion. These people were their own masters, But was the existence of these powers a good or bad thing for the people? Questioned Mr. Yi Futian didn't reply. He simply sat and listened. Of course, there was nothing wrong with families and clans. However, when you had something they wanted, or if you became a threat to their interests, some things became inevitable. For example, why did the Qin dynasty want to take down the cottage? Naturally, Yi Futian understood why. The cottage was strong and powerful, which the Qin dynasty felt was a threat. That was why they were so set on destroying the cottage. Mr. Du continued, in the vast lands of the divine prefecture, formidable beings that could greatly affect us were born. When they appear, you would be able to imagine things you've never been in contact with before. Take the many cultivators who arrived in the mountains today, for example. What would happen if they knew that someone had made it to the top of Sky Mountain and received the relics of the two emperors? Yi Futian looked at his teacher. The elder still had his eyes focused ahead. He didn't know if there was a hidden meaning behind what Mr. Du said, but Yi Futian understood. When these formidable beings appeared, they would most certainly gain the support of the best and be able to receive the best resources. Nobody would be able to restrict them from doing anything they wanted. This was something both the teacher and second senior sister had reminded him twice of. It was the same logic as a person with a weapon will produce the killing thoughts. Wasn't that exactly what Emperor Luo did to him all those years ago? The divine prefecture has always been run this way. It hasn't changed in millions of years. It's the same even today. Even so, there are always some who have remained untouched by the dirty ways of the world, despite the hardships they have been through, and instead, they dream of changing the world. And that is how the two emperors of the divine prefecture were born. The elder looked serious. His tone was filled with admiration and respect. How could someone become a leader of the world without having the people of the world at heart? That is why martial arts schools were established. It was to try to give everyone in the divine prefecture a fair chance. However, it's not that easy changing the world, even for the emperors. It would be difficult to simply change the Eastern Barren Territory, so forget about the divine prefecture. The elder seemed to be laughing at himself. It was then that Yi Futian withdrew his playful attitude and became serious. He was now also filled with admiration and respect. So this was the teacher's dream, wanting to change the world. It sounded like a laughable thing, but at the same time it was sad. So many people in history have wanted to change the world. However, when they reached a certain status, their mindset changes. If you were the college chief, would you want the other powers of the Eastern Barren Territory to overpower the college? The elder continued, so, Futian, sooner or later, you'll step out of the Eastern Barren Territory and you'll witness crueler things. You'll see the black and whites of the world. I hope that no matter what you experience, you'll stay true to yourself and remember your beginnings. If one day you can become a person who influences the world, even if it's nothing big, never forget your initial intentions. Never become the type of person you once despised. I understand, nodded Yi Futian. All right, go cultivate, said the elder. Yi Futian lifted his head slightly to look at the older male with a smile. Teacher, after all that, I see you in a whole new light. Scram, the elder gave him a glare. And there goes your good image again. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He would place the elder's words deep in his heart. Even if he couldn't become a person who could affect the world in the future, he would most definitely not become a person who did bad things. Chapter 376. Descend upon Book Mountain. Chapter 376. Descend upon Book Mountain at the foot of Sky Mountain. It was a beautiful sight with dragons, golden ravens, and floating warships. Many more people were attracted to Sky Mountain. They wanted to see the strong cultivators who'd come from beyond the Eastern Barren Territory. The extraordinary youths descended from the mountain those days to return to their camps. They couldn't climb Sky Mountain. Countless eyes focused on the beautiful figures in the sky. Even they couldn't climb Sky Mountain? Has anyone climbed Sky Mountain since the bell rang last year? A handsome youth on a dragon asked while looking down. Many people below him met his eyes and shook their heads. The Arhat's eyes flashed. The pressure of Sky Mountain increased after the last year. It was normal to be unable to climb the mountain, no matter how strong you were. Yes, someone said at that time. A figure in a gold robe walked out of the robe. Seeing him, many people were confused. It was Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. Shouldn't he be preparing the battle with the college? Why was he here? I am Qin Yu, from the Eastern Barren Territories, Qin dynasty. Greetings, he said, soaring into the sky. Who? The youth did not greet him back. Qin Yu had extraordinary temperament and cultivation, but he didn't care. He wanted to know who could reach the top of Sky Mountain. The sharp gazes of people of other forces landed on Qin Yu. They wanted to know too. A junior of mine reached the peak last year, Qin Yu said. Where is he? What's at the peak of Sky Mountain? A fiery youth from the Golden Raven asked. Fire intent burned in his eyes. This was because of the technique he cultivated. He was so powerful that it showed in his movements. She is in my clan. The wills of the two emperors are at the peak. They'd left a famous piece called Yukio, Qin Yu. Hua Qingqing had admitted to stepping onto Sky Mountain. She wouldn't lie. Yukio. Everyone's eyes flashed. Yukio was one of the top 10 pieces. It was said that there would be no law with it. Apparently, when Dong Huang the Great played it at his peak, he froze all the laws in time. Was it here again? If you dare lie, you will pay for the consequences. Where is she? I shall go now, the fiery youth said. I would like to see as well, a beautiful girl on a floating warship said. All strong cultivators were intrigued. They wanted to go forward and fight for the chance for Yukio. Everyone, my junior, has limited cultivation, Qin Yu said, putting his hands together. She heard Yukio, but only heard it. She couldn't play it and wasn't able to learn it. She can't perform it. At this, everyone grew disappointed, but it was normal. As one of the top 10 pieces, it couldn't be easy to get. However, if she could reach the top of Sky Mountain, she must be impressive. In that case, bring her here, the youth said. Qin Yu nodded. He came to Sky Mountain because he'd heard this news. If he could get connections with these people from outside the Eastern Barren Territory, the cottage would be nothing. He guessed that these people who'd crossed such miles were probably at the Sage Plain. The hearts of the people below trembled when they heard this. They couldn't believe that someone had actually climbed Sky Mountain and heard Yukio. The Arhat's heart was clear. He knew who Qin Yu was talking about. When he was resting on Sky Mountain, Yi Futian's group had come. Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan had been close behind Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Qin Yu meant that Hua Qingqing had stepped onto the peak. If she reached it, then why did Yi Futian descend unharmed? This was interesting. Greetings, Crown Prince. Thinking of this, the Arhat descended and greeted Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at him, confused. Why was the Qianqiu temple talking to him? Are you speaking of Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan? The Arhat asked. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Since he said it, he wouldn't hide it. He hoped Hua Qingqing could take these people up. The Arhat smiled. If that's true, I know someone else who also reached the peak. Perhaps Hua Qingqing never told you. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Speak. When I climbed Sky Mountain, I had seen Hua Qingqing, the Arhat said. She was chasing after Yi Futian, perhaps because Yi Futian had killed the royal grandson of the Qin dynasty. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned ugly. This was a thorn in his heart. If Hua Qingqing reached the peak, she must have caught up to Yi Futian. Why are they both alive now? Yi Futian had been gravely injured at that time and couldn't fight back, the Arhat continued. Hearing this, Qin Yu instantly understood what the Arhat was hinting at. His features twisted. Hua Qingqing hadn't mentioned this. She only told her mother, Lady Yu Xiao, that she reached the top but wouldn't say anything else. Because of her status, no one asked further. But now he had to think more. "Crown Prince, do you know about the bells after Yi Futian descended?" the Arhot asked. Qin Yu nodded. Someone had naturally reported this to him. The noble sent to kill Yi Futian had been killed instead. It was very ironic. If Yi Futian stepped onto Sky Mountain, do you think it would be a coincidence? The Arhot was getting closer to the truth. "You mean that Yi Futian received the relic on the mountain?" Qin Yu's eyes were so sharp. The Arhot smiled without replying. "Who is Yi Futian?" the strong cultivator on the dragon asked. "The cottage is the most powerful force in the Eastern Barren Territory," the Arhot said, bowing. "Their disciples are extremely talented, and no one in the Eastern Barren Territory can rival them. Yi Futian is the youngest disciple. He is monstrously talented. To him, the relic would be easy to take. If anyone of the younger generation can take it, it must be him." The Arhot praised Yi Futian generously. He knew the Buddhist law and understood a human's heart. These people from outside the Eastern Barren Territory had come with such a spectacle. They must have a special status. With their arrogance and special identities, they wouldn't think that they were below someone from the Eastern Barren Territory. Of course, he couldn't say that. It would be like looking for death. He just bragged about Yi Futian to compliment it. "Really?" the youth on the 3-foot golden raven replied coolly as expected. His eyes seemed to have sacred fire. Was there somewhere like the cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory? "Where is the cottage?" "Take us there," the strong cultivator on the floating warship said. "Of course," the Arhot said with his hands in prayer. "Please," the person said. The Arhot's body flashed and stepped onto the floating warship. The woman there was very tall. Her long legs seemed to take up more than half of her body. She was sexy and beautiful. The Arhot lowered his head, hands together. His Buddhist heart couldn't be swayed. The other girls had extraordinary looks too. They were obviously above average figures. Everyone turned around, ready to set off. Since Yi Futian could get the relic, they would go personally. Otherwise, he should come by himself. "Take the Hua Qingqing that you spoke of before to Sky Mountain to wait here," the strong cultivator on the dragon said to Qin Yu. His attitude was arrogant, but Qin Yu didn't lose his temper. He nodded and said yes. As he spoke, he glanced at the Arhot. It seemed that the Qianqiu Temple could be an ally too. The Arhot's actions weren't too friendly to Yi Futian. The floating warship shot forward like lightning. Dragons soared, spreading their wings and covering the sun. The sun god's bird screamed. The many strong cultivators set off at once to the Book Mountain, the divine capital in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. Many people below were shocked. They'd thought that the Qin dynasty and cottage would erupt into battle. They didn't expect that an outside force would arrive and didn't know what would happen if they went to Book Mountain. And Yi Futian had reached the peak of Sky Mountain, receiving the 2 emperors' relic? With the cottage's pride, they wouldn't hand it over even if Yi Futian really had it. The college, cottage, and Moon Clan were all on Book Mountain. Every day was lively with all disciples working hard on cultivating in preparation for sudden changes. Now, clouds rolled over the empty sky above Book Mountain. Many people looked up to see a horrible dragon rush down from the sky. At the same time, a huge, beautiful warship appeared overhead. Next, dazzling flames rose up in the sky. The golden raven had come with the sun chariot. Gradually, other strong cultivators arrived with demons and rushed down. Seeing this shocking scene, all hearts of the disciples trembled. What was happening? This was such a powerful spectacle. They'd heard that foreign strong cultivators had arrived at Sky Mountain. But why were they here at Book Mountain? May figures rose up. Countless mountain elders and strong cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain and Moon Clan Sword. They stared at the comers. Even the college's headmaster looked up with furrowed brows. They aren't weak, the strong cultivators who went up to the sky thought. They didn't mind, though. If not for Dongwang the Great's law, the entire Eastern Barren Territory would be ruled as one. The cottage also looked up. Zhuge Hui's eyes flashed coldly. Where were these people from? They were so impolite. Where are you going? Mr. Du called just as Zhuge Hui was about to soar into the air. Teacher, I want to go see, she replied. Stay obediently, Mr. Du said, giving her a look. Oh. Zhuge Hui was sad, but she still obeyed. She naturally understood her teacher, but she didn't care. After all, she had been young when she came out back then. Chapter 377, Low-Class Clan. Chapter 377. Low-Class Clan. Zhu Qing stared at the newcomers and asked, What are you here at the college for? The strong cultivator in the air looked at her. The 3-footed golden raven pulled the sun chariot. The youth, who seemed to be bathed in fire, said, Is this the most powerful sorcery paradise of the Eastern Barren Territory? He was from the center of the Barren State. The Eastern Barren Territory was only a small portion of the boundless Barren State. Because of Donghuang the Great's law, it became isolated from the rest of the state. Without the arrival of Saint Strong cultivators, it naturally fell from glory. Even if there were extraordinary figures, they would leave and never wish to return. The Barren State was boundless and had countless strong forces. He was from one of them, the Sacred Fire sect of the Barren State. The others with him had come from super forces as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't cross the world to come here. This is the college of the Eastern Barren Territory, Mountain Elder Zhong Su said, answering him. Is Yi Futian here? The beautiful girl on the warship asked. Why are you looking for him? A handsome and charismatic figure soared into the air. Clad in white, he looked like a scholar but had a sharp aura. It was Gu Donglu. We heard that Yi Futian reached the peak of Sky Mountain last year and received the 2 Emperors' relic, the girl said in a cool and gentle voice. We wish to see him. Who said that? Gu Donglu asked coolly. He knew that his junior had made it, but he didn't know what he'd received. He didn't ask either. It was easy to cause trouble about this. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that these outsiders knew about it, it was clear that someone had told them. No matter if Yi Futian really had the relic, the person who told them had ulterior motives. The woman didn't reply. The Arhut stepped down the warship. Where is Yi Futian? The strong cultivator on the dragon directed his question below him, ignoring Gu Donglio's interrogation. His voice shook the sky. They didn't have time for this nonsense. Many people were furious. They were so rude. Another figure rose up from the cottage. It was Yi Futian. He looked at them, confused. Did Hua Qingqing tell? If it was her, why would she jump down the mountain instead of attacking him? Why are you looking for me? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Yi Futian admitted. The college disciple stared. No one knew that Yi Futian had reached the peak last year. What did you receive? The man asked again. The 2 emperors left a melody at the peak. I listened to it, cultivated for a bit, and then descended, Yi Futian answered. Is it Yukio that they left behind? As expected, Yi Futian's words matched Qinyu's. The peak really did contain Yukio. I do not know the name. The melody is very difficult and impossible to see its mystery, Yi Futian replied. Yukio indeed was very hard to cultivate. It was logical that he couldn't see its mystery. It would be strange if he could. The cottage thought of the melody that had rung out at the end of last year. They knew that Yi Futian had learned it. Of course they wouldn't betray him. Are you done asking? Gu Donglio's eyes were sharp. He glanced at the intruders. They'd landed directly on Book Mountain, looking down on them and interrogating Yi Futian. He was pissed. Many people in the air looked at Gu Donglu with arched eyebrows. Book Mountain was very proud, and they seemed offended by them. If you're done, please leave, Gu Donglu said. He was telling the guests to leave. Of course, these people weren't guests. So arrogant. Someone on a demon smiled thinly. "Come with us," he said to Yi Futian. The people on Book Mountain were angry. Arrogant? Who was the arrogant one? And they'd just told Yi Futian to go with them. That was so rude. You all came so impolitely and landed directly over Book Mountain. Now you are taking a disciple of the college away, and you want me to be submissive? Aren't you crossing the line? Mountain Elder Zong Su said coolly. Yi Futian was from the cottage, but he also belonged to the college. Shouldn't a low-class clan be like that? A cold elder from a dragon said harshly. In the cultivation world, the strong cultivators were the highest class. Since they were here, the low-class clans should receive them submissively. This was the rule of their world. Did the Eastern Barren Territory not even know this because of their isolation? All strong cultivators in the air thought this was natural. Why did they have to explain it? The college disciples were furious. The words were so ugly, but they knew. Even in the Eastern Barren Territory, this implied rule existed. This was the cultivation world. The people of the college were in an uproar. They were so insulted. Yi Futian stood in the air with a calm expression. However, he was troubled inside. His teacher had been telling him a few days ago that it was logical for the malpractices of the most powerful clans. It was a lot to ask the strong to respect the weak. If these people wanted him to go, he had to go. They were more respectful than Emperor Luo II. After all, he was just a small figure to these people now. If he was insignificant, their attitude would be like Emperor Luo. Low-class clan? Gu Donglu uttered coldly. He was from the cottage. The cottage couldn't be insulted. He wouldn't let them take his junior away. Gu Donglu walked forward, an invisible current flowing through him. "I am Gu Donglu, first-tier noble plane. Please." The strong cultivators in the air were confused. Was he challenging them? It was interesting to be challenged by a low-class clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. The handsome youth on the dragon looked to the elder who'd spoken. The elder stepped out immediately. He was the one who had called them a low-class clan. His aura bounded and was extremely powerful. When he stood in the air, the entire space seemed to become heavy. Everyone in the college felt horrible pressure fall upon them, almost flattening them. A few mountain elders stepped out with their own currents. They blocked the mite in the air so it wouldn't reach the ground. The strong cultivators in the air watched calmly. "Humph," the elder huffed. He reached out and clenched a fist before Gu Donglu. Instantly, a terrible pressure was born. The spiritual qi in the world shook as if a huge palm was created and pushed to Gu Donglu. The current across Gu Donglu turned more terrible. His eyes shone with sorcery light and flashed like lightning to the surroundings. The palm instantly scattered into spiritual qi. The haven of sorcery in the Eastern Barren Territory. The elder walked forward. The sky and earth were so heavy. He raised a hand and there was thunder. Earth spiritual qi went wild in the air, pressing down to Gu Donglu so he couldn't move. He raised a hand and punched the air. Loud explosions sounded. Everyone could see a fist intent cut through the air, sweeping about as if it could destroy everything. Wind whistled with this punch. It swept with powerful force towards Gu Donglu. Boom! Ancient words flowed around Gu Donglu, forming 9 words, meaning, "May the presiders over warriors be my vanguard." Every ancient word transformed into a dazzling and powerful light. The boundless fist, intent cut through the sky like a fist from heaven. It could probably destroy everything. Under this, Gu Donglu seemed so small and would be pulverized under the fist. However, he stood there without moving. When the fist intent came, the 9 words shone brilliantly. They swept across, ripping everything. The fist intent kept pressing down, but vanished when they collided against the words. The strong cultivators in the air were shocked at this. They obviously felt that Gu Donglio's noble had reached the pinnacle. Gu Donglio's eyes were cold. He stared at the other and stepped forward. With this simple step, he transformed into lightning and disappeared. Afterimages appeared in the air. A shocking roar sounded through the air. The elder released his life, spirit Dharma. It was an armored stone ape. It was huge and loomed behind him. He clenched his right hand and seemed to be one with the aggressive stone ape. Seeing the lightning, he roared angrily and punched. The stone ape roared, shaking the world. The terrifying fist was like a mountain, about to destroy everything blocking him. The fist intent kept building up too. It seemed endless and unshakable. The light streaked across and crashed into the huge and terrifying fist. An explosion sounded and the boulder flew. Heavy rumbles kept sounding. The crowd saw countless fist shadows get broken through. There seemed to be a beam of sharp light inside that couldn't be blocked. Boom! With that loud boom, the aggressive elder arched backward. A handprint appeared on his chest. The next moment, he flew back as if struck by lightning to the dragon. Someone behind him stepped forward and used powerful strength to stop him. The old man spat out blood, dyeing his collar red. "High-class clan, you can't take a hit," Gu Donlu said coldly, gazing at the elder from where he had stood earlier. The elder spat out more blood, his face completely red. Chapter 378, Win Over. Chapter 378. Win Over. He'd been defeated instantly. The elder's blood boiled within him. He felt so embarrassed. Low-class clan, he had been defeated so pathetically. On the dragon's back, the charismatic youth at the front looked at Gu Donlu. "I am from the Nantian house of the Barren State. If you wish to join my house, I will not treat you badly." He wanted to take Gu Donlu in. This was a low-class clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, but it wasn't strange for there to be a powerful person. This place was known as the haven for cultivation in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was natural there should be some shining stars. Thus, he wanted the other to join him in the Nantian house. If Gu Donlu was willing to follow him, he would be a great help in the future. After all, he had many competitors in the house. Having his followers deal with powerful figures wasn't embarrassing. The Nantian house is a familial clan. You can join the Taishan mountain for cultivation, another strong cultivator on a mountain said. Gu Donlu could summon the 9 words and had a special life spirit. Someone so powerful deserved to be won over. "Would you like to join the mortal world?" the beautiful girl on the warship also asked. Her voice was very gentle and her benefits were obvious. Her force was called the mortal world. Below, the people of the college all had odd expressions at these words. They wanted to win over Gu Donlu, but who was Gu Donlu? He was the 3rd disciple of the cottage, someone who was known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. So what if they were powerful forces from the Outer Barren State? Was he supposed to submit to them? The college disciples didn't like the cottage, but that didn't mean they didn't look up to Gu Donlu and the others, especially after that storm where the first 3 cottage disciples displayed their brilliance. Gu Donlu was like a legend to the younger disciples. So what if these intruders were outside forces? The strong cultivator from the Nantian house had still been defeated with 1 hit. Where does the loser get the confidence? How can the defeated still be so arrogant? Is this what a high-class clan is like? Many disciples started whispering on Book Mountain. They were upset by the tone of the youth from Nantian house. Perhaps the outsiders thought they were being polite to invite Gu Donlu, but to the disciples of Book Mountain it was insulting. "If you wish to join my house, I will not treat you badly." What did they take Gu Donlu as? They wanted him to become a personal guard? How laughable. There was another 20-year-old youth behind the Nantian youth who spoke. Hearing the discussions, his eyebrow jumped up and coldness flashed past his eyes. These low-class people of the Eastern Barren Territory didn't respect the Nantian house at all. They were completely isolated from the outside world. His body flashed and jumped down like a rock. An arcana aura bloomed from him as he announced, "I am in the lower arcana plane. I would like to see how the disciples of the cultivation haven are." He didn't report his name because the people here weren't good enough. He was just coming out because he'd heard the comments and wanted to teach a lesson. Let them know what the Nantian house was. The man who'd fought Gu Donglu couldn't represent the Nantian house at all. Dazzling light glittered on him with an extremely sharp silver glow, seeming to be bathed in divine armor. He shot towards Book Mountain like lightning. The college disciples had sharp eyes. One stepped out and shot up quickly, straight towards the other. He wanted to see just how powerful the Nantian house was. Brilliant golden light stole everyone's attention. The college disciple waved his hand and cast a spell. Beams of golden light shot towards the outsider like swords. However, the Nantian house youth didn't dodge. He walked in the sky. The countless golden spears that stabbed towards him snapped under his feet. They either passed by him or he stepped on them. He was so domineering. After shattering the spell, he continued downward like lightning. Spiritual chi resonated around the college disciple. Boundless gold, spiritual chi gathered. However, before he could cast his spell, the other had arrived. He stepped down, and the college disciple's expression changed. The spiritual chi transformed into a golden spear that stabbed at the other in panic. Crack! The foot landed, snapping the spear. The college disciple tried to retreat, but there was no time. The foot came down squarely on his chest. He fell through the sky, leaving an arc of blood. Cultivation haven of the Eastern Barren Territory. The youth looked down. The silver light on his body was like true ritual implement armor. It was so eye-catching. He could shatter a spell with his feet. He was so powerful. Boom! People rose up from Book Mountain continuously. They were extremely fast with their wind spells and charged at the other. The youth gazed at them. Then he flashed and charged towards one. They separated at contact, and the college disciple dropped down, covered in blood. After that, the Nantian house youth continued to flash, leaving behind silver afterimages. Those who shot up from Book Mountain kept falling down. No one in the lower arcana plane could defeat him. His technique is strange and has an extraordinary life spirit. It's like a divine ritual implement, a strong cultivator from the college said. This youth was most likely a core figure of the Nantian house. It was logical that he was powerful. At this time, another figure shot up. It was Xiao Wuji. Of all current college disciples, he was the strongest in the lower arcana plane. Bathed in full attribute noble will, Xiao Wuji created spells of every element, body dazzling. The two crashed against each other, battling in the air. The battle was very intense. It finally wasn't a one-sided fight. The strong cultivators in the air watched patiently. This was the most powerful cultivation spot here. Seeing these cultivators, they realized it still had some talents. This man was quite good. The youth below was the pride of the Nantian house. His name was Nanyu and was in the top 10 of his generation. As a disciple of the main lineage, his technique and life spirit all had an advantage. It was quite a feat for someone in the Eastern Barren Territory to fight him to this extent. Nanyu grew stronger and stronger. Endless silver light flowed through him, each beam extremely sharp. They pierced toward Xiao Wuji, while a spear appeared in his hands. His spear technique was very precise and broad. He stirred the wind and clouds with his movements. Even when Xiao Wuji tried to dodge with a wind spell, the spear would follow, finally forcing Xiao Wuji back. Such precise techniques. The people of the college had sharp eyes. They didn't have such great spear techniques. Wind and clouds converged with the spear, forming a horrible force that took control of the air. The attacks went full out without restraint. Finally, someone talented that can do this, Nanyu said coolly to Xiao Wuji. Thud! As he spoke, the ground shook. Another figure shot into the air with aggression. Cottage! The college disciples looked up. The person who'd appeared was Yu Sheng from the cottage. His eyes were cold as he went straight to Nanyu. You looked at him with interest. This man's aura was very wild. Yu Sheng, come back, Futian called. In the air, Yu Sheng stopped abruptly. He looked back at Yi Futian with some frustration. He asked with his eyes why he couldn't fight. These guys were too rude and came to take Yi Futian away so brashly. Yi Futian gave him a hard look. With Yu Sheng's impulsiveness, anything could happen if he attacked. The youth had a high status. If he was badly hurt, it would cause troubles. He had to think about Yu Sheng. The cultivation level of the Nantian house can't be matched by the Eastern Barren territory. You saw the previous battle. Will you consider joining? Nan Feng, the youth on the dragon, said. He was in the top 3 of the younger generation. Nobles couldn't climb Sky Mountain, so they just sent the best of the youths. The college disciples were uncomfortable. Earlier, Gu Donglu had pressed back, but now they were still humiliated. Not interested, Gu Donglu said coldly. Okay. Nan Feng nodded and looked to Yi Futian. I'm still going to take him. We only want him to take us up Sky Mountain. We won't hurt him. Yi Futian and Qin Yu's words matched. They didn't lie. He believed that Yukio existed on Sky Mountain, but Yi Futian couldn't learn it. No time, Gu Donglu said. The people beside Nan Feng furrowed their brows. This guy was taking their kindness for granted. Coldness emanated from the strong cultivators in the sky. Weight pressed down. The low-class clans were so stubborn and disobedient. Third senior brother, Yi Futian, said, walking up. I'll go with them. Gu Donglu looked at him. Junior, no one is forcing you to do anything. Leave it to us. I know, but I want to return to Sky Mountain, Yi Futian insisted. The cottage was surrounded by enemies, and the Qin dynasty watched like a predator. If they started a war with the Barren State because of this, it would be a disaster for both the college and cottage. Naturally, he didn't want them to just care about him and not the others. Furthermore, nothing bad would happen if he went to Sky Mountain. Let him go. A voice came out of the cottage. Gu Donglio's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Yes, teacher. Mr. Du was the owner of that voice. Since their teacher said so, Gu Donglu wouldn't keep insisting. The strong cultivators in the air retracted their auras. It seemed that someone was smart here. Sages couldn't enter the Eastern Barren territory, but they still couldn't defeat the powerful forces from the Barren State. Chapter 379, The Opportunity. Chapter 379. The opportunity staring at those figures in the sky. The people of the college were not very happy. Even when confronting the Qin dynasty's alliance, the college and the cottage had never flinched. The Qin dynasty had lost many talents because of the cottage, but still couldn't handle them. But now they had to be subject to a foreign force. It was obvious to all that the college was anything but the match of the Barren State's forces. That was why Yi Futian chose to compromise despite Gu Donglio's insistence. Let's go, Nan Feng said to Yi Futian. Yu Sheng made a step forward. He was vexed. Calm down. Yi Futian glanced at him and then looked up at the sky with a smile. He moved in the air, not heading for the dragon, but that warship. Nan Yu furrowed his brows. He glanced at Yi Futian with some discontentment. May I come in? Yi Futian smiled at the lead woman on the ship. This woman with long, slender legs was Chu Shang, a rare beauty in the world. Seeing Yi Futian coming, she smiled gently and responded, Please come in. Thank you. Yi Futian stepped up on the warship in the air. Seeing this, the college beneath was speechless. This guy really picked a good place, but they felt good because Nan Yu on the dragon's back didn't seem happy about that. Since it's settled, it's time to go. Standing on the dragon's back, Nan Feng chose not to bother since he had reached the goal. The dragon rose into the sky, and the warship also set off. All strong cultivators, all left the Book Mountain. Standing with the cottage, Hua Jiu looked a little anxious. She asked Mr. Du, sir. Don't worry, Mr. Du said gently. When he waited at the Sky Mountain that day, he'd sensed something from the bell's tolls. Then, at the end of the year, he heard Yukio played in the cottage. He knew what that meant. That meant if Yi Futian went to the Sky Mountain, it would be very advantageous for him. Further, he was a very shrewd guy. Let me go to have a look. Zhuge Hui was not very reassured. Mr. Du didn't stop her. Many people on the Book Mountain were ready to go, including Zhuge Hui, Gudonglu, and the Sword Saint. They rose up in the sky and moved toward Sky Mountain. The clouds gathered and rolled on the way. The warship moved very fast. The dragon and three-footed golden raven guarded beside warship in case someone came to take Yi Futian away. Standing on the warship's deck, Yi Futian smiled at the woman and said, "I'm Yi Futian. What's your name?" "I'm Chu Shang," the woman responded, looking at the distance. Many other women stood behind the two. Some strong cultivators in Noble Plain were staring at Yi Futian too. This guy chose their warship just to flirt with Chu Shang? Did he have some inappropriate thoughts? Chu Shang was indeed a charming woman with extraordinary appearance and temperament. But didn't Yi Futian know Chu Shang's status? How dare he flirt with her? Probably because the Eastern Barren Territory was isolated and he had no idea how big the gap was between them. "I heard you talking to my third senior brother. You said you are from Mortal World. That is a pretty name. What kind of a force is your mortal world in the barren state?" "I guess it must be a very famous clan there," Yi Futian said casually. Those people behind them thought too much. The reason he chose this warship was just because Chu Shang looked more pleasant than Nan Feng. Moreover, women were more willing to have conversations. He could tell that from their attitude toward his third senior brother. "Of course, no clans here in the Eastern Barren Territory can be our match," Chu Shang answered very frankly. "It is so, even if all your forces unite as one," another woman behind them added indifferently. Yi Futian grinned. Of course. He knew that the strongest governed all. The forces from the barren state were so strong. Even their guards were already in the Noble Plain. There must be many sages in their clan. How could the forces in the Eastern Barren Territory be their match? He didn't ask further. He knew they were disdainful about him. He began to observe the warship. It was very luxurious to make a warship. The barren state must be a very rich place. "I heard that you are the most talented youth among the young generation here," Nan Yu asked, looking at Yi Futian from the dragon's back at that moment. On Sky Mountain, that monk had claimed that if somebody of the Eastern Barren Territory could get the Emperor's relics, it must be Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes flickered. Obviously, somebody imparted them things about him. That was why those guys came to the cottage looking for him. Whether it be Hua Qingqing or not was not clear. But hearing what Nanyu said about him, Yi Futian was wondering who hated him so much. "I am not very talented. I just reached the Arcana plane not too long ago." "Who told you that?" "I'm really flattered." Yi Futian laughed. "You are not very talented? Then, how can you reach the Sky Mountain's top?" Nan Yu scorned. He wouldn't believe that Yi Futian was just a normal guy. Since he could reach the mountain top, there must be something special about him. "It's probably because I am lucky," Yi Futian responded. Nan Yu glanced at him coolly. If Yi Futian really was so talented, why didn't he stand up when they defeated all challengers from the college? Why didn't he dare to respond? Yi Futian seemed unworthy of his attention. "Some people guessed you got the Sky Mountain's relics. Is that true?" Chu Shang also asked him with a gentle smile. She looked gentle and mild, but Yi Futian could keenly feel the indifference under her smile. "Sky Mountain is such a mysterious and profound place," Yi Futian replied. "Just that song is abstruse enough. It's very difficult for me to understand what it means. I could only roughly feel the artistic conception. How could I get the relics? Do you think it's possible?" He would not admit it anyway. Chu Shang looked at Yi Futian seriously and found that Yi Futian had a pair of beautiful eyes and a handsome appearance. She turned away and didn't ask more. This guy looked outstanding. She had no idea what kind of talent he had, but if possible, She would like to have Yi Futian work for her. It might be a good idea to bring him back to the mortal world for further cultivation. A line of figures descended upon Sky Mountain, including Qin Yu. He brought Hua Qingqing here. The head of Donghua clan and Lady Yu Xiao also came. They were displeased because of Qin Yu's disclosure of Hua Qingqing's story. But Qin Yu was thinking about the big picture. They could only hold their anger in check. Hua Qingqing admitted that Yi Futian was on the mountaintop, but she didn't say what exactly had happened. Lady Yu Xiao was very curious about what happened between her daughter and Yi Futian. She didn't tell Qin Yu this, though. Seeing Yi Futian appear again, a hint of murderous intent showed in Qin Yu's eyes. Yi Futian also noticed them. His eyes looked colder. He knew it must be them. What a group of nasty people. Then he saw Hua Qingqing, who also raised her head and looked at him with indescribable emotions. She was wondering whether she would fight with Yi Futian if all this could happen again. She is the one. Nan Feng glanced at Hua Qingqing. This woman had a good-looking face, too. She could be counted as a rare beauty, even in the barren state. A kind of innocence made her even prettier than Chu Shang. Yes, she is Hua Qingqing, a youth who has been to the mountaintop. Qin Yu nodded. Good. You two lead us to the Sky Mountain's top. Nan Feng looked at Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing. Since the two had been to the mountaintop, there must be something unusual about them. They might know the method to climb Sky Mountain. It was the best to have them as the guide. But the pressure from the Sky Mountain is much stronger than before. I'm not very sure whether we can go up, Hua Qingqing said lightly. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she could feel that pressure. How would you know if you don't try? Just lead the way, said the youth bathing in flaming light. He was from the Sacred Fire sect, named Du Ao. Hua Qingqing glanced at Du Ao and nodded. They moved toward the Sky Mountain. Be careful, Lady Yu Xiao warned her daughter. She looked at Qin Yu coldly. Obviously, she was very unhappy about this. Yi Futian, Hua Qingqing, and other youths from the top forces all headed for the mountain. Those in noble plains stayed at the foot and saw the youths go up. In the distance, a few figures stood in the snow and stared at those youths too. They were Sword Saints' group. They worried about Yi Futian. Though these forces from the barren state came for the Sky Mountain and they wouldn't hurt Yi Futian, they still needed to be on guard. On the way to the mountain top, Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing led the way. They didn't talk to each other. A horde of strong cultivators followed behind them. Last time, these cultivators had tried but failed. Every snowflake here seems to be transformed from the Sky Mountain's spiritual qi. Chu Shang reached out her hand and looked at the snowflakes on her palm. Then she looked up at the endless snow on the mountain. Does it mean that the whole mountain is a just heap of spiritual qi? Yi Futian laughed, but he knew that Chu Shang was right. The Sky Mountain was indeed full of spiritual qi. The two emperors will melted in the whole mountain. Every snowflake was a share of their intent. When stepping on the snow of the Sky Mountain, he felt so familiar with everything here. Every part of his body felt good. His little eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. He could see everything on the mountain. How did you get on top of the mountain last time? Chu Shang asked. My level is quite low, so I didn't suffer a lot from the pressure. I was lucky, Yi Futian answered. The Sky Mountain is covered with two emperors' deterrent force of will, as well as strong demonic will. If you can resist that, then you can go up to the mountain. But this time, both powers became much stronger, Hua Qingqing murmured. She didn't expose Yi Futian. Even the Arhat could only infer. Only she knew that Yi Futian managed to learn the Ukiyo by the two emperors. When he went down the mountain, that bell tolled. It was not an accident. That bell rang just for him. Let's speed up, a strong cultivator from the Super Xian Mountain urged. The deterrent force hadn't threatened them so far. They could speed up. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Yu informed the head of Donghua clan The Sword Saints group is here. What do you want to do? The head of Donghua clan asked. Of course. He knew that the Sword Saints group was here. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, and Gu Donglu were all here in the snow at the foot of Sky Mountain. Qin Yu sneered. Isn't it the opportunity that we want? Chapter 380, General. Chapter 380. General Sky Mountain was still covered in boundless snow. On the mountain path, a group of cultivators was walking upwards. It was Yi Futian and the rest. As they ascended, their speed gradually dropped because the pressure was becoming larger and larger. Hanlan, the young man from Taishan Mountain, asked Yi Futian, How long do we need to reach there? They had already been walking on Sky Mountain for quite a long while, and yet they still could not see the end, just like the previous time. Since Yi Futian had been to Sky Mountain, he should know the answer. I can't tell. If you want to reach the peak of Sky Mountain, you should not talk about how long you need. As we go higher, the pressure we experience will increase. The last bit will be the hardest, Yi Futian replied. You look so relaxed. Nan, you from Nantian House, glanced at Yi Futian. I have been here for many times, so clearly it'll be easier for me. Yi Futian smiled. Nan Yu glanced coldly at Yi Futian, and some faint evilness could be seen in his eyes. He was affected by the evil thoughts on Sky Mountain and felt somewhat manic. Apart from him, the rest felt the same as well. As the group continued their ascent, more and more people could no longer endure the pressure and chose to leave Sky Mountain. Chu Shang also looked at Yi Futian, who was walking with ease and looked calm. The influence Sky Mountain had on him was indeed minimal. Apart from him, Hua Qingqing also did not seem to have encountered any difficulty as she walked in the dancing snow. Although Hua Qingqing was advancing with the others, she appeared to be alone by herself, like a plum flower blooming in the snow. This caused everyone from the barren state to have a strange feeling. They would not think that they were weaker than the two. But why did Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing look so relaxed? If the two really had mastered the secrets of Sky Mountain, they would have discovered it long ago. The group passed through regions after regions and had already been on Sky Mountain for a few days. It was extremely difficult to climb the mountain, so the number of cultivators in the group had been decreasing consistently. At the moment, there were only over 10 people left, and they no longer looked as imposing as they were at the start of the climb. Their speed was also decreasing. Even the geniuses from the major forces in the barren state were more and more affected by the evil thoughts. Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect was still covered in a holy radiance to resist the coldness and pressure on Sky Mountain. However, an evil flame seemed to be burning in his eyes. He felt an extremely evil power seeping into his mind, continuously influencing him. Suddenly, Hua Qingqing turned around and said softly, The pressure and evil thoughts are both becoming stronger. We should give up. Everyone in the snow stared at her pure eyes, which were still not affected by the evilness at all. Standing in the snow, she looked cold and ethereal. Since you can reach the peak last time, we can do it this time as well. Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect walked forward. He suddenly reached out his hands and put them on Hua Qingqing's shoulders, and he stared at the flawless lady before him. Hua Qingqing's body trembled slightly. At the instant when his hands touched her shoulders, she stepped back immediately. Her look turned cold at once as she stared at Du Ao, and a freezing aura erupted from her body. Everyone around looked at them with a strange expression. Chu Shang also glanced coldly at Du Ao. Although the evil will on Sky Mountain could indeed magnify the evil thoughts in everyone's minds, Du Ao was a genius from Sacred Fire Sect after all. He was bringing himself disgrace by doing such an act. Du Ao's right. Let's keep going, Nan Feng said emotionlessly. They would naturally not give up so easily. Hua Qingqing looked coldly at Du Ao, after which she turned around and continued walking. An evil flame was burning in Du Ao's eyes as he gazed at Hua Qingqing's back. He was not totally affected by the evil thoughts. Instead, Hua Qingqing was very attractive to him in the first place. This lady was born with a pure, flawless temperament which protected her from the evil thoughts. Perhaps this was also the reason why she could reach the peak of Sky Mountain. Hua Qingqing was not only very beautiful, but she also had an extraordinary physique. If she could become his partner, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation of certain fire elemental techniques. Such an exquisite lady was rare even in the barren state. Du Ao walked up to Hua Qingqing and asked, "You have an extraordinary physique. Are you talented in fire elemental abilities?" "Nope," Hua Qingqing replied coldly as she continued walking forward. Sacred Fire Sect had many unique techniques that are very suitable for you. Do you want to join us and cultivate? Du Ao continued. The people around him all glanced at him. "I guess he's just too free," Nanyu sneered. Nevertheless, Hua Qingqing was indeed extremely pretty and attractive. "Yi Futian!" Nanyu shouted at the person in front of him. Yi Futian turned his head around and looked at him. "Do you want to join Nantian House and become my subordinate? In the future, you'll become a general in Nantian House." As the group advanced on Sky Mountain, the impression Nanyu had towards Yi Futian had also changed. It seemed to him that Yi Futian's willpower was very outstanding, for otherwise he would not be able to endure till the moment. He was willing to give Yi Futian a chance to let him join Nantian House. A direct descendant of Nantian House, such as him, would certainly have a high position in the family in the future and own many powers. For example, the people who had followed him to the Eastern Barren Territory this time were all generals from Nantian House. "No, that's fine." Yi Futian smiled. "Subordinate? Nantian House General? The Eastern Barren Territory lacks cultivation resources. Even though you are talented, your cultivation will still be delayed if you stay here. Because your talents are not bad, we are willing to let you join Nantian House. Do you know how many people in the barren state dream of joining us? Those top nobles below the mountain all joined us willingly," Nanfeng also said as he stared at Yi Futian with a supercilious look. However, he felt that by saying this, he was already giving Yi Futian much face. He could not find a way to explain the position of Nantian House to the people in the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps Yi Futian would find out only after he went to the barren state himself. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. "I am used to my own clan." How could Nantian House compare with the cottage? He had big brother, third brother, the kind and gentle second sister, the clever sixth sister, and fourth and fifth brothers in the cottage. Although Yi Shaoshi was somewhat abnormal recently, he was still quite cute. Only that old guy, but Yi Futian could still barely tolerate him. They wanted him to give up such a nice place and become a general in Nantian House. Idiot. Why does everyone from the Holy Land of the Eastern Barren Territory not know the appropriate things to do? Nanyu remarked emotionlessly. He was clearly referring to Gudan Lu and Yi Futian. Both of them had rejected the invitation from Nantian House. Yi Futian thought that he was an idiot, but he was thinking of the same thing as well. Yi Futian just gave up the opportunity to join Nantian House. In the future, when he realized what Nantian House was, he would regret it. As the group continued forward, eventually there were only 7 people left. They were Yi Futian, Hua Qingqing, Nanfeng, and Nanyu from Nantian House, Chu Shang from Mortal World, Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect, and Hanlan from Taishan Mountain. At the moment, their footsteps seemed to be extremely heavy, including Yi Futian. A gust of wind blew down from the sky and onto everyone's body. Even Nanfeng and the rest felt that they were almost reaching their extreme and could not hold on for much longer. An extremely powerful aura was released from their bodies. Nanfeng and Nanyu were covered in silver, dazzling armors, while Chushang's body was showered in a brilliant radiance as if she was a fairy from the heavens. Du Ao's body was covered with a fiery light, which at the moment seemed to have been corroded by the evil thoughts. Only dark, evil flames were burning. Hanlon was releasing a wild aura as if he was a cold, fierce demon. On the other hand, musical notes seemed to be dancing around Hua Qingqing's pure body, which was showered in sacred light. It's not far away. If we persist for a while longer, we'll reach the top. Last time it was like this as well. If we can break through our limits, we can reach the summit. Yi Futian's face was completely red, and a terrifying light was burning in his eyes as if he was in great pain. However, he still gritted his teeth and continued walking. Hua Qingqing glanced at Yi Futian. He could trick everyone else, but not her. Yi Futian was only pretending to be in pain, but of course, she would not tell everyone that. Their current location was still quite far from the summit. Last time, the Arhut intercepted Yi Futian and the rest right here. She knew well that these people would not be able to reach the peak, especially when Yi Futian was present. Everyone tried to endure the pressure, and their speed slowed further. The evil thoughts were everywhere, and they could even feel a monstrous demon bird appear in their minds. Nanyu frowned and asked Yi Futian, "How long do we need exactly?" "Soon," Yi Futian replied with much difficulty. After a while, the flame surrounding Du Ao turned into darkness. His look was filled with evilness, and his will could no longer take it. "How long?" Du Ao also asked. "Soon," Yi Futian said. "How many times have you repeated that word?" The evil light in Du Ao's eyes blazed, and his tone was very threatening. "We're almost at the top. Every step that we take now is as difficult as climbing the sky. You're the geniuses from the barren state. So, since I can endure it, I believe you can as well." "If I can no longer take it, I'll quit," Yi Futian said. Du Ao gave a cold humph, and the others also did not know whether they should give up or not. Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing were both continuing. Yi Futian sneered in his mind. Didn't they want to climb Sky Mountain? Since this was the case, he would accompany them to the end. They were all geniuses from the barren state and thought that they were extraordinary. Yi Futian really wanted to see how long they could hold. He sneered and continued advancing, keeping to an extremely slow speed so that the rest could follow him. Suddenly, in the minds of everyone, a terrifying, illusory demon bird appeared. It was as if the demon bird could attack their wills, causing them to be in great pain. Giving a muffled humph, Nanyu stopped and could not lift his feet anymore. Yi Futian turned around and asked, "What is it? Are we there yet?" Nan, you stared at Yi Futian. "Soon." It was still the same reply. Nan, you stared coldly at Yi Futian, and his eyes were filled with blood streaks. He could not even remember how many times Yi Futian had said that word. "Can you no longer persist?" A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. "If you can't, don't force yourself, as it will be dangerous. After all, you're an important person from Nantian House. If something were to happen to you..." Dong! Nanyu's eyes were filled with demonic red light, but he still took a step forward. An evil aura was flowing on his body, and even his look changed. Suddenly, he gave a muffled humph and blood flew from the corner of his mouth. Nan Feng and Chu Shang looked at Yi Futian. Although they were affected by the evilness, they were still rational. They both felt that something was amiss. If they were to continue, they would eventually collapse. Chapter 381. The Demon Bird on Sky Mountain. Chapter 381. The Demon Bird on Sky Mountain. Is he acting like this deliberately? Nan Feng thought, gazing at Yi Futian. His words had indeed been very provocative and had lured them all the way here. However, even if Yi Futian did this on purpose, what could they do? They could give up any time. Because Nanyu was unwilling to give up, he had reached his extreme at the moment and was injured. It seemed likely that he would not be able to continue. How about the rest? How long more could they endure? Could they reach the summit of the mountain? Yi Futian had been claiming that they would reach soon, but nobody knew how far away the summit was exactly. Suddenly, Duao from Sacred Fire sect walked up to Hua Qingqing and asked, Hua Qingqing, how long more do we need? Hua Qingqing felt somewhat disgusted. Duao had been following her all along. However, Sky Mountain this time felt different from the last. She was also enduring a great amount of pressure. The willpower that had merged into the mountain seemed to have revived, as well as the evil thoughts. She was similarly reaching her extreme and could not keep her distance from him. We still have some distance to go. You should give up. Although I did manage to reach the peak the last time, I indeed walked up myself. This time, however, it seems to be tougher. Hua Qingqing turned her head and glanced at everyone. All right. Duao's body was covered in dark light, while his eyes were burning with an evil flame, in which some darkness could be seen. He took another step closer to Hua Qingqing. Then he suddenly reached out his hands and grabbed towards Hua Qingqing's arms. Hua Qingqing's expression changed. This was already the second time. With her body showered in sacred radiance, she released a strong wave of spiritual energy towards Duao while trying to avoid the grab. However, Duao's arms became covered in terrifying flames as he struck his hands towards Hua Qingqing's body. Under the pressure of Sky Mountain, she could not dodge the surprise attack at such a close range. Thus, Duao still grabbed the upper parts of her arms. Follow me down the mountain, Duao said as he started to descend. It was challenging to climb Sky Mountain, but right the opposite for descent. Let me go. Hua Qingqing's Guqin spirit appeared behind her, and the music immediately tried to attack Duao's spiritual will. Boom! Duao's eyes were covered in dark flames, and a sacred fire-like radiance enveloped the two. He was in the upper arcana plane, while Hua Qingqing only the middle arcana plane. Clearly, she could not fight back. I'll go down first. Grabbing Hua Qingqing with his arms, Duao turned around and ran down the mountain. This unexpected event caused everyone to be momentarily stunned. Everything just happened in an instant. It was as if Duao had already planned long ago that if he could not make it to the top, then he would bring Hua Qingqing down with him. Futian took a step backward and wanted to chase them. He squinted and coldness filled his eyes. It's none of your business. We'll continue forward. Hanlan from Taishan Mountain was releasing an extremely wild aura, as if he was a human-like demon, as he stared at Futian with his monstrous eyes. Evil thoughts had entered his minds and activated the wildness in him. Therefore, he wanted to continue the ascent. In this short moment, Duao had already brought Hua Qingqing down the path for quite a distance. Futian could see Hua Qingqing staring at him like she was asking for help. She knew that Futian could save her. Let's try again. If we really cannot do it, we'll give up, Nanfeng also said to Futian. Although he despised Duao for his action, it was none of his business as well. Futian glanced at everyone and nodded. Okay then. After that, he turned around and continued the climb. His will, however, began to envelop Sky Mountain, and he could see Duao bring Hua Qingqing all the way down. Their speed during the descent was unrestricted at all and extremely fast, while the evil thoughts were also weakening. However, the evil flames in Duao's eyes were not extinguishing at all. Instead, they were growing more intense. Looking at the pure and flawless lady before him, his eyes were filled with greed. If he could bring her to Sacred Fire Sect, she would be his in the future. Bastard! Futian's heart was filled with coldness. At the moment, there was a monstrous, dark figure inside Sky Mountain. The endless demonic while circling Sky Mountain turned into an illusory demon bird and engulfed the region of darkness. Suddenly, however, a pair of eyes opened in the darkness. The pair of eyes looked unruly and unrestricted as if they were from the demon bird itself. At this instant, the endless willpower on Sky Mountain gushed towards the illusory demon bird that had just formed. The willpower from Sky Mountain and the demonic will turned into two forces that tried to eliminate one another. Then, some coldness flashed across the demonic pair of eyes. Buzz! A figure charged out towards the sky like a dark bolt of lightning. It kept ascending and flew out of Sky Mountain directly, while an endless amount of demonic will circled around its body. At this instant, an enormous demon bird appeared on the summit of Sky Mountain. The demon bird dived down from the summit with a striking speed, like a bolt of lightning. At the moment, Yi Futian and the rest were still climbing the mountain with much difficulty. Why are the evil thoughts getting stronger? Chushang said. Her wonderful body was covered with protective light, but suddenly she could feel the evil thoughts increasing rapidly. Apart from her, the rest also felt it and were puzzled. Above us! Suddenly, Nanfeng raised his head and saw a demon bird which had blotted out the sun and the sky diving down towards him. His face immediately turned very pale. Run! Without any hesitation, Nanfeng turned around and ran down the path. Clearly, he did not want to climb Sky Mountain anymore. The demon bird which he saw was the one that had appeared in their minds. It actually existed. Everyone did not hesitate and turned around to run directly. However, the demon bird was too fast and reached them in a flash. They could only take out powerful ritual implements to protect themselves. The enormous demon bird swept past them, and it was as if the end of the world was coming. They were all blown off into the air directly as they coughed much blood. Then they fell back onto the ground and still kept rolling downwards. However, the demon bird dived past them directly, as if it was not interested in them at all. Cough! Nanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood which colored the snow below him. The hit just now was too terrifying. Turning around, he saw Yi Futian also lying down on the ground and yelled coldly, "Bastard! Why didn't you say that there is actually a demon bird on the mountain?" "I didn't see it the last time here," Yi Futian replied. Idiot! Nan Yu was even more severely injured. Just now he was already reaching his extreme. And furthermore, the sharp claws of the demon bird landed on his chest directly. If he did not have a ritual implement, he would either be dead or disabled by now. Chu Shang also looked at Yi Futian, but did not say anything. Nobody had expected such an outcome, one that was even more miserable than the last. It seemed that they would never be able to make it to the summit. Yi Futian sneered in his heart. Since these people wanted to climb Sky Mountain, he would accompany them and entertain them well. Of course, he would not really kill them here. Otherwise, if he and Hua Qingqing returned alive but the rest were dead, the top forces from the Barren State would certainly not let them off. At the mountainside of Sky Mountain, Du Ao chose not to continue the descent. On the other hand, he brought Hua Qingqing to an isolated corner on the mountain and injured her. The resistance from her had caused him much trouble. Lying in the snow, Hua Qingqing's face turned miserably pale. Never had she expected such a thing to happen. The evil flames in Du Ao's eyes were still burning as he stared at Hua Qingqing on the ground. He walked up step by step and said, "Your body really suits me. Don't worry. In the future, I'll bring you back to Sacred Fire Sect. Perhaps one day you'll become the wife of the son of Sacred Fire Sect." Scram! Hua Qingqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as her Guqin spirit appeared again. Obviously, she was unwilling to be humiliated like this. "Why are you even resisting?" A flame god seemed to have appeared behind Du Ao, protecting him from the music. Then a horrifying flame intent landed on Hua Qingqing's body, which caused her shirts to start burning in the dancing snow. Her white and smooth arms were displayed in his sight. "You'll not get what you want," Hua Qingqing said with resolution. "Even if you kill yourself, I'll still not let you go." The evil within Du Ao was ignited. Hearing his words, tears flew down from Hua Qingqing's eyes. Seeing Du Ao walk towards her step by step, she was desperate. Du Ao produced evil laughter. Suddenly, he seemed to have felt something and shouted coldly, "Who's there?" Turning around, he saw wind whizzing wildly in the distance and snow sweeping towards him along with some dark light. Then he saw a monstrous demonic bird. "What's that?" Du Ao's expression changed instantly as the demon bird charged towards him at an astonishing speed. He grabbed Hua Qingqing and backed quickly. The demon bird swept out its wings and slapped onto the two. At once, the two were separated and fell onto the ground. Du Ao glanced at Hua Qingqing, who had fallen to a place far from him and was unwilling to give up. However, he suddenly noticed the demon bird staring at him and charged towards him again. "Bastard!" Seeing the demon bird rushing towards him, Du Ao immediately took out a spell scroll and crushed it. His speed increased significantly, and he flew towards the side of the mountain like a gust of wind. He wanted to leave Sky Mountain. The demon bird flapped its wings and neared Du Ao rapidly. His face turned pale as he took out another scroll. The scroll was crashed under fire and turned into a flame guardian. Bang! The sharp claws of the demon bird struck out, and even the flame guardian was smashed into pieces. The frightening power caused Du Ao to be blown away and spit much blood in the air. Using this force, he retreated from the mountain hastily with the aid of wind. The demon bird continued forward, but Du Ao was already at the edge of Sky Mountain. He immediately charged down, leaving the mountain. Only then, the demon bird stopped and did not continue to chase. Its body made an arc in the sky as it made its way back. When it passed by Hua Qingqing, it glanced at her with its unruly eyes, after which it flew past her. Hua Qingqing stared at the demon bird and shouted, "Thank you." She had vaguely guessed a few things. Since the willpower on Sky Mountain had been controlled by Yi Futian, he would be able to control the demon bird as well. Du Ao descended from the mountain, looking extremely injured, and soon he returned to the foot of Sky Mountain. Seeing Du Ao's appearance, the people from Sacred Fire Sect asked, "What happened?" "Nothing. There's a demon on Sky Mountain. I was assaulted by it," Du Ao replied emotionlessly. The evil thoughts in his eyes slowly dissipated. The cultivators from Mortal World walked up and asked, "Where's the lady?" The people from Nantian House, who were on the back of the dragon, also asked a similar question. "I don't know. We were separated," Du Ao replied as he glanced at the crowd. He seemed to be looking for Qin Yu and the family members of Hua Qingqing, but he realized that they were no longer here. In the distance, however, a group of cultivators was heading towards Sky Mountain on the back of a dragon. The composition of the group was astounding. Its members included Qin Yu, Donghua clan leader and his wife, Lu Nantian, Fuyun Sword clan leader, and the lords from Royal Xian Temple. Chapter 382 Game Between the Best. Chapter 382 Game Between the Best on the cloud-shrouded first mountain of the college. A pavilion was standing on the steep summit. Here, one could get a striking view of the entire Book Mountain. At the moment, there were two old men in the pavilion playing a game of chess. They were clearly the college chief and Mr. Du from the cottage. Bai Lishu, who was standing beside them, was somewhat puzzled. Such a scene was indeed extremely rare. It was the first time he saw his master and uncle playing chess. What wind was blowing today? Why does it feel abnormal? It has been so long since we last played. Senior, your skills have improved significantly. You are less direct than you were in the past. Now, every move of yours seems natural and yet hidden with more moves. You are a master at it, Mr. Du remarked, smiling. Your moves may seem mild, but you have secretly gained control of the entire game. Over these years, you're becoming better at planning and calculation. The long beard of the college chief swung in the air, and he was sage-like. Although he was old, his voice was firm and stable. This is not planning. This is momentum. Mr. Du shook his head. You made your moves in the whole Eastern Baron territory in an attempt to fulfill your wish. So now, how's the momentum? The college chief sneered, staring at Mr. Du Sr. Why do you have to be so unhappy? Mr. Du smiled. How many years have both of us been cultivating? How long more do I have? Sooner or later I'll pass away. I want to leave here to find a way to break through. Is it so difficult to give you this position? The college chief snarled, looking at Mr. Dew. Even if you don't want it, what about your first disciple? Why did you ask him to leave that time? To fulfill your wish? Hearing the conversation between the two, Bai Lishu was shocked. Rumors outside claimed that time, Mr. Dew asked his first disciple to establish his own clan instead of staying at the college. The college chief was extremely dissatisfied with this, and a conflict broke out between the two. The real reason was actually that the college chief was looking for a person to take over his position, but Mr. Dew rejected. Therefore, he thought of the Sword Saint. This was indeed surprising. Senior, do you think I'll be a good chief? Mr. Dew smiled with a lazy expression. Moreover, I think you're well aware of some other reasons. College Chief Xiao stared at Mr. Dew eventually. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. He knew why Mr. Dew would not take over his position, but he did not even allow Sword Saint to take over. The college chief was extremely unhappy. He did not have much time left. Although cultivators could live much longer, they were not immortal. He was not yet a sage and would still die eventually. Only after he made the breakthrough, his lifespan could be extended. Hence, he wanted to leave the Eastern Barren Territory and look for opportunities outside. With his talents, he would not be able to feel the sage plane and take the last step by secluding in the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior, I know that you have high hopes for me. I have also thought about how you can leave without worries after all these are finished. But Mr. Dew gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If you wish to fulfill your ambition in the Eastern Barren Territory, you will go against the benefits of the others. It's certainly not as easy as you have imagined, College Chief Xiao said. He knew what his junior wanted to do. That's true. It's so difficult to change just the Eastern Barren Territory. Mr. Dew continued, shaking his head. He gazed into the distance and added, "What's coming will come." Hearing his words, College Chief Xiao similarly raised his head. In the sky, wind and clouds whizzed. Suddenly, the howl of dragon erupted, shocking the entire earth. On Book Mountain, countless people looked up at the sky, where they saw a real dragon devouring clouds and descend from the height. The enormous dragon was golden and majestic. 3 people were standing on its back. The person who was in front had a crown on his head and was wearing the emperor's robe. He looked all-powerful. He was the most powerful person in the Eastern Barren Territory, the King of Qin. On each side of the King of Qin, there was also an elder. They looked unfathomable. Apart from them, many cultivators appeared in the sky around them as well. They were powerful nobles from the 4 major forces which had allied. Now, they had also come to Book Mountain. Immediately, Book Mountain was shaken. Many people ascended into the air to face their common enemy. Qin Dynasty finally sent their army to Book Mountain. Standing on the back of the dragon, the King of Qin looked at the pavilion on the first mountain, as if his look had penetrated across space. He stared at the 2 elders playing chess and laughed. "Greetings, College Chief Xiao," Mr. Dew, with a cold expression on his face. College Chief Xiao lifted his head and shouted, "Scram!" He wished that the King of Qin could scram as far as possible. At the moment, he was somewhat anxious. "Senior, since the guest is here, we don't have a reason to chase him away." Mr. Dew, however, smiled casually. He looked at the King of Qin in the sky and said, "Please." "All right." The King of Qin nodded, smiling. He walked down from the sky, while the 2 elders followed him closely. On the other hand, the dragon remained hovering in the air. The various mountain elders of Book Mountain, as well as the cultivators from Sword Saint Mountain and Moon Clan, ascended into the air one after another. They stared coldly at the people opposite them, creating a stalemate. Goddess Wangyue came near the pavilion on the first mountain, but kept her distance. Then, she looked at the 2 elders beside the King of Qin. Their eyes looked deep and they were not releasing any aura. But everyone could feel that they were extremely dangerous. In addition, they looked ancient. If they still seemed old despite having cultivated to this level, they must have lived for many years. The King of Qin landed on the ground, after which he saluted to Mr. Du by folding his hands and said, "I have heard your name for very long, but unfortunately have not met you in person. Today I came here to visit you. Please do not blame me for disturbing." His tone was sincere, and he was not hypocritical. Instead, he meant what he said. Mr. Du was indeed a respected figure in the Eastern Barren Territory. There were 8 disciples in the cottage. The first 3 were already famous in the Eastern Barren Territory, and any one of them could establish their own clans and stand at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory. The other disciples were still growing, but they had already displayed their remarkable talents. In the future, it seemed unlikely that they would be much weaker than the Sword Saint and the other 2. Even if Mr. Du did not know how to cultivate, he would still be considered as a legend by picking these disciples and teaching them to such a level. Furthermore, the King of Qin did not believe that Mr. Du really could not cultivate. The 2 people beside the King of Qin also stared at Mr. Du, as if they were trying to feel something from him. "You're too polite." Mr. Du smiled casually. He had noticed that while the King of Qin had brought many cultivators here, the leader of Donghua clan and his wife, as well as several other important figures, were not here. Mr. Du smiled mildly. He knew what had happened. "College Chief Xiao and Mr. Du, you have been enjoying yourselves. I am mediocre at playing chess. Mr. Du, are you interested in playing a game with me?" The King of Qin said, looking at Mr. Du, "Please." Mr. Du extended his arm. College Chief Xiao stared at him, and his beard swung in the air. "Senior," Mr. Du shouted at College Chief Xiao. College Chief Xiao was, however, still staring at him. "Senior, our visitors are our guests," Mr. Du added. Only then, College Chief stood up unwillingly. Then he walked to the side and glanced coldly at the King of Qin. "College Chief Xiao, I apologize for the trouble." The King of Qin nodded at the College Chief. Then he sat down opposite Mr. Du. The pieces returned from the board as they started a new game. In the sky above Book Mountain, the people from both the college and Qin dynasty and its allies all gazed at the situation in the pavilion, feeling somewhat emotional. The most powerful person in the Eastern Barren Territory and the mysterious and low-key legend from the cottage were playing a game of chess on Book Mountain. They all knew clearly that in this game, the pieces would still fall onto the chessboard, but they would affect the whole Eastern Barren Territory. "Mr. Du, I heard that you are College Chief Xiao's junior, so you're more senior than me. You should go first," the King of Qin said politely. Mr. Du nodded gently and landed his first move casually, as if it only depended on his mood. The King of Qin smiled and similarly made his move. Book Mountain seemed to be very quiet, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The sound of chess pieces landing on the chessboard was exceptionally clear. "Mr. Du, you seem to be making your moves randomly, but without me realizing it, you're already taking control of the whole game. Terrific." The King of Qin smiled. Then he made his next move. Seeing the scene, College Chief Zhao's eyes sparkled. Mr. Du wanted to take control of the game, while the King of Qin followed him closely. All his moves were direct and aggressive. Mr. Du smiled and continued the game. As the 2 played, slowly an invisible aura actually spread out from the King of Qin and enveloped the space. "Mr. Du, you're a legendary figure. Why are you confining yourself to such a small place?" The King of Qin made his move. On the chessboard, there seemed to be a dragon charging out and devouring everything. "I make my moves after careful consideration." Mr. Du smiled and continued to make his move casually. Immediately, the region where his piece landed seemed to be rescued from the siege. Once they were rescued, they could respond to the whole game and form an unstoppable force. The King of Qin held a piece in his hand, but his hand hovered in midair. The aura around him turned into the shape of a dragon. It was as if he was temporarily trapped. Finally, his finger landed onto the board. The dragon charged out and wanted to kill its enemy at all costs, at all consequence. Mr. Deuce shook his head, after which he made his next move. He never once spent time thinking before making his move, as if he had already known everything. However, his move was still defensive. You take control of the whole game. If your plans work out, you will be unstoppable. We do not have much time left. We'll either make or break it, the King of Qin said emotionlessly. He looked at the chessboard, where he felt an invisible pressure. Then he made his move, which charged into the enemy's territory in an attempt to break the balance. You leave yourself with no paths of return. If you lose everything. Why? Mr. Deuce said again and continued the game. The people on Book Mountain listened to the conversation between the two. There were many hidden meanings which they could not understand fully. The pieces of the King of Qin and Mr. Deuce landed on the chessboard, but the chessboard itself could be the entire Eastern Barren territory. The King of Qin froze as he stared at the chessboard. When Mr. Deuce made his last move, the situation changed drastically. He had always been in a defensive position, but after that move, it felt like he could clear all his enemies with one strike. The pieces which the King of Qin sent on the siege all seemed to be in a dangerous position now, as if they would be killed immediately. Do you still want to continue? Mr. Deuce asked. The King of Qin was shocked in his heart. His fingers trembled gently as he stared at the chessboard, after which he made his move. The two ends of his pieces on the board worked together to form a siege as if they were two dragons. If any of them won, they would engulf their enemies together. I have already made my move and cannot return. Qin Yu and the rest have gone to Sky Mountain. After the battle there ends, they'll come here. Unrepentant. Why? Mr. Deuce shook his head and put down his next move with his hand. Immediately, a region that was under the siege also changed drastically and cut the connection between the two dragons. It was as if this move could decide the game. It'll be difficult for them to leave Sky Mountain in one piece, Mr. Deuce remarked casually. Chapter 383, Battle Between the Best. Chapter 383, Battle Between the Best at the foot of Sky Mountain. The wind was blowing and snowflakes were dancing wildly in the air. In the distance, there was a group of cultivators. Many people looked in that direction and were astonished. The group consisted of Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, Donghua clan leader and his wife, Lu Nantian, Fuyun sword clan leader, the lord from Royal Xian Temple, as well as several elders from Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. So many strong cultivators had appeared at Sky Mountain, and they were heading directly towards the place where the three strongest disciples of the cottage were at. The Eastern Barren territory was about to change drastically. The long-awaited battle was about to erupt at the moment. Nobody had expected it to happen neither at the college nor at Qin dynasty, but rather at Sky Mountain. The only question was why the King of Qin was not present. Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, and Gu Donglu also noticed the group. Standing proudly in the air, their eyes were only filled with coldness. It seemed like the group was aiming directly at them. At the other side, the cultivators from various top forces of the Barren State all seemed to be interested in the situation. It seemed to them that the Eastern Barren territory was not in a peaceful state. They would probably be able to see how strong the best cultivators of the Eastern Barren territory were. The crowd beside Sword Saint and the other two retreated as far as they could. Qin Yu and the rest had arrived, and the final battle was imminent. So clearly they had to avoid it totally. Therefore, shortly afterward, only 3 people remained quietly in that region as if they were isolated by the entire world. The snow fell down continuously from the sky onto the 3 who were standing straight at their spots. Sword Saint looked majestic, Zhuge Hui cold and proud, while Gu Donglu extremely sharp. This was the first time the 3 eldest disciples of the cottage stood together to fight their enemies. Many people turned very emotional. These three were the legends of the Eastern Barren Territory. They were the models for countless many. However, this time their enemies were way too strong. Donghua clan leader and his wife, Fuyun sword clan leader, Royal Xian temple lord. All of them were very influential figures in the Eastern Barren Territory. How would the cottage disciples fight them? It seems like someone has a poor memory. Or perhaps those hits from my whip that time simply aren't painful enough. Zhuge Hui smiled coldly as she glanced at Qin Yu. Immediately, Qin Yu's face darkened. The battle at Sky Mountain last time was the biggest humiliation he had experienced in his life. Looking down at Zhuge Hui, who was wearing a white shirt and standing in the snow like a fairy, Qin Yu said, "The second disciple of the cottage indeed looks elegant. I heard that you're still single now. How about marrying into Qin dynasty? Coincidentally, I need a concubine." After that, he looked at the other people beside him and said, "Be gentle later and don't injure her." Qin Yu really wanted to clear himself of the humiliation he had experienced at Sky Mountain on that day. The only way was for Zhuge Hui to submit herself below him and be played by him. She would use her entire life to repent for that battle. Lady Yu Xiao glanced emotionlessly at Qin Yu and felt somewhat disgusted. Qin Yu was humiliated because he was weaker, and yet he wanted to humiliate Zhuge Hui in such a way, which was really distasteful. That day at Sky Mountain, Qin Li was killed and Qin Yu lost badly in the battle, which totally shattered his confidence. His mentality, therefore, became somewhat distorted. This could also be seen from his act of using Hua Qingqing to get closer to the people from the barren state. At the moment, Qin Yu would achieve his goal at all costs. However, Lady Yu Xiao did not say anything. Donghua clan had also crossed the point of no return. Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, an extremely sharp aura bloomed from Gudonglu and ascended into the air, charging towards Qin Yu. His murderous intent filled the sky. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhuge Hui suddenly laughed. "Concubine?" She then put her hand near her waist. Following a soft noise, her long whip appeared in her hand. Zhuge Hui's arm trembled slightly. The whip rotated and flew into the air, turning into a white bolt of lightning which penetrated across space. In the sky, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Immediately, countless lightning flew on the whip as it swept towards the sky. It was as if the whip had turned into a lightning storm that was attempting to engulf the entire region. Every lightning in the storm held a destructive power. Anyone who got trapped in the storm would almost certainly be destroyed. Back! The people in the distance had already retreated a huge distance, but feeling the power of the storm, they ran back again as they still felt unsafe. Zhuge Hui's casual action actually caused the whole region to be enveloped in such a devastating power. Besides Sky Mountain, the people from the barren state were all surprised by the scene. It seemed that they had indeed underestimated the power of the college. At least the lady before them was very strong. This lightning spell was definitely one that had exceeded the noble level. In the sky, the expressions of Qin Yu and the rest all turned dignified. Zhuge Hui had only cast one spell, and it already caused them to feel some pressure. This lightning spell was cast by the whip, a sage ritual implement. At the moment, all the lightning forces in the world had been brought together, and the catastrophic storm was charging towards them, trying to engulf every person. Leader. Qin Yu held his dragon spear in his hand, but he looked at Donghua clan leader, who was beside him. The previous battle already proved that he was no match against Zhuge Hui. Donghua clan was a force which was as famous as the Qin dynasty and the college. Thus, the power of its leader was undoubtedly very strong. Donghua clan leader stared below him. He was holding a scepter in his hand, the earthly scepter. Donghua clan was well known for its spells, and its leader cultivated both martial arts and sorcery. At the moment when he held the earthly scepter, an invisible gravity enveloped the region. Accompanying a violent rumbling, brown-colored radiance, stared converging wildly around him. It actually turned into many enormous meteorites, which were as huge as mountains. Then they dropped down wildly towards the lightning storm. Rumble! The sky cried, and the battlefield turned into an actual doomsday. Bolts of lightning and meteorites collided into each other. Under the endless purple lightning, the meteorites were crushed continuously, but they seemed to be endless as well. They dropped down continuously, trying to fill the storm. Zhuge Hui's rotating arm suddenly pointed directly at the sky. At once, the lightning storm engulfed the sky and stopped gathering any powers. The shirt of the Donghua clan leader swung in the air and his long hair danced. He pointed his scepter downwards, and immediately a terrifying gravity stopped the storm from ascending. Suddenly, a whip struck out from the storm towards Donghua clan leader. The expression of Donghua clan leader did not, however, change, and a sacred, illusory figure appeared beside him. The figure looked huge and burly, as if it was a divine being. He pointed his scepter out, and immediately many enormous palm prints appeared in the sky. They blotted out the sky and grabbed towards the whip, sealing the entire space. Like an agile snake, the whip suddenly changed its direction and charged towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's body turned into a golden beam of light, which dodged to the side. Then the whip swept towards the dragon Qin Yu was on, causing it to howl ferociously. The whip wound around its huge body directly, after which the lightning storm appeared again. Zhuge Hui's arm trembled suddenly. Right away, the radiance circling around the dragon in the lightning storm turned into many lightning swords and cut the dragon into countless pieces. The dragon gave out cries of misery and roared continuously. Seeing the scene, the crowd in the distance was astounded. The dragon was a noble level one, and its physical defense was extremely strong. However, it was cut into many pieces directly by Zhuge Hui's whip. It was then easy to imagine what the lightning storm could do to a human. All of a sudden, a wave of sword bloomed in the sky as Futian sword clan leader stepped forward. Holding the famous sword the Alcade, he turned into a blade of light and descended from the sky. The silvery light reflected from his sword lit the entire sky as he struck directly towards Zhuge Hui, who was attacking Qin Yu. Sizzle! An extremely appalling broadsword also bloomed. Sword Saint turned into a bolt of lightning, and his broadsword penetrated across space. It cut through the silvery blade of light and ascended straight upwards, charging towards Futian sword clan leader Han Ruoshui. That year, Sword Saint became famous after battling Han Ruoshui in Futian sword clan. At the moment, the two were fighting again. Sword Saint was actually more famous than Han Ruoshui now. However, Han Ruoshui had a famous sword, but the Sword Saint did not have any ritual implement. At the instant when they started fighting, even the sky seemed to be split into pieces. Broadsword and sword filled the entire sky. Even though the onlookers were very far from the battle, they could still feel how dangerous the situation was. Sword Saint did not have a ritual implement, but he chose to have a forceful, close-ranged combat. Gu Dongyu's body flashed as he charged towards Qin Yu directly. His speed was extremely fast, like a mere illusion. Clang! A violent sound erupted. The First Lord of Royal Xian Temple struck down with a golden bell, blocking Gu Donglu. The golden bell flew in the sky, and a frightening pressure was spreading from it. Another sage ritual implement. Does Royal Xian Temple also have one? Many people were shocked. Maybe it was from Qin Dynasty's ancient tomb, and somehow Royal Xian Temple. First Lord got it. Perhaps the sword of Futian sword clan leader came in the same way. All the three of them have ritual implements. In addition, Qin Yu, Lady Yu Xiao, and Lu Nantian had not participated in the battle. It's no wonder that they dared to come here directly with so much confidence. Many people discussed. Nevertheless, the three cottage disciples were indeed very strong. To deal with them, Qin dynasty needed so many powerful cultivators, as well as the aid from sage ritual implements. "Look at Sword Saint," someone exclaimed. The melee combat between Sword Saint and Han Ruoshui even caused space to split apart. As they battled, they rose higher and higher into the sky and were hardly visible. The rest could only see blades of light, as well as the broadsword will and sword will that had filled the place. However, Sword Saint's actions suddenly became much slower, but the broadsword will from his body grew in intensity. A broadsword appeared in his hand, and his every move looked all natural as he turned the forces in the world into broadsword will. When he struck out, a straight beam of light appeared, cutting the sky into two halves. Han Ruoshui struck out wildly with the Alcade, but his attacks were crushed in the broadsword will. Hence he could only retreat, and his situation looked bleak. "Go and help him!" Qin Yu shouted at the lord from Royal Xian Temple. On the other hand, he tried to block Gu Donglu with the dragon spear in his hand. Gu Donglu was as famous as him, and that time Gu Donglu even won Lunantian. But at the moment Qin Yu had a ritual implement. All right. The lord from Royal Xian Temple flashed and struck out at Sword Saint with the golden bell. Looking at the battle in the sky, many people were speechless. Fu Yun, Sword Clan leader, and the lord from Royal Xian Temple both had sage ritual implements, and yet they could only barely fight against Sword Saint. Chapter 384. Off the Mountain. Chapter 384. Off the mountain, Qin Yu held the golden dragon spear in his hands as he radiated with a cool, golden light. With sharp, cold eyes, he looked down at Gu Donglu. The 3 senior disciples of the cottage rattled the Eastern Barren territory. Today they would meet their end. With his father keeping everyone in check at the college, no one dared rush to their rescue. When the battle here was finished, they would head over to destroy the college and the cottage. It would be a cleansing of the Eastern Barren territory. Qin Yu moved and took the form of flashes of golden lightning, breaking into the skies. Before he could even reach Gu Donglu, the dragon's spear released lightning that filled the sky and charged at him like sharp blades. Gu Donglu lifted his head. Gaze sharpened, and his murderous intent-filled eyes turned somewhat demonic. In the next moment, Qin Yu entered his line of vision, and his opponent's every move now seemed to be in his control. All Qin Yu knew was that he could feel shadows appear in his spiritual will. They were like war gods that charged at him. This pissed him off, and his heart cooled even more. Spiritual sorcerers were so annoying. The only way to defend against this type of spiritual attack was with spiritual energy. There was no other way, and it was no use trying to dodge out of the way. Hiss! Flashes of lightning emitted from the dragon's spear, ripped through skies. What followed was the image of the spear shooting forward. A light grew at Gu Donglu's feet, and as if he had been teleported, he disappeared from where he stood. The spear pierced into a bed of snow, releasing a loud explosion. The ground had been broken, and what was left was a terrifying dark hole. Qin Yu waved the long spear, and his body turned with the motion. The lightning seemed to have shifted with the wind and were carried over to a new location, the location where Gu Donglu was standing. Boom! The lightning continued to crackle in the sky. However, each flash only managed to get his shadows as Gu Donglu moved way too quickly to be caught. His white clothing danced in the wind, and the light around his feet was still shining brightly. His hands were held in a mudra. The heavens and earth harmonized, and ancient characters began to revolve around his body. It was the character, Xing, of the Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power. Each character of the 9 seals correlated with one mudra, one spell. Qin Yu's face fell. He turned slowly and looked at the figure across from him in the sky. He spoke coldly. "Is dodging all you know to do?" Gu Donglu stared back at him, and all Qin Yu could feel was his body go numb. His spiritual will seemed to be restricted while illusory figures of war gods charged into his mind. Images of dragons appeared within Qin Yu with a roar. 9 dragons with bright eyes circled, and along with these 9 dragons, there was also a large, majestic golden dragon. This golden dragon was the Dharma of his life spirit. With loud roars, the dragons, as well as the long spear in his grasp, were on the move. Qin Yu took a step forward and waved his spear once, splitting the skies. However, his attack was still unable to touch Gudonglu because he was just too quick. Whoosh! The 9 seals continued to revolve around Gudonglu. A bright image of a figure appeared behind him, basked in the light from the 9 seals. Gudonglu looked like a deity at this moment. The Xing character floated in the air and was imprinted on his body. When his environment harmonized, more lines of ancient characters appeared. Following that, Gudonglu's body could be seen zipping through the air. Only his shadow could be seen in the vast space. It was beginning to get hard to tell which image of him was real and which were fake. These images all came in front of Qin Yu and were destroyed by the spear in his hands. Then, the images continued to come at him. It was a wild scene to witness, as there seemed to be no end to these images of Gudonglu. Behind Qin Yu, the dragons rushed out only to realize that a powerful force of energy gathered, which led to the release of war gods. The images of 9 war gods graced the skies. They were majestic and formidable, with ancient characters revolving around them. They were ready to take on the dragons. So powerful, thought the crowd as they observed from afar with racing hearts. They were too powerful. The 3 eldest disciples of the cottage were ready to take on the top dogs of various great forces. The second disciple, Zhuge Hui, a goddess-like beauty, was up against the clan leader of the Donghua clan. The first disciple, the Sword Saint, fought 2 men, while the third disciple, Gudonglu, fought Qin Yu, who had a ritual implement. However, the Qin dynasty had people who had yet to make their move. Lady Yu Xiao watched the battle between clan leader Hua and Zhuge Hui. She was ready to tag him out at any time. It was obvious the couple didn't want to bully a junior cultivator by fighting together. After all, Zhuge Hui could only be considered a junior to them. Lu Nantian did not make a move either. He observed the battle between Qin Yu and Gudonglu. He had fought Gudonglu all those years ago in Dongqing College, but Gudonglu was much more powerful now. He had already made his way into the grade 1 noble plane. At the same time, he was enlightenment with a sliver of sage abilities. Although it was just the basics, he was on his way up. As for the other cultivators, they were all gathered in the air around the battle of the Sword Saint. Better safe than sorry. If both clan leader Han Ruoshui of the Futian Sword Clan and the First Lord of the Royal Xian Temple couldn't handle him, they would be ready to attack him as a group. They had their hearts set on coming out victorious in these battles. They could never allow these 3 eldest disciples of the cottage to return to the college alive. The cultivators from the barren state watched the battles in shock. They were surprised at just how capable the college's disciples were. They all had sage abilities. If they were willing to go to the barren state, it would only be a matter of time that they entered the sage plane. Never in a million years did they expect this. Du Ao eyes were trained on the battlefields. He took notice of clan leader Hua and Lady Yu Xiao's abilities. They were extremely powerful indeed. He wondered what they would do if they knew about what he had done to their daughter. He wasn't worried, though. He had brought quite a lot of powerful cultivators from the Holy Fire clan. Besides, did they even have the guts to take him on, even if they knew? At the Qianqiu Temple's campsite, the Arhut had already returned. He took a look at the battlefields and let out an emotionless smile. This was exactly the situation he talked about. He had another thought. If this situation got even messier, would it be able to start a bigger storm that would drag in the top powers of the barren state as well? In the end, the Qin dynasty and the college would both suffer great losses and may even have their names wiped from the eastern barren territory. This way, the Qianqiu Temple, the Witch clan, and the Ji family would be the only top powers left in the eastern barren territory. "What are you thinking about?" asked a monk when he saw the little twinkle in the Arhut's eyes. I was wondering when our temple would be able to spread throughout the eastern barren territory and receive the respect of the people, answered the Arhot. Buddhism reaches those who are fated for it. There is no need to be greedy for the respect of the people. Fate comes from Buddha. If it's not fated to be, there is no need to force it, explained the monk who now held his hands together. Do you know why our temple is built in the western region of the eastern barren territory, facing Sky Mountain, and why we refuse to move elsewhere? To use the evilness from Sky Mountain to strengthen our hearts for Buddhism. To be unaffected by the invasion of evils is the fruit of our labors, said the Arhat. There is one more reason. With a clear heart, you will be able to see your true self. Knowing your true self will help rid yourself of all inner evils. Those cultivating in Buddhism have no need in the business of the material world, said the monk. He held his Buddhist beads tightly and closed his eyes. Thank you for your advice, Abbot. The Arhut put his hands together and bowed his head lightly at the head monk. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind the abbot's words. On Sky Mountain, Yi Futian's group made their way off the mountain at an unusual speed despite the ground being covered in snow. In no time, they were halfway there. This was when they noticed a figure seated quietly among the snow and boulders of the mountain. The person was covered in a thick layer of white snow. All that could be seen through the thick blanket of precipitation were a pair of beautiful eyes. It was Hua Qingqing. She was waiting. The demon bird was able to find him, so Yi Futian was able to see everything on Sky Mountain. He walked toward her and removed his long, white robe before draping it over the girl. It's cold. He smiled at her. Her innocence-filled eyes met his. He has great eyes. Thank you. Hua Qingqing spoke softly. Yi Futian smiled and turned away. He knew the true meaning behind her words of gratitude. What a gentleman, teased Nanyu. He looked over at Hua Qingqing and lowered his voice. Such a pity. In his opinion, she had already fallen to the wrath of Duao. It was truly a pity that this innocent, beautiful girl was taken advantage of by a guy like him. Nanyu's heart wavered for her, as beauties did to many. Chu Shang also looked sympathetically at Hua Qingqing. The group then proceeded on their journey off the mountain. After they left, Hua Qingqing shook the snow on her body before her thin arm, white as snow, reached out. Yi Futian obviously knew that her clothes were half ruined. She put on Yi Futian's white robe, not caring how it might look to other people. She then followed the footsteps left behind by Yi Futian's group and headed off the mountain. At this point, the group reached the side of the mountain, and with a giant leap they were in the air, descending from Sky Mountain by flight. At the foot of the mountain, the camps set by the people seemed so orderly. 3 different battles had broken out in the sky. There were the cultivators from the barren state and the others who observed off to the side. When Yi Futian and the others leaped off the mountain, they landed in the middle of a battle. Big brother, second sister, third brother. Yi Futian froze. He then saw Qinyu and the others, which caused his expression to turn cold. The people of the Qin dynasty had actually picked a fight with his senior brothers and sister at Sky Mountain. Du Ao turned his attention in one direction in confusion. That was when he saw Hua Qingqing and smiled in her direction. Hua Qingqing had also seen him, but her expression was cold. She's actually okay? The Arhot was surprised. He looked at Hua Qingqing and saw the clothes she was wearing. He couldn't help but let out an interested expression. Could there be a story on Sky Mountain? Hua Qingqing was wearing Yi Futian's clothes, and she had also purposely lied about Yi Futian's time on Sky Mountain. The Arhot was sharp at picking up these things, and it felt strange. Could something truly interesting have happened at the top of Sky Mountain back then? Qingqing. From afar, Lu Nantian saw her. Then he saw the clothes she was wearing, and the look on his face changed. Capture Yi Futian, ordered Qinyu, who was in the middle of his battle with Gu Donglu. Some cultivators who had been observing in the sidelines charged in Yi Futian's direction. They really have a death wish. In the midst of her battle, Zhuge Hui struck down with her long whip, forcing clan leader Hua back. She then rushed over to Yi Futian, leaving behind only illusory images of herself. Clan leader Hua reached out, and his large hand grabbed a figure only to have it disappear in front of his very eyes. Only then did he realize that the figure wasn't really Zhuge Hui. He seemed confused for a second, then screamed loudly at the cultivators headed for Yi Futian, "Watch out!" Just as his voice rang out, Zhuge Hui appeared and snapped her long whip in their direction. Chapter 385 Exposed. Chapter 385 Exposed. Zhuge Hui's whip swept through the air at the cultivators headed for Yi Futian. All their faces dropped before backing up quickly. The whip was extremely quick. The bright light illuminating the weapon seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade, cutting through the air. Snap! The whip landed directly on one of the cultivators, along with a horrid scream. Everyone froze as they witnessed the noble's body split in half under the impact from the whip. The whip dancing in the sky now seemed like the sharpest, most powerful weapon in the world. Zhuge Hui flung his body off to the side before she rushed over in Yi Futian's direction, leaving only split images of herself. At the same time, the Sword Saint's weapon came down with a terrifying force, giving the Fuyun Sword Clan's leader and the First Lord of the Royal Xian Temple no choice but to move back. The Sword Saint distanced himself under the power of sword will as well. As for Gu Donglu, Qin Yu had no ability to stop him from leaving the battle at all. The battles halted abruptly as Zhuge Hui, the Sword Saint, and Gu Donglu were now all standing in the air in front of Yi Futian. They weren't going to allow the cultivators of the Qin dynasty or the Donghua clan to get close to him. No one from the Donghua clan seemed to be in rush to continue the battle either. Clan leader Hua and Lady Yuxiao's eyes drifted over to Hua Qingqing. "Qingqing, come here." The young girl made her way over to Lady Yuxiao. A look of confusion crossed the couple's faces when they saw the white robe she was wearing. Lady Yuxiao voiced her confusion. "Qingqing?" Her curiosity on the subject was evident in her eyes. She had seen the same white robe on Yi Futian. He was no longer wearing it, making it obvious that his clothes were now on Hua Qingqing. Nanfeng, Chu Shan, and the others all focused on Hua Qingqing. She probably didn't know how to open up about the humiliating and hurtful things that were done to her. It was something that would be difficult for any female. As for Du Ao, he kept up his cold demeanor as he bathed in the light of the holy fire. The fire in his eyes seemed to be masking a hint of mockery. "Father, mother, let's go home," Hua Qingqing said suddenly. It was indeed something she couldn't talk about. This wasn't only a matter of her reputation, but also, how was she going to explain Yi Futian's clothes? Was she supposed to tell everyone that he saved her? That would only hurt him because then the people of the Barren State would find out that Yi Futian was responsible for what happened with the demon bird. That was exactly why Hua Qingqing wished for the battles to end here, and she would explain everything to her parents once they returned home. Go home. Clan leader Hua was confused. "Nantian, bring Qingqing over to the side." Things with Hua Qingqing could wait until they got home. Finishing this battle was the important thing right now. The 3 cottage disciples were much too capable. If they let them go, there would be unthinkable repercussions. Clan leader Hua knew that if the disciples got a couple more years to cultivate, the 3 of them would be at the top of the Eastern Barren Territory. This was the reason why Emperor Qin was in such a rush. Hua Qingqing looked at her father, not knowing what to do. If she confesses that Yi Futian saved her, it would put him in danger. But if she didn't say anything, her parents would kill him. As for telling her parents the truth about what Du Ao did to her, what would happen if she did? Would her parents declare war on the powers of the Barren State? It may lead to the end of the Donghua clan at the end. From her eyes, one could tell that Hua Qingqing was extremely conflicted. She didn't know what to do. At this moment, Qin Yu was staring at her. She was actually wearing Yi Futian's clothes. It seems this girl isn't as pure and innocent as she lets on. Qin Yu's younger sister Qin Mengrua married Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan and was killed. What did Hua Qingqing do? She hid the truth about what Yi Futian did on Sky Mountain. It looked as if something they weren't aware of definitely happened on Sky Mountain last year. However, Qin Yu did not come out to point fingers at Hua Qingqing right now. It could be dealt with later. What he needed now was to use the abilities of clan leader Hua and his wife to defeat the Sword Saint and his juniors. Just then, the Arhut noticed the stalemate they were in from where he stood at the Chinchou temple campsite. He looked up at the cultivators from the barren state and asked, "Have you guys been on Sky Mountain?" Those from the barren state turned to look at the Arhut, listening as he continued to speak. "With two people who have been on the mountain before leading the way, there's no way you guys wouldn't be able to make it up Sky Mountain." "We were attacked by a demon bird," said Nanfeng. "Demon bird?" A look crossed the Arhut's face before his eyes moved toward Yi Futian. That's when he noticed that Yi Futian was also looking at himself with chilling eyes. In this instant, Yi Futian suddenly realized who had tattled. He never thought it would be the Arhut of the Chinchou temple. He should have guessed. "I get it now," said the Arhut. His eyes moved away and folded his hands. He chanted the name of Buddha and said nothing else. "What does that mean?" asked Nan Yu. "I can't say." The Arhut shook his head. Nan Yu's brows knit together in confusion. Han Lan of the Taishan Mountains spoke next. "If you know something, say it. You wouldn't believe it even if I were to tell you. Also, I wouldn't be very well liked after saying so. I am not yet a very experienced monk and can't take the hatred that would result from telling." The Arhut shook his head once more. Kongming, the Chinchou temple's abbot, looked at the Arhut and called out for him. The Arhut's monastic name was Kongming. Du Ao moved toward the Chinchou temple group, while the three-legged golden raven and the cultivators of the Holy Fire clan followed behind him. Looking down at the Arhut, Du Ao said, "Say it, and I can guarantee that no one will be able to hurt you." "The abbot forbids me from speaking about it." The Arhut shook his head yet again. "I'm afraid that the abbot would be held responsible for what I have to say. How would I continue to cultivate at the temple after that?" "You can come with me to the barren state and join our Holy Fire clan for cultivation," said Du Ao. The Arhut looked around and saw that Nanfeng had also approached. "I can also guarantee not to let anyone hurt you." The Arhut bowed his head slighting and then bowed deeply at the Chinchou temple's abbot. "Abbot, monks don't lie. I have to speak the truth." After that he turned back to Du Ao. "There's no demon bird on Sky Mountain. Do you think we're blind?" Nan Yu spoke coldly. He was attacked by the demon bird and also suffered injuries. The Chinchou temple has been in the western region, facing Sky Mountain, for years now. No one is more knowledgeable on the matters of Sky Mountain. There is only the will left by the demon bird, but it's not actually here. "If you guys don't believe me, you can ask the abbot," said the Arhut. Everyone's attention shifted to the abbot immediately. All they saw was that he had his hands clasped tightly and that he was chanting the name of Buddha. He was greatly disappointed. "Wise monk," Nan Yu called to the abbot, "observing Sky Mountain can help you understand your heart and see who you really are." "For the looks of it, Kongming, you already know your own heart," said the abbot. The Arhut nodded and replied, "I do." "If so, then you can go now," said the abbot. "Thank you for everything." The Arhut bowed again. Of course, he understood his own heart. The more he cultivated in Buddhism, the clearer things became. Buddha says that all living creatures are equal, but where was this equality? People only respected those of high status. Cultivating Buddhism was simply a pursuit of power for him. Now that it was clear to him that the Chinchou temple had no ambitions, there was nothing left for him there. Plus, there were also the changes in the eastern barren territory. Buddha talks about chance. His chance was here now. "Let's go," said the abbot. He turned to leave. leading the others of the Qianqiu temple with him. Many of them looked back at the Arhat. His comprehension of Buddhism was so great. The Arhat was able to comprehend the true meaning of scriptures easily and was even given the title of Arhat because of that. However, it seemed like he was also extremely capable in hiding who he really was. What a pity! The people from the barren state watched as all this unfolded and knew that what the Arhat said must be true. Duao spoke. Continue what you were saying. I already said that Hua Qingqing was not the only one who had made it onto Sky Mountain, so had Yi Futian. In reality, they weren't the only ones. He moved on to explain further. When Yi Futian tried to kill the Qin dynasty's Qin, Leon Sky Mountain, he was already at wit's end. He couldn't fight anymore and was being chased by Hua Qingqing. There to protect Yi Futian was fellow cottage disciple Yusheng. In his group was also a demon beast, the black-winged eagle. The beast turned into the demon bird in order to protect Yi Futian. It wounded Hua Qingqing and I before flying onto Sky Mountain. Then Yi Futian and Yu Sheng continued onto the mountain as well. Hua Qingqing also resumed her chase, following behind them. The Arhat continued. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Li's father, Qiyu. It was him that told you guys Hua Qingqing made it onto Sky Mountain. Then again, you can also ask Hua Qingqing, but in my opinion, something must have happened between her and Yi Futian on the mountain. Otherwise, there is no way his clothes would end up on her. Abruptly, Duao's face turned green, as did Nan Feng and Nan Yu's faces. After listening to the Arhat's explanation, they believed a good half of what he said. So, there wasn't a demon bird on Sky Mountain at all. Then where did the one they saw come from? That demon bird saved Hua Qingqing, muttered Duao. Nan Feng and the others felt enlightened as everything suddenly seemed so clear. The demon bird appeared suddenly on Sky Mountain and saved Hua Qingqing. Then Yi Futian put his clothes on her. How funny! They had thought that Yi Futian was simply being a gentleman. It seemed as if they were too naive. They had been played by a youngster from the Eastern Barren Territory. Interesting. Nan Yu clapped and turned around slowly. His eyes stared in Yi Futian's direction. Interesting indeed. He brought them onto Sky Mountain and had the demon bird attack them, wounding them. No wonder he kept trying to get them to keep climbing up. Duao's eyes were chilling and radiated with a murderous intent. That demon bird almost killed him. Maybe Yi Futian wasn't gutsy enough to kill everyone, but if just one person was killed, there was no way anyone would suspect it was his doing. Plus, there were others present. Who would have thought that he almost died in the Eastern Barren Territory? Yi Futian didn't look at them because his eyes were trained on the Arhat. After the Arhat spilled the beans, everything was now out in the open. Yi Futian could no longer hide anything. Why did he do this? Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu were also staring at the Arhat with a cold demeanor. However, the Arhat had already hopped on the three-legged golden raven along with Duao. He had betrayed the Qianqiu temple. He saw this as his chance to leave the Eastern Barren Territory and was now heading to the Barren State for cultivation. You tricked me and got me on Sky Mountain. Then the demon bird attacked. Did you want me dead? Nan Yu asked Yi Futian. His smile was ingenuine. Are you serious? Nan Yu's eyes filled with a murderous intent. Cultivators of various Barren State powers moved toward Yi Futian. That was when Nan Feng spoke up. And we thought you didn't get the relics of Sky Mountain. Looks like we underestimated you. What did you get from Sky Mountain? Chapter 386. Do you deserve it? Chapter 386. Do you deserve it? Hearing the Arhat's words and the inquiry of people from the Barren State, people all stared at Yi Futian. They had never expected that Yi Futian really reached the mountaintop and got the Sky Mountain's relics. For centuries, countless people had tried but failed. However, Yi Futian made it. It was pitiful that he had such a great talent, but encountered with strong cultivators from the barren state. The Arhut had exposed the fact. Yi Futian was set in danger now. The cottage was competent to confront with the Qin dynasty, but it couldn't be these foreign forces' match at all. At this moment, there was only silence on the sky mountain. Lady Yuxiao looked at Hua Qingqing and asked, "What exactly happened on the mountaintop on that day?" Hearing what the Arhut had said, Lady Yuxiao guessed that there must be a story between her daughter and Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing lowered her head and said lightly, "Someone wanted to kill me, and Yi Futian saved me." "Who was it?" Lady Yuxiao asked coldly. "Mother, can we just skip over it?" Hua Qingqing looked at her mother with her beautiful, imploring eyes. Things were getting more and more complicated. She didn't know what Yi Futian was going to meet, but could only hope that her parents could stop entangling with Yi Futian. If the Donghua clan was involved again, they would be in a very dangerous situation. "Madam, we can talk about this later. If we don't handle the cottage now, you know the result," Qin Yu said while coming up and glancing at Hua Qingqing. Lady Yuxiao stared at Qin Yu coldly. If it weren't for Qin Yu, her daughter would not have gone to the Sky Mountain and been threatened by others. Yi Futian saved her daughter. Lady Yuxiao owed Yi Futian now. Lady Yuxiao turned to Duao. From what they had said before, she inferred that Duao must be the killer. Lu Nanshan's face grew livid. His body seemed to effuse dire flames. "Sir, madam, I didn't expect that, but it has happened." "Good to hear that Miss Hua didn't get hurt," said Qin Yu. "With the Barren States forces, we can very easily dominate the whole eastern Barren territory now." Bang! The head of the Donghua clan hit his scepter on the ground. Veins bulged on his face. As the head of the Donghua clan, how could he stand with the fact that his daughter was bullied by others? "Sir, think about the larger picture. We'd better act now. Yi Futian's group are doomed to die," Qin Yu kept saying. He gestured to the others and walked toward the cottage. The cottage's 4 famous disciples were surrounded near the Sky Mountain. At this time, Yi Futian looked at Nan Feng and laughed. He walked back toward the Sky Mountain and turned around when arriving at the edge of the mountain. He smiled at Nan Feng and said, "Why should I tell you what I got on the Sky Mountain? It's none of your business." Hearing Yi Futian's words, people all sneered. "It's not about who you are. It's about what you got. Can't you understand? What a fool!" Nan Yu looked at Yi Futian disdainfully. "It's none of my business?" He sneered and moved toward Yi Futian. "The relics on the Sky Mountain are not something that you can take. Just tell everything and you can still live." "Really?" Yi Futian looked at Nan Yu and said, "Even though you believe me, you're still going to kill me after I tell the truth. To tell or not, what's the difference? I'll still offer you the chance to join the Nantian house. You follow me, be our guard, and I'll let bygones just be bygones." Nan Yu walked to Yi Futian as if he was trying to save him. Seeing Nan Yu walking forward, the people of the Nantian house became vigilant. They surrounded the Sword Saints group quietly to get the upper hand. They probably didn't dare fight back, though. What Yi Futian got was the Sky Mountain's relics. No one could save him now. "Zhuge," Hui turned to Yi Futian and Nan Yu disdainfully. "Nan, you thought he was smart enough?" She knew what kind of person Yi Futian was. "Nan, you wanted to bribe her little brother? Was he serious?" "Follow you." Yi Futian smiled at Nan Yu. "Do you deserve it?" Hearing Yi Futian's provocative words, Nan Yu blanched, but then smiled more brightly. His body effused some extremely sharp aura, which made him look like he was wearing a suit of silver armor. He reached out his hand, and then a silver spear condensed with bright cold light. In an instant, Nan Yu became very powerful with his opulent armor. "I can give you one last chance. If you don't cherish it, there is no more." Nan Yu smiled. Yi Futian laughed and turned to the Sky Mountain. Suddenly, Nan Yu rushed toward Yi Futian very fast, like a lightning. The others didn't intend to assist Nanyu because they thought it was beyond doubt that Nanyu would defeat Yi Futian anyway. Seeing this, Qinyu smiled with satisfaction. Now that the Barren State was attacking Yi Futian, the cottage would definitely go to help. A wonderful show was right away. Perhaps the Barren State could do all the things he wanted this time. Whoosh! The silver spear pierced toward Yi Futian directly with a stunning speed. It seemed that Yi Futian didn't notice what was happening. He didn't turn around, but with a stomp, some blazing light projected from his legs as if all wind and thunder gathered around him. With a buzz, his body disappeared, leaving only a blue electronic light in the air. The spear pierced nothing. Standing on the Sky Mountain's precipice, Yi Futian turned around slowly and looked at Nanyu. Its shadow step. Gu Dongliu's eyes flickered. His little brother was really talented. Within such a short period, he had mastered this spell to such an extent. Gu Dongliu also practiced the shadow step. He knew it was not easy, but Yi Futian could use this spell to escape Nanyu's attacks so easily. Obviously, he had reached the proficiency, or he wouldn't use it in such a situation. Nice try. Nanyu glanced at Yi Futian, and then his body rushed toward Yi Futian again, like a straight silver lightning. Just at this moment, there were rustles. Countless golden vines appeared around Yi Futian and rushed toward Nanyu very fast, like countless golden spears. More horrible was that those golden spears twisted like vines and overshadowed the sky. They twisted randomly. It was the spell Death Coil. Nanyu was forced to stop. He brandished his silver spear, and a silver curtain appeared around him, demolishing those vines rushing toward him. His arms waved with an amazing speed. In an instant, silver light blazed and all the vines were cut off. But soon, people found that the vines seemed endless. They suffused the whole space and threatened Nanyu. What is this? The Barren State's strong cultivators were stunned, especially Nanfeng. He knew Nanyu's strength. Nanyu was the Nantian House's talent. His level was much higher than Yi Futian's. Though both were at the lower Arcana plane, Yi Futian had only reached the first plane. And yet Yi Futian could still cast a spell and trap Nanyu. What did it mean? At this time, Nanyu was vexed. Blazing light burst from his spear into the sky. Every move he made pierced the air with incredible mighty force. When his spear pierced those vines, metallic sounds were heard. Blazing light projected behind Nanyu. His life spirit burst out. It was a figure of the god of war with a spear in hand. Nanyu and his life spirit waved, spears synchronously. Everything around them was shattered. The death coil couldn't get close to them now. Die. Extremely cold light flashed in Nanyu's eyes. He turned into a flash of silver lightning and shattered all the coming vines. Nantian House's talent is forced to release his life spirit? The Barren State's people didn't doubt the result they expected, but were still a little surprised by the process. They looked at Yi Futian on the precipice. Yi Futian reached out and blazing purple lightning soared like thunder chains. His body bathed in this brilliant purple light like a god. The sky changed color. People at the foot of the mountain looked at the sky with astonishment. They had never seen purple lightning. Your defense is really strong. Yi Futian's eyes turned demonic. Purple light flickered in his eyes. His mentality had melted in the spell. Then the brilliant purple lightning flashed through the sky and squarely hit the incoming silver figure. Nanyu growled, and his silver spear pierced toward the coming purple lightning. That lightning was conducted through the spear and shocked Nanyu's body. In an instant, he was shocked and shook violently. His mentality was also attacked by the lightning. It was a mixed spell named Divine Thunderkill. Bang, bang, bang. While Nanyu was numb, more purple golden lightning came down and hit him. Nanyu's body kept shaking. He totally lost consciousness. With some rustling, the death coil came again and entangled his body. Nan Yu's body was pulled up into the sky and hovered before Yi Futian. Countless people were stunned at this scene, especially the barren state's strong cultivators. Nan Yu was defeated in such a miserable way, but he was supposed to be stronger than Yi Futian. You still want me to follow you? Yi Futian looked up at Nan Yu in the air. Nan Yu stared at Yi Futian with vicious eyes. Blazing light appeared again, but soon the vines smashed him onto the precipice. How dare you! At this time, a strong cultivator in Noble Plain stepped out from the Nantion house. He rose into the sky and reached out his hand, wanted to catch Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at him coldly and said, "Go away!" Clang! As soon as he spoke, the bell tolled and a horrible, invisible storm demolished everything. With a loud explosion, that cultivator in Noble Plain paled and was thrown back in the air. Chapter 387. Final Day for Qin. Chapter 387. Final day for Qin. Not only did the windstorm force back the noble, but it also swept through Sky Mountain and the void. Light flowed through many strong cultivators. They had to shield themselves with their hands, but still let out grunts, faces paling. Those above the Noble Plain all retreated. From the barren state camp, dragons roared and the golden raven screamed. The boundless sky shook. After a long while, the bell faded, sweeping towards the west of the eastern barren territory. Echoes sounded below the mountain. Everyone looked up at Yi Futian. He stood proudly in the air, looking down at everyone. They all understood now that Yi Futian controlled the bell, just like the bell at the foot of the mountain last year. He truly controlled the will of Sky Mountain. The noble from the sacred fire sacked, lowered his head, and arched his back. Then his head rose slowly, looking at Yi Futian with a horrible expression. That one utterance had forced him back. The eyes of the other barren state cultivators shone. It was as the Arhot had said. Qin Yu's expression was ugly, and then he sneered. This way, no one could protect Yi Futian. He would die today. No matter what happened, he wouldn't be able to escape. With his power, he didn't qualify to control Sky Mountain yet. The barren state forces wouldn't let him go. The cottage wouldn't be able to protect him either. Yi Futian's eyes fell on his seniors. Zhuge Hui grinned at him. "Junior, you're pretty good." "Senior sister, that was an accident." Yi Futian shuddered when he saw Zhuge Hui smile. "That wasn't on purpose. I was wondering which bastard did it last time. Didn't think it was you." Zhuge Hui had a faint smile in her eyes. She guessed it, but it was still shocking to witness. Of course. She wasn't really blaming Yi Futian. "Senior sister, I'm not filial. How about I leave the cottage? You can all go back." "I won't return," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint and the others were all shocked. They gaped at Yi Futian, but quickly understood. This guy was worried he would involve the cottage, so he tried to separate himself. After all, the opponent was no longer the Qin dynasty, but the barren state. Yi Futian knew that his seniors wouldn't watch without doing anything, but that would offend the barren state forces. Hearing these words, Zhuge Hui flashed and walked to Yi Futian with a smile. "Senior sister," Yi Futian called. Smiling, Zhuge Hui reached out and pulled Yi Futian's ears. "Say that again." "Senior, I'm sorry." Yi Futian was about to cry. He was an adult now. Did she have to do this in public? His perfect image was destroyed. "Good." Zhuge Hui let go and patted Yi Futian's head. "Don't say those things anymore." Yi Futian really wanted to cry. Couldn't she take care of his ego? Without him realizing, the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu had also walked over. They didn't say anything, but just standing there showed their stance. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His seniors were great. "Let go of me," a cold voice came, shattering the moment. Yi Futian turned. Nan Yu had been immobilized by the mountain with a spell, seemingly tied up like a hog. His extremely dark eyes glared at Yi Futian. He was humiliated in front of everyone. "Do you know what you're doing?" I am from the Nantion house of the Baron State. Nan Yu's voice was frigid. If people heard that the descendant of the main lineage of the Nantion house was humiliated in a place like the Eastern Baron territory, he would become a laughingstock. You asked why I didn't challenge you at the college. Do you know why now? Staring at Nan Yu, scornfully, Yi Futian mocked. A failure like you can't even take a hit. It's meaningless to defeat you, other than making you threaten me with your family. Do you know what insulting is? Nan Yu's immobilized body trembled. His expression was extremely dark. He couldn't refute Yi Futian's words. Enough, Nan Feng said from a dragon. Let go of him. Yi Futian gazed coldly, ignoring him. Are you willing to join the mortal world? We are a clan. You are talented and will find a place there. Chu Shang suddenly said, inviting Yi Futian to the mortal world. Yi Futian smiled at her. Would he still be free after joining the mortal world? He would be handing his fate over. Thank you, Fairy Chu, but I like the clan I'm with now, Yi Futian said, smiling. I received the Sky Mountain relic by chance. It belongs to me. Can you take your people away now? Chu Shang studied Yi Futian. He was too naive. The relic was Yukio, one of the 10 top musical pieces. Yi Futian couldn't keep it. Even if Chu Shang agreed to leave, the other forces wouldn't. It wasn't that simple. What about you all? Yi Futian looked at the other forces. They looked back without saying anything. I'll attack if you try to rob me. Will we just stay here in a stalemate? Yi Futian asked. He hated how low his level was. Otherwise, he could just kill whoever wanted to rob or kill him. There was no need to be so careful. He knew he couldn't do things out of loyalty. It would be better if he was alone. He could escape after killing. But with the cottage, college, and his family, how could he escape? He couldn't only think about himself. Everyone he can attack using the Sky Mountain's will. He would be useless without it. If you go to the cottage, he will return, Qin Yu said, expression cold. Since Yi Futian had Sky Mountain's will, it would be hard to kill him here. If they went to Book Mountain, it would be easier. The bell doesn't affect people of the Arcana Plane as much. They can take him, the Arhut said from the Golden Raven. He obviously felt the bell earlier, but he could bear the reverberations. Many Arcana Plane cultivators had come from the Baron State. They could capture Yi Futian easily. As for nobles, Yi Futian's side only had 3. How could they fight back? If Yi Futian used Sky Mountain's will to fight, all nobles would be hurt, including his seniors. That works. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Take them, Dueo said coldly. Strong cultivators of both the noble and Arcana Plane walked forward. Senior sister, I want to start killing, Yi Futian said. Me too. Zhuge Hui scanned the crowd coldly. Let's kill Qin Yu first, Yi Futian said. He looked at Qin Yu as if the man was already dead. Okay. Zhuge Hui nodded. Yi Futian looked over at Qin Yu and then saw the leaders of the Donghua clan with Hua Qingqing. The girl looked at him and said, Mother, father, can you not fight? Qingqing, go back. The leader sighed. He wanted to step out, but that was impossible now. The Baron State was involved now. Yi Futian and the cottage had their fates decided. The Eastern Baron territory would belong to the Qin dynasty now. How could they step out now? Emperor Qin and the Qin dynasty would wipe them out. Clan leader, the Donghua clan will become the top clan after this battle, Qin Yu said. He knew that Lady Yu Xiao didn't like him. The clan leader nodded and stepped forward. Countless strong cultivators charged towards Yi Futian's group. Below the mountain, everyone watched this with shaken hearts. Seniors, if I do anything, I swear it's not on purpose, Yi Futian pleaded. Zhuge Hui glared. Was he going to do it again? Don't use too much force, Zhuge Hui said. Of course. Yi Futian smiled tremblingly. Then he soared into the air, eyes turning cold while looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Sky Mountain will be your burial ground. With that, he started communicating with Sky Mountain's intent. That moment, the snow fell stronger from Sky Mountain. They swept towards Futian, and everyone felt a terrifying spiritual chi. All the snow on the mountain turned into spiritual chi, filling the space. Every snowflake contained spiritual chi. He can use Sky Mountain's spiritual chi. Everyone's expressions changed. Now they understood that people of the Arcana plane couldn't kill him. Golden vines suddenly extended from Sky Mountain, reaching above everyone. They expanded wildly and quickly, covering the sky and even the snow. Futian stood there with his handsome eyes shut tightly. He quietly sensed everything. Qin Yu's group looked up. "Retreat," he said. Rustles sounded endlessly as the vines covered the heavens. Qin Yu tried to retreat, but then the bell started ringing again. The rings swept through. That moment, an ancient bell appeared in everyone's minds. The bodies in the air shook and grunted. Qin Yu's face turned white. Clang! The bell rang again. A huge bell fell from the sky in their minds, shaking everything. With a grunt, Qin Yu spat out blood. His face was white. In addition to him, all nobles on Sky Mountain were like this. Blood seeped from many mouths. The powerful figures of Barren State were pained. The Sword Saint, Zhuge and Gudonglu sat before Futian with closed eyes. They didn't have to care about anything other than fighting against the power, so it was easier. Qin Yu roared. Golden light covered him. He wanted to escape. Clang, clang. The bell kept ringing, and he kept spitting out blood. His body fell, while endless vines fell too. They wrapped around his body and brought him towards Futian. No, Qin Yu was actually terrified. He couldn't control his own body. Chapter 388. Start killing. Chapter 388. Start killing. Qin Yu felt himself flying toward Sky Mountain. Vines wrapped tightly around his limbs and neck, dragging him to the mountain. He was truly afraid. His father had gone to the cottage to stop Mr. Du and the college. If they killed the Sword Saint and the others, the Eastern Barren Territory would belong to the Qin dynasty. But he never thought that not only could Futian activate Sky Mountain's bell, he could also control its spiritual chi. I won't die. Qin Yu had a strong will to live. Gold flashed brilliantly from his body, tearing through everything. At the same time, his ritual implement armor flashed, blocking the spell's attack. The gold vines were cut by the powerful metal intent. Qin Yu got some hope, but then he heard a clang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His hope was extinguished. Futian was truly going to kill him. Fear intensified inside Qin Yu. There was an explosion. He felt himself crash against the mountain as the vines transformed into blades that pierced him. However, Qin Yu was covered in the ritual implement armor, blocking that attack. Ding, ding, ding. The bell flattened everything. The boundless sky trembled. Bastard. Stop. The noble figures of the Barren State were all on the ground, vomiting blood. The majestic dragon was limp on the ground, blood flowing from its mouth. The golden raven was also weak on the ground, bleeding fiery blood. It was tragic. All strong cultivators were forced down on Sky Mountain, while the weaker ones still stood. They didn't know what to think about the nobles on the ground. The bell kept echoing in their minds. Futian controlled the bell on Sky Mountain, defeating them instantly. He was so cruel. Qin Yu was tied up on the side of the mountain like Nan Yu. He was weak to the point that he was on his last breath. The ritual implement dimmed and his spiritual energy was down. He couldn't use spiritual chi to armor his body. The sharp thorns touched Qin Yu's neck. They were frigid to the bone. Qin Yu looked up weakly and said quietly, "Let me go." "Let him go?" Futian laughed. Qin Yu hadn't thought about letting anyone go when he plotted to destroy the Lu Kingdom. The Qin dynasty is cruel. A force like this is destined to drown in the river of time. Qinyu, you won't be lonely. As soon as Yi Futian finished, an extremely sharp blade pierced Qinyu's neck. Blood flowed out. His eyes were wide as saucers, as if recovering his energy. He glared at Yi Futian. I refuse, he roared with all his might. Finally, his eyes dimmed and his aura disappeared. He was nailed dead to the mountain. The snow and ice of Sky Mountain covered him. Instantly, he was turned into an ice statue, sealed to the side of the mountain. The Lu Kingdom refused too, Yi Futian muttered. Beside him, Nanyu trembled in fear. The unimportant low-class figures he'd looked down on now had an aura that scared him. Yi Futian had used Sky Mountain's intent to defeat all strong cultivators here and crucified a top-level noble. Yi Futian turned slowly. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain gazed at him in terror. He had received the Sky Mountain relic and controlled its intent. Qinyu, crown prince of the Qin dynasty, had died on the mountain. He probably wouldn't be the only one. In the snow at the foot of Sky Mountain, the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan, Royal Xian Temple, and Donghua Clan were all pale. They were all breathing with difficulty now. They knew that, since Yi Futian could kill Qinyu, he could kill them too. In the sky, the golden vines covered the sun. There was no snow anymore. Yi Futian gazed at the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple. The vines went to them. Boom! The Fuyun Sword Clan leader used his last bit of power to transform into sword light to escape. With a clang, the bell rang and he dropped down, powerless and hopeless. Vines swept over and curled around him. Then they snaked up his arm. His sword was raised into the sky and cut a beautiful arc. With a soft sound, the Fuyun Sword Clan leader, a top figure in the Eastern Barren Territory, had his neck sliced by his own sword. Like Qinyu, he died on Sky Mountain. No, I'm willing to submit to the cottage. The Royal Xian Temple leader gazed up at Sky Mountain, at the handsome figure hovering there. He was willing to submit to them. Right now, he just wanted to live. Don't insult the cottage. Yi Futian looked at him in scorn. The sword flashed and blood spilled onto the snow. Everyone's hearts were numb. This was the third top figure that Yi Futian had slain. He had started killing. Who would have thought that these top figures would die like this? The Alcade sword flew towards the leaders of Donghua clan as fast as lightning. The leader's face was white. He stood with his wife and sighed inwardly. The Donghua clan had always wanted to be the #1 clan. Thus, they joined with the Qin dynasty. Who would have thought that the disciples of the cottage were all this talented? Instead of dying in the hands of the sword saint, they would be killed by the youngest disciple. They really had been dreaming. The Alcade transformed into icy lightning filled with murderous intent. Then a beautiful figure stood before them. Qingqing, the leader yelled. It was Hua Qingqing before them. She looked up at Sky Mountain. The Alcade was coming down like lightning with extreme sharpness. Boom! Sword aura burst forth. Cold light reflected on Hua Qingqing's face. Her eyes stayed open without even blinking. Rather than looking at the sword, she looked at Yi Futian. Qingqing, move aside, her father said, but she seemed not to hear. She remained there. I'll die for them, Hua Qingqing said to Yi Futian. You didn't attack me on Sky Mountain and help me keep the secret, Yi Futian said. That's why I saved you earlier. However, your parents must pay. Hua Qingqing was different from the people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. That was why Yi Futian saved her. However, the Donghua clan leader had tried killing his seniors. I know. That's why I will die for them, Hua Qingqing said softly. You can't. They didn't participate in the matter with the Lu Kingdom and didn't know. It was the Qin dynasty. If you've already decided, kill us all. Hua Qingqing's eyes closed slowly. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. She wasn't afraid of death. She just thought of the snow on Sky Mountain and that beautiful melody. If she knew this day would come, Would she have attacked Yi Futian? Would she have kept the secret for him? Junior, forgive them, the sword saint murmured with his eyes closed. Yi Futian heard his words and looked in Hua Qingqing's direction. What will the clan leader do in the future? I will retreat and never be involved in the Eastern Barren Territory again, said. What if you can't? Yi Futian continued. If they can't do it, I'll die. Hua Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at those determined eyes. The next moment, the vines with the Alcade sword whooshed away to another direction. He didn't kill the Donghua clan leader and Lady Yuxiao. The other direction was where the Sacred Fire sect was. The Arhut's expression changed drastically. Help me. He flashed and hid behind Du Ao of the Sacred Fire sect. The frigidly shining Alcade came over. Du Ao looked up at Yi Futian and said coldly, Do you dare kill him? Whoosh! The vines curled around the Arhut, tying him up and taking him into the air. Let go of me. The Arhut looked up at Yi Futian in fear. The golden vines took him straight into the air, right across from Yi Futian, who looked at him. You wish to enter the barren state. The Arhut wanted to use Yi Futian's life as a spring to cultivate in the barren state. I don't agree, Yi Futian whispered. Behind the Arhut, the Alcade came with the vines. With a squelch, the blade cut into the Arhut's head. Slain. His eyes were still open, but blood kept flowing. The vines disappeared and he dropped down the sky. His heart was utterly cold. Wasn't this his chance? Strong cultivators from the barren state had come. He could leave the Qianqiu temple in the eastern barren territory and enter the barren state to cultivate. Everything was so perfect. He even knew Yi Futian's secret. Why was this the ending? Why did he die? The Buddha spoke of reincarnations. Where was it? A person died just as a candle would be extinguished. They would disappear from the world. His life was still so short. He had so much talent, but hadn't shown yet before dying at Sky Mountain. He wasn't willing. But even so, he had died. His corpse fell onto the snow like the clan leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan. None of them were willing. None of them had expected this ending. I'm sorry. These personal rivalries have nothing to do with you, Yi Futian said to Du Ao. His voice was calm, but Du Ao's expression was extremely ugly. These were personal rivalries that had nothing to do with him? That was a slap to his face. And yet, Yi Futian's voice was monotone. He didn't consider Du Ao at all. Of course he didn't. If not for the force behind Du Ao, Yi Futian would have started killing directly. He'd already offended him. Did he have to care about Du Ao while killing the Arhut? If he did, wouldn't he just submit to him? Chapter 389. Is it not good to be alive? Chapter 389. Is it not good to be alive? Sky Mountain fell into a deafening silence. After killing Qinyu and the others, the vines dancing in the sky slowly disappeared. Snow fell down from the sky, along with waves of coldness. Countless people gazed at Yi Futian. At the moment, the handsome young man seemed to be the only person left in the world. Qinyu had died, so had the Fuyun Sword Clan leader and the lord of Royal Xian Temple. Donghua clan leader and his wife announced that they would live in seclusion in the future. The final battle in the Eastern Barren Territory ended in a way that nobody had expected. It felt somewhat unreal, but certainly very shocking. After this battle, nobody in the Eastern Barren Territory would be able to fight against the cottage. Of course, the forces from the Barren State were not counted. However, Yi Futian had done more than just kill Qinyu and the others. He had also greatly offended the people from the Barren State. He injured Nanyu and killed the Arhut right before Du Ao. He had suppressed all the nobles from the Barren State, and all of them looked weak and dying at the moment. Even strong demons such as the dragon and three-legged golden raven were exhausted. It was thus obvious how much Yi Futian had offended the rest. The ringing finally stopped, and the echoes also gradually dissipated. Only then, many people could relax. The nobles stood up one after another. All seemed to be injured, after which they stared coldly at Yi Futian. Although Yi Futian did not aim this attack at them, the unexpected calamity still caused them to be extremely furious. They were humiliated in such a ridiculous way, so of course they would feel unhappy. "Are you not going to let him go?" Nan Feng said to Yi Futian. At the moment, his tone was not as domineering as it had been. He had witnessed everything that had happened. If they really forced Yi Futian too hard near Sky Mountain, their ending would be more or less the same as Qinyu. Yi Futian was stunned, after which he turned around and looked at Nanyu, who was still nailed to the cliff. Smiling, he said, "Sorry, I forgot about you." Then golden vines shot out towards Nanyu's head like lightning. Blade-like vines magnified rapidly in Nanyu's eyes. His body trembled fiercely, and he could not help screaming in horror. Fear even caused him to close his eyes, and his bound body kept spasming. He saw for himself how Yi Futian had killed those people just now. Seeing the vines charging towards him, he obviously thought that Yi Futian was going to kill him. Bang! The golden vines pierced into the cliff beside Nanyu, which exploded. Then the vines swept towards his body, and Yi Futian asked, "What is it?" Nanyu opened his eyes and realized that the vines on his body had all vanished. Yi Futian was staring at him innocently. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Nanyu knew at once that he had been fooled. Following a cracking sound, Nanyu looked at Yi Futian coldly as a strong aura spread from his body. However, when he saw the swaying golden vines around Yi Futian, he only felt somewhat powerless. In any friendly fight, accidental injuries cannot be avoided. I believe that as a genius from Nantian House, you will not be so stingy. Yi Futian smiled and said, "Please." At the moment, Nanyu even felt like he wanted to kill somebody immediately. Looking at Yi Futian's mocking look, he turned around and walked up to Nan Feng and the rest. This time they would admit defeat. "Do you really not want to join us in mortal world?" Suddenly, Chu Shang looked at Yi Futian and said, "I am being very sincere. With your talents, you will definitely be valued in mortal world." "Thank you for your kind will, but I will not," Yi Futian replied, smiling. "All right." Chu Shang took a deep look at Yi Futian. What a pity, she thought. Turning around, Chu Shang brought her people and left the place. In addition, the people from other forces also took their leave one after another. On Sky Mountain, who could defeat Yi Futian? Yi Futian stared emotionlessly at the disappearing figures. He knew that the entire issue was far from being over. Not resigned. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian. Somewhat, Yi Futian said. He had the ability to kill everyone on Sky Mountain, but he could not. Instead, he could only let all of them go, so he would, of course, feel dissatisfied. If you are not resigned, then become stronger. When you are more powerful than everyone else, you don't have to be scared of anything anymore, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. The world was just so cruel and real. The people from the Barren State could threaten Yi Futian in so many ways, but Yi Futian could not kill them even though he had the ability to. Nanyu was so supercilious and arrogant, but only because he had Nantian House behind him. Otherwise, who would he be compared to Yi Futian? Looking at the handsome young man before her, Zhuge Hui smiled brightly. He was so clever and talented. One day, he would stand way above those from the Barren State. Yup, I'll try my best. Yi Futian grinned and nodded. If he was alone and had no families, perhaps he would kill all the people from the Barren State, but he was not. Okay, next, it's time to clear the debt between us. Zhuge Hui smiled and stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Then he raised his head to look at the snow on Sky Mountain and remarked, "Sister, the snow scenery on Sky Mountain is really beautiful, just like you." Zhuge Hui was still looking at him, smiling. "Big brother, third brother, are you feeling better now?" Yi Futian said again. In the pavilion on the first mountain of Book Mountain, 2 people were sitting there, playing a game of chess. In the sky, there were many cultivators. Some were from Qin dynasty, while others from the college. They were all staring nervously at the 2. At the moment, the game between the King of Qin and Mr. Du seemed to have reached its climax. Especially after the sentence from Mr. Du, he said that it would be difficult for Qin dynasty to leave Sky Mountain in one piece. Was he saying that a battle had already erupted at Sky Mountain? Could the 3 disciples from the cottage really kill Qinyu and his team? Taking a chess piece in his hand, the King of Qin stared at Mr. Du. His look was extremely sharp. However, Mr. Du only smiled gently, as if he had taken control of everything. This caused the King of Qin to have a bad feeling. "Mr. Du, are you joking?" the King of Qin asked, smiling. Mr. Du shook his head. "I usually don't joke." "Perhaps you have seen wrongly," the King of Qin said again, after which he put down the piece in his hand. With this move, his pieces on the board were connected once again. The situation on the board changed, and a terrifying force seemed to be gathering. Life is just like a game of chess. Take a step back, and conflicts will automatically be resolved. Retreating does not mean cowardice. It's merely a way to live, Mr. Du said in a calm tone. Without any hesitation still, he made his next move. Beside them, College Chief Xiao was astonished. He did not expect Mr. Du to be so skilled in chess. Mr. Du had thoroughly displayed his attitude towards life on the chessboard. Previously, his moves had all been retreating and defensive. On the other hand, the King of Qin followed him closely and was very aggressive. However, at the moment, Mr. Du's move changed his stance drastically, as if he had inverted the world. In an instant, he ended the game. The pieces of the King of Qin seemed to be destroyed totally, while Mr. Du's pieces were like sharp blades which annihilated everything in their path. A cold sweat broke out from the king's forehead, and he felt somewhat uneasy. Life was just like chess, and chess was like life. Mr. Du's game caused him to feel frightened. This was not just a game of chess, but also a game of the Eastern Barren Territory. The King of Qin held a piece in his hand as he stared at the chessboard before him. After a long while, he still could not make his move. He actually did not know how to continue. This game has already ended. "We don't have to continue," Mr. Du said softly. "I don't believe you." The King of Qin looked coldly at Mr. Du as he continued his next move as if he was making his final struggle. Mr. Du shook his head and also made his next move. The king's face turned extremely pale. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from the back of Book Mountain, along with many loud roars. A battle seemed to have happened. Then, everyone saw a few people charging towards them. College Chief Xiao frowned. That was the entrance to the ancient barren world. Did a group of people just break through by force? "Your Majesty, the spiritual imprint of the Crown Prince is destroyed," someone shouted. His words entered the ears of the King of Qin like a bolt out of the blue. His hand froze in midair, and his body started trembling. His son Qinyu had died. Boom! In the sky, all the people from the Qin dynasty were bewildered. The Crown Prince Qinyu had died. What did this mean? Qin dynasty probably had a miserable defeat at Sky Mountain. But how could that be? Donghua clan leader and his wife, Fuyun sword clan leader, Royal Xian temple lord, Qinyu, and Lu Nantian were all very powerful cultivators. Furthermore, they had brought several sage ritual implements. How would they lose? Puff! The King of Qin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, after which he opened them again. The piece in his hand fell down onto the chessboard. Raising his head, he looked at the old man before him and asked, "Mr. Du, you have already set up your plan at Sky Mountain? So who is that sword?" The King of Qin pointed at a piece on the board. He did not understand why he would lose. "Is it important?" Mr. Du shook his head. "Then, how about Book Mountain? Who will stop me from destroying the place?" The King of Qin said coldly pointing at the chessboard. He slowly stood up, and an extremely frightening aura erupted from his body. Apart from him, the two elders from Qin dynasty also released their auras. The auras from them engulfed the vast Book Mountain. In the sky, the cultivators from Qin dynasty also released their auras and pressured the rest. The disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan all ascended into the sky. They similarly released their auras to fight against the incoming pressure. Are you still unrepentant? Mr. Du asked. Do I have a choice? The king of Qin picked up his piece and put it onto the chessboard. That was a place of no return. He was making his last stand. I have taught a few disciples on Book Mountain. I want neither fame nor wealth, not to say the ambition to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, Mr. Du was still sitting there quietly, as if he was muttering to himself. All I wanted was to influence a few people so that they can inherit my ideology. Slowly, they can influence the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Why is it so difficult? I don't care about your ambitions. Rumors claim that Mr. Du does not know cultivation. Today, I want to see for myself if you really know how to cultivate or not. The king of Qin said coldly as his might pressed onto Mr. Du. Mr. Du raised his head to look at the king of Qin and asked softly, Is it not good to be alive? Chapter 390, Reason for Becoming a Disciple. Chapter 390, Reason for Becoming a Disciple. Is it not good to be alive? Mr. Du's calm voice erupted in the ears of the king of Qin, sending a wave of coldness down his spine. Even though Mr. Du had not released any might, his words alone still had such a power, the power to instill fear into the king of Qin. Junior. College Chief Xiao stared at Mr. Du with a solemn expression. I have no other choice. Mr. Du scratched his head as if he felt somewhat speechless. Roar. Suddenly, the howl of dragon erupted and shook the earth. On Book Mountain, many college disciples were astonished and actually felt their blood boiling. The powerful howl came from the king of Qin. Then an appalling dragon charged out from his body and flew into the sky. A terrifying golden claw struck out towards Mr. Du's head. The two were too close to each other, and the attack was too violent. Moreover, the person who made the attack was the king of Qin. Nobody below the sage plane would survive such a surprise attack. At this instant, every single person on Book Mountain stared at Mr. Du, their hearts racing. Mr. Du, however, did not die. The golden dragon claw remained in midair. Many illusory dragons charged out from the frightening claw, howling, but even such a strong attack did not manage to kill Mr. Du. Time seemed to be frozen. Mr. Du just stood there quietly. The monstrous dragons tried to engulf his body, but they were blocked by an invisible radiance. The flowing radiance seemed to be indestructible. Furthermore, the radiance slowly enveloped the body of the king of Qin. The king of Qin started trembling. He was astonished, frightened, and puzzled. Sage. The king of Qin could feel his heart sink. He looked at Mr. Du, but only saw him staring back with his usual calmness and quietness. The king's look changed continuously. Then he asked, Why do rumors claim that you do not know how to cultivate? How many people in the world dare to say that they know how to cultivate? Mr. Du replied, But why did you not attack us? The king of Qin was still lost. He thought that he had already exerted enough pressure. If Mr. Du was really so powerful, why did he not destroy the Qin dynasty? He had never once assumed that Mr. Du really did not how to cultivate, for he did not dare to underestimate a person who could teach Sword Saint and Gudonglu. However, Mr. Du had always kept a low profile, which made him feel that although Mr. Du could cultivate, he would only be as strong as College Chief Xiao, or perhaps even slightly stronger. But he would certainly not be a sage. Otherwise, why would he only make his move now? Am I not attacking you now? Mr. Du said slowly. Then, the dazzling radiance brought the body of the king of Qin up into the sky. All of a sudden, an illusory figure appeared behind the King of Qin. His pupils seemed to have turned gray, and a horrifying will charged towards Mr. Du at this instant. Many illusions appeared on Book Mountain. Many evil dragons seemed to have emerged in the sky above the mountain, blotting out the sky and the sun. Countless people were bewildered as they stared at the frightening illusions before them. Many also felt scared. The two elders from Qin dynasty went beside the King of Qin and released a similar power. It was as if they had turned into death. A face formed from dark current appeared in the sky and looked down at Book Mountain. "Who dares to touch my descendant?" An extremely cold voice erupted, causing many people on Book Mountain to feel frozen. The King of Qin, his descendant. It was said that the Qin dynasty had opened the tomb of their ancestors. It seemed that they had actually found a will left behind by their ancestors. The scene was too scary. Everyone felt that their bodies were enveloped by death. Was this the real reason why Qin dynasty dared to come to the college? Mr. Du raised his head to look at the illusory figure in the sky and said emotionlessly, "Your descendant has been unfilial. I'm helping you to teach him a lesson." An endless amount of dark current flew in the sky as the eyes of death stared at Mr. Du then. The dark current charged down wildly toward every corner of the college. Mr. Du extended his hand to the sky. In the next instant, an enormous palm print appeared above Book Mountain. The palm print stood between the sky and the earth and covered the entire Book Mountain. The endless dark current collided onto the palm, but sharp sword will and blazing flames also appeared on the enormous palm. The palm print expanded rapidly and covered the entire sky. The palm print was like a world by itself, while its fingers were like 5 mountains. The sword will at its center was powerful enough to penetrate through the sky, and the divine flames that had filled the sky could burn the world into nothingness. The sword will and flames merged together. All the people from the Qin dynasty were enveloped by the palm print. No, the King of Qin and the others from Qin dynasty felt an endless fear engulfing them. They tried to ascend into the air in an attempt to escape, but they quickly realized that the palm print seemed to have frozen space. They could not move at all, and a heavy gravity pulled them downwards. Instead of escaping, they were only sinking down. It seems that the only thing that can solve everything is still power. In this world, the biggest thing is indeed the fist. Mr. Du gave a self-mocking smile. He closed his palm slightly, and in the sky, the enormous palm print started to clench. "Mr. Du, please!" Many people begged. However, at the moment, Mr. Du was not merciful at all. The palm print clenched directly. Accompanied by an ear-piercing bang, everything turned into ashes. The palm print turned into spiritual qi and slowly dissipated. Sunlight poured down from the sky, but everything in the sky was gone. There was no more dark current, neither was there any cultivator from Qin dynasty. There was only some willpower that had remained behind. Everything else had turned into insignificant pebbles in the long river of history. With that clench, the Qin dynasty had completely turned into the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, countless people trembled and were shocked beyond words. Nobody could adequately describe their feelings at the moment. The enormous palm print had changed the era in one move. Was this the real Mr. Du? He was the Mr. Du who was said not to know how to cultivate, but had nurtured the best disciples in the Eastern Barren Territory. Countless people stared at the old man, and their eyes were filled with respect and fanaticism. The disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan all had only one feeling. Mr. Du from the cottage was unquestionably the strongest person in the Eastern Barren Territory. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. Feeling the countless fanatic looks, he heaved a long sigh. Then he looked at College Chief Shao and said, "Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile?" Cough. College Chief Shao was instantly drawn back into reality and looked at Mr. Du speechlessly. However, Mr. Du only put his hands behind his back and walked away slowly. This bastard! He is still in the mood to feel complacent. College Chief Xiao cursed softly. On the path between Sky Mountain and Book Mountain, a group of cultivators was traveling in the air. They were precisely Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, Gudonglu, Yi Futian, and the rest. After resting for a while, they started their journey to Book Mountain. Brothers and sister, will anything happen to the cottage? Yi Futian asked, feeling somewhat worried. Since Qin Yu had intercepted them here without the king of Qin, he had very likely gone to Book Mountain. Apart from that, Yi Futian had also offended the cultivators from the barren state. Don't worry. The master is there, so nothing will happen, Gudonglu replied. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, after which he asked again, What level is our master at? He would be an idiot if he really believed that Mr. Du did not know how to cultivate. Sage, Gudonglu said directly. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. It seemed that he had been worrying for nothing. Actually, I worry for the master, Sword Saint suddenly said. Cultivators from the barren state had come here, and Qin dynasty also forced us so tightly. I think that the master has to display his powers. Both the second sister and third brother kept quiet. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Since the master was a sage, why should they worry? Little brother, do you know how we became the disciples of Mr. Du? Sword Saint suddenly asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian shook his head. I'm an orphan. Many years ago, when I was young, I wanted to enter a small clan to learn broadsword techniques. However, I was rejected because my talents were too poor. I could not even go up the mountain. Someone pointed at a stone wall at the foot of the mountain and told me that if I could carve a word on the wall, they would let me onto the mountain. I took my broadsword and attempted for 3 months. Finally, I managed to make a very light mark onto the wall. Excited, I tried to enter the clan, but was chased out again. An old man passed by told me that I was too stupid to cultivate and that I should follow him to do miscellaneous work. Disheartened, I decided to follow him. Thinking about his past, a warm smile appeared on Sword Saint's face. He would never forget this. Then you became Sword Saint in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. It was really a simple story. Second sister, how about you? Yi Futian asked curiously. I forgot, Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian was totally speechless. She ran away from her home that time, and her family members were all looking for her. Master told her that there was a good place where she would never be found by her family. So he brought her to the Eastern Barren Territory, Sword Saint said, smiling. Yi Futian did not know what to say. What about third brother? Yi Futian asked again. That's even simpler. That year, when the master brought your second sister out to play, they met your third brother. I heard that after seeing your second sister, your third brother decided to follow them and would never leave again, Sword Saint said. Yi Futian was somewhat dazed. Were these really the 3 cottage disciples who had become famous in the world? What amazing reasons they had for becoming disciples of Mr. Du. Chapter 391. Removal of the Ban. Chapter 391. Removal of the ban according to Sword Saint. The reasons why the 3 became Mr. Du's disciples were really simple. In reality, however, there were much more hidden behind the simpleness. Sword Saint did not tell Yi Futian that in order to carve something onto the stone wall that time, he did not sleep for 3 months. His sword-yielding hand was rubbed to bleeding. He fell down countless times but stood up every time. Finally, he succeeded but was still chased out, after which he lost consciousness. Mr. Du was beside him and watched him for 3 entire months. When Sword Saint fainted due to starvation and then woke up, Mr. Du gave him a few fruits. That was why he would live to become the eldest disciple of the cottage in the first place. Sword Saint also did not tell Yi Futian that the people who were searching for Zhuge Hui that time were extremely powerful. but Mr. Du still managed to bring her out. Similarly, he did not tell Yi Futian that after Gu Donglu and Zhuge Hui met, Gu Donglu once saw the young and beautiful Zhuge Hui using lightning to cultivate her body, which was almost a self-abuse method. He asked Mr. Du why he would mistreat his disciple in such a way and questioned his ability to teach. Then, Gu Donglu, who had already displayed his talents that time, had a friendly fight with Zhuge Hui and lost badly. He was still not convinced and asked Zhuge Hui if she could stop cultivating using that method. Zhuge Hui smiled and asked him if he would protect her, to which the severely injured Gu Donglu agreed. Therefore, everything after that followed. Unfortunately, until today Gu Donglu still could not win Zhuge Hui. Of course, all these had all become history. Apart from themselves, nobody would know their feelings towards their master, as well as towards each other. The Eastern Barren Territory was wildly astonished. In a single day, a catastrophic event that had not happened for hundreds of years occurred. Qin dynasty was annihilated, while the powerful cultivators from Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple all died on Sky Mountain and Book Mountain. Donghua clan leader announced that he would seclude in the future. Mr. Du and Yi Futian from the cottage had once again shaken the world. On Sky Mountain, Yi Futian controlled the willpower of the mountain and caused the bell to ring, suppressing all his enemies. On Book Mountain, Mr. Du displayed his powers as a sage, eliminating everything with a single palm print. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory realized that an era had ended. Qin dynasty, which once wanted to rule the world, had completely turned into a speck of dust in history. After receiving the news, many people in the Eastern Barren Territory visited Book Mountain. In this battle, the name of the cottage spread to every corner of the territory. Some people were excited, while some were in fear. Those who were excited were, of course, the disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan, while those who were in fear were allies of Qin dynasty. Only the strongest cultivators died in the fight, so most people were still alive. Despite that, in the cottage, Mr. Du did not seem to be so excited at all, nor did he seem to be very complacent like he was on Book Mountain. In the back mountain, Mr. Du was lying on a rock and drinking his wine quietly. "Master!" Sword Saint shouted. Then, Sword Saint, Yi Futian, and the rest walked to him. Apart from them, Goddess Wangyue was also present. She came here to visit Mr. Du, but did not want to disturb him by herself. Seeing the return of Sword Saint and his team, she followed them here. "Mr. Du," Goddess Wangyue said, saluting. "Hi," Mr. Du nodded. "What is it?" "May I cultivate under you, please?" Goddess Wangyue said, bowing. The scene on Book Mountain just now had really left a huge impact on her. Was this the real power of the Sage Plane? She wanted to break through her current level and needed a good teacher. Mr. Du was undoubtedly the most suitable person. "I'm lazy and do not plan to take in another disciple." Mr. Du sat up and, smiling, he shook his head. Goddess Wangyue was somewhat disappointed at first, but immediately she was relieved. A mysterious person like Mr. Du would obviously not take in disciples easily. "Mr. Du, with the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory now, what should Moon Clan do?" Goddess Wangyue asked. If Book Mountain really wanted to unify the Eastern Barren Territory, she would be willing to support. Although she did not have a choice anyway, this time she was being sincere. After spending these few days in the college, she could feel the difference between this place and other places. Even though there were also conflicts between college disciples, they would focus mainly on cultivating. Furthermore, the aim of the college was to teach its students. This was unlike a clan. Apart from cultivation, there were also many malicious competitions. There were, of course, also many miscellaneous things in the college, but relatively, its members were much friendlier. "It's up to you," Mr. Du replied, smiling. "In the past, I have always wanted to change certain things, but in the end, I have done nothing." "Mr. Du, with your reputation now, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory would respond to your call. What can you not achieve?" Goddess Wang Yue was confused. If I unify the Eastern Barren Territory after eliminating Qin Dynasty with my powers, then I will be no different from Qin Dynasty itself. Once I leave the Eastern Barren Territory, or if someone even stronger appears, the same thing will happen again. Human minds and ambitions are the hardest things to change in the world. Mr. Du shook his head. Mr. Du, what is your ambition? Goddess Wang Yue asked. I wish that clans and families will no longer be the main players in the cultivation world. On the other hand, they will be replaced by places such as colleges. The people in the world will no longer keep precious resources to themselves. Instead, they will teach others, and knowledge can be passed down the generations, Mr. Du said, staring at Goddess Wang Yue. Goddess Wang Yue was stunned, after which she bowed slightly at Mr. Du in admiration. Then she said, Mr. Du, if your ambition is fulfilled, all the cultivators in the world can have a better environment. However, I think it's a wish that can never be realized. There's greed and desire where there are people. Powerful cultivators will naturally want to establish their own clans or families. When the people who agree with your ambition stand at the peak of the world, your ambition will automatically be fulfilled, Mr. Du said, smiling. Goddess Wang Yue was stunned. She suddenly thought of the cottage disciples. She was astonished as she suddenly understood his meaning. Mr. Du's words were correct. If one day his disciples became the strongest few in the Eastern Barren Territory, they would practice his ambition and establish different colleges. Furthermore, they would continue to nurture people who agreed with their ideals. When such a group of cultivators stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory, the influence of clans would be weakened indefinitely. Places such as the college would become the sacred land in the territory. I got it. Goddess Wang Yue bowed, after which she left the place, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the mysterious and unfathomable Mr. Du Sword Saint, and the rest all stood at the side and listened quietly. When Mr. Du said these to Goddess Wang Yue, he was also saying it to them. Yi Futian also heard the conversation, but he did not think too much about it. He did not have such a great ambition to care about the whole world. What his master had said was still too far away for him. How's the people from the barren state? Mr. Du asked, looking at Yi Futian. I let them off. Will the sages from the barren state come here? Yi Futian asked. Mr. Du was a sage, and the ban was still effective. As long as sages could not enter the territory, there would be nothing to be scared of. Yes, Mr. Du nodded. Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. Mr. Du was actually so certain about it. Seeing his expression, Mr. Du smiled and said, A relic from the two emperors is way more attractive than you think. If the emperor did not set the ban, the cultivators from the barren state would have come here long ago. They did not dare to sneak up Sky Mountain only because they are afraid of the willpower left behind by the emperor. However, now you have obtained everything. The people from the barren state will definitely not give up so easily. Mr. Du smiled and continued. The divine prefectures is vast and boundless. The emperor has to rule the world, so he will definitely not keep a close watch on the Eastern Barren Territory. If someone here goes missing one day, do you think he will ever notice it? Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. Of course, he understood what Mr. Du meant. In the past, there was nothing in the Eastern Barren Territory that could attract the attention of the cultivators from the barren state. Thus, the barren state had obeyed the rules. However, the situation was different at the moment. Then I'll stay on Book Mountain forever, Yi Futian muttered. Since the ban was still effective, nobody would touch him openly. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Mr. Du said again, Actually, I have something that I didn't tell you just now. What? Yi Futian asked curiously. That year, when Dong Huang the Great announced the ban, the complete sentence was that sages could not enter the Eastern Barren Territory. But if there were sages in the Eastern Barren Territory, then the ban would be automatically removed, Mr. Du said, staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Mr. Du in bewilderment and blinked his eyes. Then even his face turned dark as he stared firmly at Mr. Du, so this meant that after Mr. Du displayed his power as a sage, the ban had become ineffective. Cultivators from the Barren State could come to the Eastern Barren Territory directly. So after receiving the news, more people from the Barren State will come here. Yi Futian asked. Yup. Mr. Du nodded seriously. Yi Futian's face darkened further. On Sky Mountain, he did not dare to touch the people from the Barren State because he was scared of revenge from the Barren State and that they would kill his friends and relatives. On the other hand, as long as he did not kill the people from the Barren State, the powerful cultivators from the Barren State would at most aim at him only. However, now that the ban in the Eastern Barren Territory was removed, all the cultivators from the Barren State could come to the Book Mountain directly. In this case, Yi Futian could not dodge from anything. Master, what should I do then? Yi Futian asked. How do I know? The old man muttered. Then he lied down and continued drinking. This old bastard. Yi Futian cursed in his mind. He was actually still in the mood to drink. Master, Yi Futian shouted. Don't worry. I will not let you drag the others down, Mr. Du said lazily. In the worst case, I'll hand you over to them. Yi Futian regretted his initial decision. Could he still sever his relationship with Mr. Du now?